We just experienced one of the most intense seasons of the United States Street Fighter League to date. Team UYU started from the absolute bottom, suffering crushing defeat after crushing defeat in their first season of Street Fighter League. But now, against all odds, they have become our Street Fighter League United States Season 5 World Champions. And
Rob, what are you doing, man? You do understand that Capcom Cup is hosting the Street Fighter League World Finals? It's not just about the US anymore, man. I'll tell you what, let me do this. I'll show you how to do an intro, all right? A proper one. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got it. Everybody, back to one. When it comes to the best region in Street Fighter, the world's most talented players, you already know we're talking about one region, and that's Street Fighter League Japan. This season has showcased exactly what top-tier talent is all about, setting the bar for excellence in the realm of Street Fighter.
Yo, this
And
sounds...
in case you didn't know,
Yeah, I know. This sounds great. I didn't know and all that. Japan. You know what's funny? You talked all of that about, oh, it's Street Fighter League World Finals. You're only talking about Japan. But since it's World Finals, I hit up Logan, bruh. Logan, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's up, guys? Come on. Obviously, you had to speak to me. You can't leave Europe out. You've been leaving us out for, what, 4 seasons already? Finally, Europe's got our own Street Fighter League, and we are sending our baddest over there. And it's going to be job done, light work. Say less.
why did you even call him, man?
Bro, I don't know. And what is it?
You did this to us.
What is a
man.
trinket? Anyway, I called him because this is the Street Fighter League World Finals, and it is coming at you live right now.
Wins.
Woo!
Street Fighter League World Championship Finals Day. We're gonna have a champion today. The champion team will be determined. Guys, I'm here with Vicious. I'm F-Word. This is Vicious. And we're about to decide who is #1 team in the world. How you feeling, buddy?
You know, sometimes I'm Rob TV, sometimes I'm absolutely excited to be here, actually. I gotta say, everything that's been going up to this moment has been so intense, right? We've had month in, month out of battles all across the world, quite literally, right? We have the US, the EU, as well as Japan, but now this is the time to see who is actually the top dog in this team battle.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday that if predictions is anything to go by, I mean, throw your predictions out of the water. In terms of USA in general, that league, you could not call that, man. That was out of nowhere. Going by history, UYU bottom like 2 seasons in a row, and then they come through just about qualifying.
Right.
And then they get here to the seeding yesterday, and they do what they did yesterday, absolutely annihilating the Japanese team, coming back against the UK team.
You know, there was a lot of speculation going on everybody's streams talking about who would defeat who going into the final battles, but we're not going to get into all that just yet.
Not
in case
just yet.
you guys have just been tuning in for the first time, we actually have the full breakdown of what the format's going to be like. So we're going to have 3 matches overall. The first one's going to be first to 2 worth 10 points. Following by the second, same amount of points. But third is the big one, the anchor spot. First at 3 worth 20. If there is a tie game, we have to go to that extra sudden death match. Best of 1 worth 5 points.
And you know how much that matters. We saw that yesterday, especially against Team UK, how much that matters. Now, in terms of how the format works, the away team must reveal their character and their player, allowing the home team to counterpick on the fly with their character and their player. And of course, that is what also has been determined by the seeding, which was played out yesterday, Vicious.
We talked about that during the round robin group. Man, we have so much to talk about as to how these results even came about, right? Looking at the spread down below between Team Mouse, Team UYU, and Good 8 Squad, I feel like it was so hard to even call, but we had to establish who was home, who was away first, who played off against who to get into this portion of the finals format.
And look what this has done for UYU. Look what this has done for UYU. How important a factor will that seeding play in the finals? They are straight through to grand finals. Japan finishing 2nd seed will have the home advantage against Team UK, who they just about managed to beat yesterday from being 2-0 down. Fantastic performance from Pugera. And then Team UK will be playing away from home. But the difference between today and yesterday, we're doing first to 3 sets for these matches.
That's right,
Okay,
yeah.
so it's not just one match. So the home team gets to play the first one, then they have to play away from home. And if it's 1-1 at that point, the home advantage comes into play again, they play at home again.
It's going to be a lot more matches to look forward to. And we talked about this even after the stream, right? Team UYU sitting nice and pretty in the first place spot. Good 8 Squad and Team Mouse Esports. I got to say, with Mouse Sports, they're coming in a lot more hungry. I gotta say, the way that they've performed, it looked like they were gonna clean out everybody in the house. 2-0 victory against UIU and Good 8 squad, but it's just up into the anchor spot, right? And it was all, I gotta say, it's gonna be so difficult to see whether or not Good 8 squad can keep up with their consistency. And speaking of, the champions from Japan with their story of the comeback and finally getting that grand finals win was so uplifting. Let's take a closer look at what Good 8 squad has to offer for today's championships.
Everyone loves a good underdog story. Well, this ain't that. Sometimes the main characters are just that damn good. Hailing from the most storied region in the world of Street Fighter, Good 8 Squad has in its ranks an EVO champion and a Capcom Cup champion. With all of that firepower, that experience, they were able to defeat a stacked Saishun Khan Seoul in the grand finals of Street Fighter League Japan. But as far as they've come, as dominant as they've been, the job is not finished. They've conquered Street Fighter League Japan, and now the world awaits.
The most consistent team in Japanese Street Fighter League history booked their place here in the finals, and going into yesterday, going into even today, with them being second seed, I think many people still have them down as the favorites to take this whole thing, Vicious.
Yeah, I gotta say too, the amount of emotion that comes from that video package gets me every single time. And you know that they've been so well-rounded over the years of Street Fighter, not even just this one, but previous iterations, right? They know exactly what they do to shape it up and get themselves ready for the opposition. But there's just one big problem. Even if they are in second seed, they still have to face off against Mouse Sports, but also they have to run it back against the current first seed, that is Team US. That is UIU, honorary members of the US. We are claiming them, and you guys are gonna have to hold that. I'm sorry. I know in the chat they're saying that's not US, but hey, they competed in US land. That's just how it be. Let's take a closer look at Team UIU, the representatives and champions of Team US.
USA.
Let's go back to October 8th, 2020. A stylish and smooth team made their Street Fighter League debut.
Oh, that's it. That's more than enough.
They fought hard, but ultimately fell short, snowballing into a winless season.
No.
And that's going to spell it all.
UIU holding it out at last place, will be eliminated.
And you would think that that would cause some type of doubt, but to believe that is to not know UIU.
Damn!
Ooh, UIU clinches their playoff spot.
The flames of adversity forged them into the red sword that sliced through the competition of the US Street Fighter League.
The playoff picture just got a little more slim because now UIU has cashed his ticket.
The charismatic captain, Oil King, the Terminator, NL, the EVO champion, Shein, and the MVP, DCQ.
UIU are your Street Fighter League US champions!
They've conquered the states. Now, it's time for the world.
Now, full disclaimer, Team UIU, they're based out in America, okay? Just in case you didn't know, I got to talk to the CEO about it. No, I'm lying. I actually got to see it on social media, but UIU is based in America, so you're gonna have to hold it.
Listen, I'm an Arsenal football fan, and that's very much a British team, and there's only like 2 English players on the starting lineup. So look, you got it, mate. They're Team USA, and I'm wishing them all the best, and they've done a fantastic day one. Let's see if they can do it day two. But they were not without adversity yesterday. They were getting their butts absolutely whooped by my lads from the UK. They took out the French, they took out the Germans, they took out the Scandinavians, and they're here now at Street Fighter League finals. This is Team Mouse.
Europe's got something to say. This region might have a bigger chip on their shoulder than the rest of the world. While they waited for their own Street Fighter League, there was an absolute invasion of the United States, and it was capped off with the UK's favorite son, hoisting up the gold.
Oh, and that's gonna be that the full team sweep.
Fast forward only 1 year, and Street Fighter League EU has set the world on fire. In the finals, Team Mouz, led by the legendary Problem X, went head-to-head with Team BMS, led by the gargantuan force that is Mr. Crimson.
Oh my goodness!
Crimson
ahead, Ace 2 ahead.
BMS put fear in the hearts of many, but Team Mouz, they've seen monsters before.
If he presses a button, that's it. That's boss.
The EU champions have slain one, but two heads of the Hydra still remain. USA and Japan, watch out! Team Mouz is coming.
It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming. Street Fighter League's coming up. Come on, son. Come on, UK. They showed what they were made of yesterday. They were very unlucky, and I'm going to try to be as unbiased as I possibly can. But man, Team Mouz, with it all to do, last seed, away from home every match they play, but nothing, I mean, anything's possible, Vicious. Let's go.
It really is, especially with the way that it's set out right now with second seed Good 8 squad in the home position. Third seed, that's Mouz Sports going into it on the away side. So what that means is they're going to have to lock in their order and player selection first. That's going to be a huge deal. But of course, UYU at the very top seed with the home field advantage going into the finals. There's going to be so much on the line. All the pressure, all the practice in the world for this very moment because of the fact that there's $80,000 in place for the top dogs. Second place with $40,000 in their pockets, as well as third place. Hey, man, I would love to take that. $30,000 in total. The prize supported by TAIYO Holdings, of course, being a big part of this. But again, this is the most we've seen in a team tournament setting.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's a new era to be a professional Street Fighter player. I mean, I wish I had these opportunities when I was playing fully, but who's to say I could get as far as these amazing talents have come. Now, we were talking about that setting and how it looks. It's going to be interesting to see how they play away from home and home. As we mentioned, 1st to 2 today. So you're going to have to prove yourself twice at least against the team you're up against. There you have Good 8 squad, home advantage, and Team Mouz will have to be playing away from home, revealing their players and characters for those first matches. And we're going to see what happens off the back of that. I mean, it's very, very good for Mouz in regard that I think they would rather be away from home against Good 8 than UYU.
Okay.
Oh, is this the order? Okay.
This is actually the order.
Here we go. And it's going to be Broski with Oro first in this. That's the setup they've gone for. They have left 4 fields susceptible to counter pick. I thought Shax might make the squad here because his characters are less counter pickable, but it's going to be 4 fields in the second place, and Problem anchoring with Bison, not Alex. Very interesting. They had a good time with Alex versus Japanese team yesterday. And of course, to counter that Oro pick, they've gone with Gachikun's Rashid. And I'm sure that's something the Team UK, Team Mouz maybe predicted in putting that order out. What do you think,
So this
Vicious?
is the exact same order that they had put out from yesterday's team battle number 2 against Good 8 squad. However, Dogura was the one to kind of counter or try to attempt to counter Broski. So they have to change things up. Despite getting that W, again, Team Mouz has been dominating both teams the first 2 Ws from the first and second battle, right? So they've tried to figure out, okay, well, maybe we want to hedge our bets or at least be a little bit more risk averse and try to steal some of the points a little bit early on. So Rashid versus Oro, exactly what we can expect. I want to know exactly what Gachikun has more so in store for Broski than the other way around, right?
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what they do with Problem X as Bison as an anchor, because the obvious pick there after what we saw yesterday was Pugera. I mean, Pugera is clearly a massive problem for Team Mouz. I mean, they just couldn't find an answer for it. But this is the first match we have, and we're off, guys. Street Fighter League World Championship Finals Day, Game 1. Broski representing Good 8. Sorry, Broski representing Mouz, and Gatakun representing Good 8. Going head to head.
They trade mid-match or overnight, or what?
I'm too excited, Chris. I'm too excited, man.
As you should be, to be honest with you. Again, already swinging is Broski, so this is pretty much a battle of the mid-range.
Oh, he's going with V-Skill too as well.
Pretty important. We see Gachikun still trying to calculate what normals to use to first pass Broski's wall thus far.
Nice interception. Some buttons from Broski. I think that was a punish. Oh, almost got, not quite. Gonna get punished there.
We see the amount of control that Broski has. He's not trying to overextend his offense. He is well within range of striking distance. The anti-air is there, the spinning mixer. Hey, that's not too bad. This is actually going to be a bad situation towards the corner.
Oh, it's on hit. Oh, he missed it. Oh, mash it out. Gachikun changing strategies. Missed his meaty throw. Base out of
so
reversal.
much better.
Everything working for Gachikun there. A round that started well for Broski goes completely wrong with a couple of execution errors and great play from Gachikun to close it out. Okay, first round, good 8.
2 slight errors from the side of Broski, but I'm sure he's going to be cleaning it up for Gachikun. Hey, he'll absolutely take that round. Forward throw now. What's the approach going to be like? Dashes 2
Double
times
dash.
over. Broski didn't even have a check for him, except for that standing jab. Now it's going to be the
Buttons
whirlwind
at the wrong
shot
time.
coming
Beautiful
in.
control.
The throw. He was baiting it.
Good patience there from Broski to stay in this round. No, it's going to get stunned though. Can't kill here. It's going to be guess for game after this combo. He's not going to spend a meter. He keeps it.
Back throw kill.
Oh
He's trying to
my
go for a
goodness.
stick, or at least the frame trap's 2 times over. There it is. Enough damage. Broski immediately shaking his head. Now his defense has been so on point since yesterday, but it's just a whole different beast. The Hiroshima Predator that is Gachikun with that immense, oppressive offensive pressure in the corner.
Phenomenal play there from Gachikun. I love the way he changed his strategies. It reminds me of how he changed his play style for Capcom Cup. Remember we had that interview and he was like, I play too cautious, I need to play a little bit more crazy, and that's what he's done here. Dropped his combo, missed his meaty jab, straight into the EX spinning mixer, really throwing off Broski. Broski almost playing passenger there in that second round. Great start here for Good 8 squad.
He had the right idea, though. I mean, Broski had been pretty much dictating the pace against Gachikun. He's throwing out some of the normals to kind of keep Rashid away, and also within striking distance of that roundhouse, too.
Wow.
And every so often a projectile, but now it's Gachikun catching a couple of things. Took me by surprise as well.
Missed his opportunity there with a hit as well. Seen a few execution errors from Gachikun, but it's not cost him anything yet. Oh, he's not falling for those jump baits.
What a whip
Oh,
punish.
wow. Gachikun just looking so good right now.
EX
Lets it fly to
uppercut.
Broski.
He's been pretty on point with that, by the way.
Yeah, good timing. I mean, he got baited earlier, but
Just outside of the throw range, double jump.
Oh,
Hey,
trade,
that
okay.
trade-off is great.
But it's Oki for Gachikun. Damage to side. Good forward jump out of there.
Nice.
Broski well ready that time.
It's so
That's
it's so
important.
pivotal in this very moment, right? To get out of that corner. The V-trigger is winding down. Broski's movement options have been so on point, but the stand jab, frame trap.
Yeah, he's implemented a lot more throws here, but he may have to face a Tengu's going for the first time in this set. Here it is. Oh, he
he
wasn't
already
ready.
there.
Get hit, baby.
Look at the damage. He's bleeding. Somebody call a doctor.
Oh,
Oh, he dropped
reset.
it. No, intentional.
Still
I'm
dead
calling
anyway.
that intentional.
It was a reset on purpose.
It was a reset on purpose.
Listen, he's
The
done well.
Brian F. seal of approval right there.
He's done well to avoid Tengu Stones entirely, but on that occasion, no V reversal, no EX, had to hold it. And you see how well it goes for Aura when he's able to get Tengu Stones activated and in the round.
Ooh.
Dash forward on the wake up into a backdash. Meaty. Oh, what a punish.
I wonder if he could have been able to react and use the medium punch anti-air.
So many more throws. Oh, Gachikun with another drop. Are these drops going to cost him? So far, so good, but you got to imagine. Oh, look at that
Again.
stand up. Nice jump back there from Broski. Activation. Good block this time. Went for the same one again.
The delayed back throw. Here comes
Nice
the
back
stones.
dash.
Does it again. Trigger no longer an issue.
Okay,
but
here we go. Activation from Gachikun coming. Oh, that hit.
confirmed could have been
That
it.
hit as well.
What
Oh,
is
no.
happening? Broski, not like this.
Oh, no.
Into the critical art. Gachikun now looking at battle point against Broski. That could have been it. We could have seen ourselves at a 1-1 situation.
Yes, absolutely. He actually got the dash jab. Gachikun not ready for it. But on the flip side, a little bit of nerves from Gachikun because he could have killed that with one EX bar. But he chose to spend his whole meter, so at least Broski baited the meter. And he's able to go into this next round with a full meter advantage. Can he get an opening? We've seen the round starters tend to get the most advantage. That jumper's not paid dividends so far in this set. He's still trying it. Surprise dashes haven't been too bad though.
Check the fireballs now coming back into play. Gachikun. Still,
Oh,
there we
left
go.
line was
Broski,
Broski.
no fear with the uppercut again.
Nice stand medium there from Gachikun. He's got him near corner here. Oh, could have whiff punished that. Just missed it. Oh, that works out.
Excellent.
Oh, but the dash was negative and the back throw from Gachikun pays off. They trade crouch mediums. Tengu Stone almost there. V-trigger ready for Gachikun. Oh, big, oh
He's
my
getting a
goodness,
little antsy,
survived.
right? A little predictable as to where he wants to activate
Oh,
that
he got the
trigger.
counter here again, that was it.
Oh, there
big
it is.
drop. Gachikun goes in. It's not going to be a throw. One guess will be enough with this to kill him.
The block
Blocks
is
it
there,
all. Oh,
but still he
Gachikun
spinning
with the
mixer.
reversal.
One more sequence.
Oh,
Gachikun
that
with
back
the back
throw,
throw.
he's done it. He's just one step ahead the whole time. Gachikun with an absolutely vital win there. Up against Broski. It looked like Broski was going to pull it off. He had counter hit into medium into C8 twice. Both times he dropped it, but so did Gachikun dropping combos and opportunities. It was Gachikun who was able to weather that, and that EX spinning mixer thrown in at the least expected time really, really paid off for him.
And that's where you're going to see it the most, actually, considering what had happened to Rashid this season. You're not going to see it on Wake Up as much. You're definitely going to see it in interruptible sequences just like that. And going into it, Gachikun again some
there
significant
it is.
jumps. That's one of the interruptions we were talking about, right? Trying to steal turns back.
Great bait
People
as
aren't
well.
really ready for it. And that's the first time I feel like we've really seen Broski have his EX Dragon Punch whiffed, or not blocked.
Baited, yeah, yeah.
Correct.
No, it's a great play from Gachikun. I mean, this is a great example, guys. Who's that? Tell me who that is. Is that a family member? Possibly, we do not know. Shout out the audience here watching the Capcom Cup finals.
I just like the look when you're seeing Street Fighter like that. that's a classic.
So listen, it's amazing. I mean, great audience here, great team. Everyone's applauding. Good 8 got to be one of the favorites here. And look at that, that was counter hitting to dead. That was 1-1. 1-1 goes begging. Broski's button didn't come out.
Broski could have had a connection into the quarter circle back. I gotta say, there were a couple of instances where Broski could have gotten into critical art.
I love those reactions, man. I love
Let's
it.
go! Let's go! Future Street Fighter Pro right there.
Those of you watching at home, those young talents watching at home, one thing you can take from that set is you do not let mistakes and input drops or any kind of accident affect your play. Gachikun had a couple of errors, but kept to the game plan, kept the momentum, didn't lose focus, and executed his game plan and got that win. Great play
Yeah,
from
I
him.
mean, it ain't over till it's over. That's the classic. That's the tried and true. It's the Justin Wong, really. But going into it, the next match, this is where I kind of get nervous here, considering what had just happened. 4 fills now. Will he be able to fend off against what Good 8 Squad has in mind for him? I don't even think they're even going to send. I mean, we can't do the Gachikun.
They used
rematch
Gachikun already,
anymore. I would
yeah.
have loved
Which
to, I would love
surprised me,
to see
actually.
that. Right, and we actually had a conversation with the 4 fills even after the match was over. He was thinking about it. He was kind of thinking, well, there's other ways I could have approached the Rashid matchup. I hope they weren't kind of hung up on it too long.
Who's it going to be? Who's it going
Just
to be?
considering who it might be coming up. But as it stands, Good 8 Squad striking first blood. That's 10 points in the first match. We still got plenty more to go. If Good 8 Squad manages to get the second game,
Yep.
well, it does open it up for the tiebreaker scenario.
Exactly. We saw a couple of those yesterday, some really tight first sets. On a new territory here. It's going to be, okay, it's Bison.
Sick.
I actually didn't expect that. Now, that's a very
I didn't expect it
interesting
either.
choice. If you're Mouse, you're actually like, yo, we know this matchup, bro. Are you sure?
Right.
But Dogura's going to have some serious confidence about it. If there's a region in the world, despite everyone believing, and I'm with that group, that 4 Fields is the strongest folk in the world, but if there's a region in the world where there's folks that can rival him and give you folk matchup knowledge, it's Japan, man. They've got
Just
some
might be.
serious hidden gems out there. And these guys play this matchup to a T. The confidence to make this pick, knowing that his training partner is Problem X, seeing all the CPTs that 4 Fields has won to qualify for Capcom Cup against Problem X with Bison. To go with this pick, one hell of a statement from Dogura. Let's see if he can execute it, man. I love this.
I feel like it's more of a call out, if anything, from Good 8 Squad. It's like, you know, I've studied the matchups that 4 Fills has had between him and Problem X. I think I have a better way or a better understanding of how the matchup should go. Let me show it to you, right? Because sometimes for these cats, it's not even about the prize money.
Yeah, yeah.
It's always like, hey, I want to show you that I'm better than you.
Agreed. Or it could be, we're missing one point here. I mean, Kawano's on the sideline there with that Luke. We're not sure if he's going to go anchor. Yesterday's Pugera was just unbeatable for Team Mouse. They didn't have a reliable answer for Pugera. So I guess they're saving him for anchor. I think Pugera would have been a natural choice here against Falk with the boxer. But because they want to save him for the anchor match, and maybe they don't feel it's a guarantee with Kawano, they've decided to go with Bison. Instead of going for the counter pick, you go for the matchup that you know, and not the matchup that you know knowledge-wise. And maybe that's why they've gone with this. So we'll see what Dogura can bring to this matchup that Problem X didn't. Remember, Falk, 4 Fields and Problem X, the last 2 Capcom Cups had to play, and 4 Fields got the better of them both times. Can he do what Problem X was not able to do and take out the 4 Fields in this matchup?
Let's find out. It's going to be Dogura from Good 8 Squad versus the 4 Fills for the Team Mouse, Bison versus Falk. Game 1.
Got to be careful whiffing that towards heavy. Scissors will whiff punish. From reaction when well timed and spaced.
We talked about the utilization of the crouching medium punch a little bit more. Dogura already pretty much all over it, right? He got the first whip punish. Pretty significant at that. Swiping away.
Great start here from Dogura. Love that chat. Keeping it safe there with them jabs. Gets opened up though. Nice confirm. Back throw. Yeah, you don't want to tech when she's got that V-trigger active. Oh, just step forward at the wrong time. Great EX scissors there from Dogura. Just jab, jab, jab again. He's keeping it very safe. Confirmed to stand heavy. Nice. Can he close it out?
I think that's significant.
Still has V-trigger here.
Could activate it at any moment. Possibly a sweep.
Yeah, I was going to say slide activate from Bison is an option.
Ooh, stuck
ready.
out the hand grip with a standing jab.
That
Lots of
works.
punish.
That
Dogura
works.
is all over it. And that looked super convincing from the way that Dogura has been standing around the 4 Fills and all of the ranges thus far. Crouching medium punch has been stuffed. Standing medium kick also, he was prepared for.
A great start from Dogura. Very confident round. Great reads. All the right choices.
Nice work. Anti-air still intact before Phil. Psycho Mind coming in. He doesn't mind it at all, though.
Nice back dash to get reset there. Dogura with the right defensive choices. It's a good start to the round from 4 Phils, but Dogura not taking too much damage.
I love this. I love the pace that the 4 Phils is setting now. Does have a little bit of a life lead, but can't be too antsy with the movement. That's totally fine. Don't let that whiff again.
Nice confirm. Full screen to work on now. Oh, that works. Block confirmed.
That's totally fine with him, right? He's still going to get another activation route.
Gonna get an activation here. Tries to backdash. This is a good sequence here. Oh, catches him low. Wasn't the command grab. Oh, the EX connects.
Are we going to see the command grab? The
Good
eruption
check.
from 4 Phils.
Yeah, great jab check there into the catapult. The
Back
throw
throw.
again.
Slightly out of there. Both triggers.
Oh,
no! Rod
What happened there?
Not even contested. Dogura shook his head. He's like, you know what? I will absolutely take that. And you know,
Japanese
from the
team
smiles
laughing
all
there,
over
yeah.
Good 8 Squad, they all know that Dogura was very fortunate to get that jump in.
But he was ready, though. I mean, that roundhouse in the air, that jump heavy kick, that hit, and he was ready with the stand heavy, into the blast, into the V-trigger Psycho Crusher. Really good play there from Dogura, man. I'm not sure. 4 Phils just underestimated the range on that roundhouse. It's got deceptive range, and he pressed it so late, too. Just got caught holding forward. Great start from Dogura, and it's getting better for him and Team Good 8.
Big flush.
A big start to this round here. Has 4 Phils cornered. Tries to check. Oh, he's ready to check, though.
Always ready for the tech.
Should have just gone for the combo there, and finally the EX reversal. The one time he doesn't go for the safe jab.
You have a trigger on deck for the 4 Phils, but I don't think he's going to be doing it off any sort of block. Catapult
Check
into
again.
the Angriff.
Oh, where you going?
Meaty.
Forward throw wouldn't have stunned, I don't think, anyway.
We did the same thing.
Yeah, look, the animation at the start is very similar. This is, oh, that was a big whiff. Could have got EX scissors.
Could have got it.
Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh, he panics.
We're gonna have to get a check on that. Not like
He
this.
gets mixed. There's the safe jabs. Hold back. He's counting. He must be counting. Here it comes. Oh! Oh, wow, that was
The
the
4 Phils in defensive back throw.
That Bison walk speed letting Dogura down there. Looked like he was going for a shimmy, which would have been the right bet. But the range on that bulk throw catches him out. And gets his first round of the set.
Oh, you saw that? A little bit of an input error from Dogura.
Rare
Tried to
mistake
go
there
for the
from Dogura.
Inferno. Whoa.
That hurts.
That's a lot of damage.
So good. And the full screen as well, but goes in. Backs up again. He's looking for the EX scissors. This time he does. Oh, where you going? And the reset's a very strong second game here. Checks the dash. Oh,
You can see it.
Absolute control from 4 Phils. A somewhat anticlimactic second game there. As Dogura closed out the first one, and 4 Phils responds in kind with a dominant second game there.
There was a lot of time on the clock, too. This is the first time I've actually legit seen Dogura act impatiently.
Yeah,
I've never seen him do that.
I think he was riding the wave of that first game and kind of just wanted to close it out, felt confident, and you know, just underestimated the composure of 4 Phils. Ready for the one dash he saw, ready for the approaches. Great offense as well and hit confirmed, so we'll see if he can do it again. So now he nods in acknowledgement. Japanese team conferring.
I thought it was so epic. 4 Phils just stared down Problem X. He's like, I got it. Like, he was just looking at him and just the nod of approval.
You got lucky game 1, bro. Don't worry, I got this. Don't press buttons there. Nice timing on that scissor kick.
Dogura's gonna try to prove him wrong.
He's acknowledging. Yeah, he's seeing. He's going for the heavy blast for the plus frames, but he's seen that story before. That stand jab check has been really working out. Nice approach there and walks in. A lot of the hits have just been him holding forward. Look at the stunning. Oh, this should be stunned. Look at that. 3 sequences.
Maybe like a touch and a half.
Still alive, still alive.
Yeah, if you get thrown after this sequence, though, you're dead.
Safe jump.
Oh, he tried
that
it!
was 2+.
Too much block stun.
Yeah, he needs an activation if he can get it. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful timing on that slide. Wasn't ready, and Dogura caring. Jack Diddley scored about that last game. He has absolutely adjusted his match now, and he's ready to close this out. Looking to get Good 8 to 20-0.
As expected for a true professional from both, I gotta say. They've adapted back and forth to each other.
Oh, nice, nice.
A big opener, EX, scissors.
Great
forward
start.
throw now.
It's those hard reads at -2 that have been really paying off for Dogura in this final game.
The shots are charging up for the 4 Phils. Dogura not
Again,
even
just
worried
gets
about
caught
it.
walking forward. Beautiful confirmed from Dogura. This could be it. 4 Phils needs a miracle.
Just within range for the end grip.
Needs to make this count.
Throw bait.
Oh, he
You know
actually
it.
take the throw.
He might do it again.
Don't do that when
If
she's
he
got
does it
V-trigger.
again, it's over.
Oh, too far. Missed whiffs again. Needs an opening. He's got the CA. He's looking for that confirm. Careful with the whiff. Dogura just needs one more opening. Oh,
You
so
can punch
ready.
the mine.
Oh, Dogura. The one time he tried to V-skill, he was ready with the slide. And that matchup knowledge check, he passes with flying colors. And they go into a 20-0 lead here at home in the first set against Team Mouz. And now it all comes down to that ever so important, ever so pivotal anchor match.
I wonder if there will be a way for Capcom to really pull this out and kind of like reverse the storyline that's been going on since Saturday, where Mouz Sports have been up, what, 2 whole games and then falling toward the anchor spot. Maybe it's going to be the other way around this time, but taking a look at it with Dogura, it looked like he was in control majority of the time up until the second game. The four fills making the right
That was such a
adaptation.
deceptive range.
That's been I feel like that's been the story of the four fills' loss. I think he's been walking into a lot of normals just within range.
Wasn't even counter hit for a lot of them. Just kind of just caught holding forward, trying to get into forward heavy range. And just great placement of buttons and spatial awareness from Dogura to capitalize on that. And
Just outside of that, the four fills played flawlessly, I feel like. I mean, there's one read that he didn't get off of the V-shift towards the end, but other than that, I think most of the damage he's gotten was off of movement.
yes, agreed. I must say, Dogura, when he got his momentum going, he had the read. He had the read on four fields as defensive options, more so in that last game than the other games that played the Transwide prior. So super impressive from him. And look at that, ready, got in range to slide. You saw him walking forward. He knew what four fields was looking for as soon as he saw the start up on that V-scale, slid in, and then guessed right on the shimmy attempt as well. Great start from Good 8. They have the home advantage. They have the lead. And if we're going by yesterday's results, they have the matchup advantage in this next one coming up too. They can pick Kawano, Colleen. Not great for Bison in many Bison's opinions, despite the nerfs to Colleen. They also have Pugera, who was absolutely unbreakable yesterday. So this is where it stands, guys. 2 10-point victories there in this first set. And this match is going horribly wrong for Team Mouz. But as Vicious so eloquently mentioned, it was the same case yesterday. Who they're going to go with? It is Pugera Boxer.
Okay.
So Kawano, forget your pride. Nothing on the line here. You are an EVO champion. But for this particular match, for this particular team, we have the winning formula. Ain't no need to fix it if it ain't broken. We're going to whip out Pugera's Boxer again. What do you think of that, Vicious?
You know, this is going to be a true testament to Problem X's mastery of Bison, to be honest with you. I think he's played off against plenty of Bisons around the world before, but none of this caliber, I feel like, against Pugera. They may have run into each other over the course of this week, but this is maximum capacity. This is going to be overdrive city when it comes to the way Pugera needs to perform. I think there's going to be a lot to really talk about in regards to both players. Pugera, master of spacing. He's hit every single dash punch right at the tip. He fully understands how to mask his charge effectively. Problem X, almost the same ordeal, right, when it comes to how he plays his Bison, how he wants to sneak in with some of the scissor kicks. But I will say, outside of the Bison gameplay, if he does happen to fall short, considering this is a first 2-3, he may be able to switch up to Alex if need be.
I think he's got that in mind. That's probably why he's got an anchor here, because he's got 2 characters that could obviously cause damage to the Team Japan. If it goes horribly wrong with Bison, he's not feeling it, he can always switch up to Alex. I mean, the only thing you have to question is, the Bison players that are doing very strong today, they're playing solely Bison, and it's clearly having an impact on their performance. We saw Zen, I mean, he's on like a 15-game win streak this week. Dogura, top performing player in his team by percentages, not by points, that's Pugera, but by percentages. He has the highest win rate. So these Bison exclusive players, Hot Dog as well, very, very consistent. And you just wonder, like, if the Bison is as ready and as sharp as it needs to be for such a huge match. Well, we're going to get the knowledge check now, because he's up against a boxer that knows the matchup inside out. You mentioned those dash punches that can be problematic. I mean, he abuses the hell out of them against Bison. That's one of the characters. You don't even have to space that well to make it safe against Bison, because of the angle of the stand jab. So we'll see if Problem can make the adjustments from yesterday.
That was one of the biggest things we highlighted earlier. The ranges that Pugera is playing at. He also has a lot, I guess, a lot less margin for error for some of these dash punches because of the limited ranges that Bison can get. I'm glad you mentioned that now. It's going to be a huge factor going into this particular matchup. But I did happen to sneak into the player lounge right before the match started. Problem X was 100% trying to lab out certain scenarios. I'll point them out as soon as they come up, though.
Okay. So he was expecting Boxer. I mean,
He genuinely was.
If you're Team Mouz and you're thinking let's put Problem anchor, then 9 out of 10 you think you're probably going to get Pugera to come back out. Because
sense.
with respect to Problem, Pugera was very convincing yesterday. I mean, apart from the one game, he was incredibly impressive. But Problem, I don't think Problem was at his best. looking at that match. So we'll see if we can unleash
Okay.
Evo champion Problem and get a closer set here. Well, it starts with a gutsy dash from Problem.
It was all calculated, Femi. What do you mean?
Okay, now we're in dash punch territory.
Breaking the charge for both ends.
Here's one. Nice button. Oh, the delay!
Swinging, extending with the V skill, plus range after that. Still trying to catch a button off a Problem. He's going off with the sweep activation, trying to grab it. No sir, view reversal. Excellent call from Bugera. Here's the back throw now. Problem X with all the pressure in the world. Another one. We'll take that.
Keeps the Psycho Crusher. Nice string.
I'm surprised you haven't said plus a plus a one.
Well, he's overextending with the pluses. Great blocks on the V reversals. Nice button. Oh wow, that back dash was so good yesterday. He's done it again today. Oh, he made the right read, but didn't get the punish.
Need time for it.
Great play from Bugera defensively, but Problem really putting the heat on.
You are not kidding. There hasn't been that many dash punches in this series thus far from Bugera. First round.
That was so nice.
Doesn't need it.
Doesn't spend the EX. Beautiful shimmy. Go blast. Look at this tight round, 25 seconds on the clock.
No way!
You got to be kidding me. You said he did his homework. Was that one of them?
You know, that is one of them.
Problem X with the reactions.
I will
V-shift in the
say,
EX low.
let's wait till the trigger comes out. That's the other one.
Okay, okay.
But I will say this, man. There's been a lot of robbery, I feel like, from Bugera being able to snipe people down below. Also another sequence he's been practicing.
I can hear Logan in the crowd already. Big whiff. All to do here, Problem. Needs to save his team. They're 20 down. This match is for 20 points to bring it to a tiebreaker.
Still got the trigger on deck for Problem X. We're not going to see the activation just yet. He's trying to force Bugera a little bit closer, or at least catch him off guard. There we go. Gets out of there, the punish, showing he can react just as well defensively. No punish.
Okay, interesting.
Plus to plus,
Two
turn.
in a row. Beautiful V-shift, but buttons from Problem.
Interruption.
He's not going to let you deter him from Psycho Active.
Spend it.
Bloody hell, Problem. Slow down.
He's telling him to spend that. Let me see that
He's so
V-shift.
aggressive with the slate. He's just spending every bit of his bar here. Bugera's having to deal with a lot of pressure. Protects that slide. V-trigger gone. He's got Ciedo. Bugera cannot get hit here. Oh my god, another one. That's worked. Big damage here.
Ooh. Huge whiff punish just outside
Oh,
the
he gets
range.
in.
That jump in was so
Nice
deadly.
play.
Nice work, Bugera. I feel like he's had infinite V gauge up.
Yeah, when you get the half bar back when you read right. So correct on those reads. His defensive choice is absolutely spot on versus Problem's attack there. We see Psycho Blast. No, just charges in. Scissors. Needs to make this moment count when there's not too much V gauge on there. Can Problem make it count? EX, yeah, V reversal straight away. Doesn't want to deal with any of his pressure.
Pretty eager to spin that bar as well. He's really
Nice.
push Bugera to the
Beautiful to the corner you go. That neutral jump was poorly timed for Problem. Base
The
out the
damage.
reversal, EX again.
Throw will do it.
Oh,
he thought the same thing.
All the right reads from Bugera. And the difference when Bugera gets in versus the difference when Problem gets in, extremely apparent, Vicious. Extremely apparent. Just extremely difficult for him to deal with that. Bugera, he just has the reads. Pulling out the throws, getting the big punishes, big damage, and he goes 1-0 up here. And good 8 squad, absolutely cruising right now in this first set.
What needs to happen here for Problem X? I feel like the amount of aggression that he's had in back-to-back rounds was working out momentarily against Bugera, but I also feel like his defense wasn't too shoddy either. I think there was a lot of moments where he actually called out some of the movement against Bugera, utilizing that V shift. I just want to know, like, what else can you do to contain Bugera?
I mean, it's the same question we were asking yesterday, and just the awareness of the matchup is so good from Bugera. Look at this. The way he shifts out of position at -2 situations, just causing problems to whiff things that he doesn't want. Ooh. No confirm.
Look at the amount of damage. Although none of it is actually getting a clean hit, the amount of chip damage that racks up, the amount of gray life that adds up is so
Starting to implement the dashes now. He was doing that yesterday. Wow. An EX after a dash straight. Problem was overextending. That's so clever from Vicious.
Interruption. Oh.
Wow, was that on purpose? Everything working for Bugera. He knows Problem's going to overextend when he's at -2. So he went straight into an EX. Unbelievable choice. Oh, finally reads right. Can he
Watch
make
out
this
for the
count?
command grab.
Meaty connects. Is that
Figueroa
done?
got it.
Oh my
He's
God,
got it.
Problem's brought this round back. That's all it takes. Do not be deterred by moments of defensive genius from Pugera, because it only takes one mistake for Bison to get that train running.
And Problem's gonna store that in his memory, right? The last time Pugera had been stuck in that corner, he opted to jump, right? That could be really, really great fuel to the fire to implement now the command grab from V-Trigger 2.
Yeah, and he faked him out there as well with the fake Psycho Axe. Oh, don't press buttons.
Jesus.
3 roundhouses in a row.
So big grab. Don't do it again.
Oh, he wanted the V reversal. It didn't come. That's unsafe.
Oh,
man.
there's a time to activate trigger.
Reset.
It's right
Oh,
there.
look at the stun. Look at the stun.
He called out the V shift. It didn't stun though.
Oh my goodness. The stun is still high. V reversal
Nice
straight away from Problem.
work. Reducing the stun gauge on the other side.
Oh, he's got that CA as he's got that CA. He's going to spend it here. He's gonna. It's not going to kill.
Not gonna kill. It sets up really nicely
Side
for a
switch
back
too.
throw though. He tried it.
Oh,
and Problem X is
Problem
gonna
X
punish
is the
it. That's the one right there. Problem X having the right read, getting away from that throw range, and getting the appropriate punish.
That was a strange choice from Pugera. I mean, he gets genuine Oki off of that knockdown. Could have kept the pressure on. Chose to spend the CA, which gives him up the corner, allowing Problem the option to backdash. And Problem took advantage well. It was a throw attempt. Great play from him. It's 1 apiece. And already a bit closer than it was yesterday. Problem did register a game yesterday as well, though. Can he keep momentum this time around? Too close with those scissors. Well punished.
Problem X is going to be doing a lot of swiping. I feel like standing heavy punch is going to be deterring Pugera from movement, but it's all about the dash punches now.
Well, the dash punches are such a useful tool in this matchup. I mean, it's so hard to whiff them. And for Problem to stand in a position where it whiffs, he gives up a lot of his natural pressure as Bison. Ooh. Whereas on the flip side, the movement, wow, that worked out.
Changes it up between movement,
Oh my God,
pressure.
Problem really extending with these frames.
Exactly.
The dash is still always there. It's such a good option for Pugera. Gets himself the cornerback counter hit.
Oh my God.
Drops his combos. Oh, Problem just mashing buttons.
Twice over that Pugera dropped.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
There's the
get grip
install.
stop.
Bomb has been planted. The
Oh,
backdash
backdash was beautifully chosen.
out of there. No, you did not try to reset
No,
this man.
he actually tried that. That's going to cost him meter, and it's going to cost him the round.
Oh man.
Pugera baits out the CA. I mean, the one-time Problem's done that. He's got such a high hit rate with that. Historically,
Not looking
it wasn't the right
good.
choice that time.
Not looking good. Spending your meter in that fashion, fully blocked, anticipating the reset. I mean, the reset did come, but Pugera 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, all those EX, I mean, the bar's just gone now as well. Psycho Axe from quite far.
The
Good
backdash
Lord,
at the
are you
last second.
serious?
Are you kidding me?
Pugera, please. He used backdash
What
there like
kind
it was a
of
V-shift.
inhumane reaction was that?
Timing on that jump in, catches the backdash.
That was ridiculous. Plus frames after that, checking the low, making sure the movement is legit. Pugera sitting in place.
What was that crouch heavy buffered into,
I
Vicious?
don't
That
know,
looked
but
nasty.
that's terrifying. I don't want to know.
Nice. Oh, good timing on a jump. A rare jump from Problem pays off. No anti-air from Pugera. But he has a huge life lead here. Backdash is out, gets caught. Oh, gets gripped up, watch out. Problem didn't dash in. Good throw, base out of stand throw. He's weathered that activation really well. Problem's got to overextend now, and Pugera knows it very well. Doesn't be reversal. Doesn't be reversal again.
Looking for it.
He's watching out for the V-trigger cancel.
Looking for any
Oh,
meter
nice time
expenditure.
in. This is
Gets
looking
it.
good for Pugera. He gets himself 2-1 up here for Team Good 8. He's adjusted from game 2. And the uphill battle for Team Mouse and Problem X continues in this first set as he now has to find a way. I mean, this puzzle is
It's so hard to solve and hard to follow, to be quite honest with you.
Such a reliable choice. I mean, you saw UIU, what they were able to do with DCQ. I mean, imagine they had this problem against this level of boxer, but they got that knowledge, they got that experience. Problem not so much, and he's got to figure this out. He's got to figure out a strategy, or they will be 1-0 down here and facing an absolute mountain.
You saw an attempt at a counter hit. Problem X actually got stuffed by the initial dash punch. Plus frames here. Problem X slowly pushing Pugera to the corner, but more so for Chip, I think. You know, he's
Really?
not going to press the issue on offense. He's going to walk him down.
Really patient blocking from Pugera, I must say. Considering how much Problem is overextended,
That was
works
sick.
out.
Oh,
That doesn't
man.
help. That doesn't
So
help.
short-lived. Anti-air, just within range of the crouching heavy. He shift out of there, punish on the Psycho Axe.
That looked close. Oh, wow, just reshifting it worked out. That dash punch did not look safe. Buttons from Problem.
Ooh, and the armor from
my
Pugera.
goodness. It was always going to come. There was no chance Problem was going to wait and predict that. Pugera 1 step ahead. Good 8. first set point.
Full counter hit sequence. Bugera is in full control again, opting to go back and forth within ranges to possibly catch Problem X slipping on a counter hit, or at least slipping on the counter pokes. Oh, that could have been it. That could have been a lot.
Great play from Bugera, man. He's pulling away. Problem has more to do here. Oh, nice confirm on a target combo. I'm sensing and seeing some problems defense.
A little bit. Oh!
Works out. Perfectly timed Psycho Axe connects.
Activate off of the sweep.
So patient.
The interruption,
This time he's pressing buttons. He's not respecting the frames anymore. And he's at game point. Why not? That looked close. Wow, just
That was
walk
so
up and
close.
grips.
Back
Back
row.
row.
Are we going to get a side switch mix? V-shift out of there.
No
Oh,
punish.
you might be dead.
Oh, he didn't know when the bomb was. Buttons on wake up. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. But he gets sent to the corner. It's gets for game. He takes again. He takes
Another
again. No punish on the scissors. Problem staying alive here.
On the other side, plus frames, he respects
My goodness. Oh my goodness. Has to hold this heat. Oh my God. He wasn't ready for
dash.
that. I
And
can't
Problem
believe he
X
dashed.
stays alive.
I can't believe he dashed there.
Bugera shook to the core, could not stop a second dash. Problem X stays alive.
You can see the defense is a bit more shaky when there's no V-shift there. So good at defending against Bison pressure when the V-shift is there. It's really changed Bison's game. Had to hold that heat and did not see that dash coming. Problem stays alive, but it is still match point here, this first match for Bugera. And Team Good 8. Oh, big neutral
What a
jump for
jump.
Problem.
We haven't seen that until today, or just now.
It's so hard to do for Bison. His jump is so floaty. Whips out the EX, doesn't want Problem getting to game 2 here. Shifts out of there, catches him trying to run away.
All out.
Tiggs Pro looking good for Problem here. Tries to bait out the V-shift.
How many plus frames can you count? Bugera's just sitting there taking all of it.
Activates button from Problem. Ballsy choice. Oh, that
interruption.
connects. That's
It's
gonna
still
hurt.
grounded.
To the corner, to the corner. Big opportunity. He's gonna take the throw. He just
SIR?
jumps out.
Oh,
Oh,
he
stayed in
pressed the
front.
button.
Oh my God. Bugera has done it. He's got himself the victory, and the first match goes to Team Good 8. It was looking good for Problem there, close to tying it up 2-2. But the uphill battle continued, and he gets himself that result. Now the pressure is on them as they go to the home position to try and get 1-1. But man, that's a huge result for Team Japan.
And a very significant one. That was a blowout. 40 points for the side of Good 8 squad. And let's take a look at how it all went down. Bugera again. There's so many different levels of patience that he was going through, right? To counter the strategy of going against Problem X initially, throwing out some of these heavy punches, right? Even standing medium punches. He was buffering his way through it. Bugera spotted that out. He's like, you know what? I'm going to try to counter poke with my standing heavy punch. Then I'm going to switch it up with dash punches, as you saw as he progresses. But everything else outside of that initial game plan, man, he's so on point with it, right? He has the throw baits down pat. He had the anti-airs ready for him. Everything was just so smooth.
So good. I mean, his choices on offense were so good as well. Really put Problem in uncomfortable positions. I mean, you play Bison though, that's going to count. That's going to really, you're going to be tested on defense because your defensive options aren't great. Had moments like this, and you can see how, it just goes to show how important Bugera's incredible defensive consistency is, because in this round, he just made a couple of bad choices and he was dead. I mean, he's up against some serious threat here with Bison's power and momentum and hitting ability, but he was able to weather that storm, and when he got going, it was very difficult for Problem to read correctly.
I will say, if that critical art had landed off of the reset from Bugera, I think it would have been a different outcome.
Yeah,
I genuinely thought it would have been a different
Would've been
outcome.
huge. I mean, Bugera 100% hit rate on his EX reversals. Problem not able to get his one option of reversal being the CA. Didn't connect.
It's wild. You can see Kichipa in the background, who's smiling at this. He's like, yeah, I'm glad I don't have to face off against any of these guys, man.
No,
I feel the same way.
Seriously impressive. And he is that talisman. He is that reliable. Look at these free shifts. Even when they don't read at the right time, they're perfect against Psycho Axe.
And then you started to see some of the big ones, like the big counters against the V-shifts. You started to see Problem X really trying to put it together. It was just one game too late, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good start, of course, that V-shift on that EX low. But then Bugera just didn't use the EX low again. I mean, the respect he gave to Problem's reactions to just take that out of his game plan and still able to be playing ahead for most of that set.
Right.
Problem playing catch-up. Unfortunately, just a bit too much catching up to do on that occasion. And Bugera, the thorn in Team Mouse's, like Arsenal, the real problem for them is this puzzle continues to cause them problems as he gets himself another victory for Good 8.
For the most part, I would say Team Mouse Sports is still pretty much in the running, right? I mean, they have to switch up to the home side. I think they have a lot more power in their hands in regards to getting these counter picks going. Being able to liberally choose which matches will benefit you the most is obviously going to be what gives you a huge advantage. We saw Good 8 Squad pretty much take advantage of that. The first game going to them, but Mouz Sports, right? We still have whether or not Shax will be playing. That's something I really am interested in seeing, as well as where Bros is going to be put and whether or not it would be Problem X or the 4 fills going through it. But for the most part, I have my eye on Shax. I want to see what he's going to deliver to the table if he's going to.
If he's used, but I mean, the great situation they're in now is, I believe they're at home, so Japan will reveal their order first and Team Mouz can counterpick. Now, I don't think they've had that luxury against the Japanese team, but speaking to them prior to Street Fighter League and everything else, they felt that the counterpicking ability, and we saw it away from home, even though that was a 40-0, every set was a 2-1, every set was close. Actually, I think Broski might have lost 2-0. Like, they really have the ability to win either home or away against Japan. But the real question is, Pugera, can somebody stop Pugera?
I feel like it's going to be very difficult to do. And even if Pugera falls, you still have somebody like Dogura and like Gachikun throughout the whole thing. But overall, it's just been so tough to manage. We're going to see if that home field advantage really helps them out. So we're going to take a time to really thank everybody that's been a part of this journey of Street Fighter League, especially the ones that have been part of it, setting the things off in Japan. One of those partners being TAIYO Holdings for throwing it down for each and every season of Street Fighter League. So big ups to them, one of the biggest supporters of Street Fighter League. Huge thanks to TAIYO Holdings for being the prizing supporter for Street Fighter League World Championships. The electronic materials they help create are the backbone through which we get to explore our passion for Street Fighter. And through the support, they uplift everyone taking on challenges to realize a happy world in and out of the game. We are so happy to have them as part of the event and also just a part of the FGC in general, right? These guys have been throwing it down each and every time for Street Fighter League Japan, and now it's all on the big stage.
Absolutely vicious. Massive shout out to TAIYO, massive shout out to everyone that's made this Street Fighter League finals possible. I believe I have two of my favorite guys down there with the audience, Rob TV and Logan Sama. How's it going, guys?
Oh my goodness, everything is starting off with a bang. Right now, Good 8 Squad is looking just as advertised. Logan, it's looking a bit rough for Team Mouz.
Wow, you know what, they came back from yesterday and it started off so well yesterday, but today, going down 3 matches straight.
Yeah, that's a bit of a regression too, because yesterday, if you guys remember, the first 2 matches, they will always start off strong. They will win the first 2, and then it was just all of a sudden in that anchor spot where things will be rough. The tough thing is, at this point, there's a regression in the first 2 spots, and Pugera is still looking impossible to beat.
You got to say, you know, all credit to Good 8 Squad because they've come back. They haven't been resting on their laurels. They've looked even better than yesterday. You know, obviously fired up by that loss against UYU, and here they are definitely looking to earn that spot in the grand finals. They're looking very difficult. Pugera, we know how strong Pugera is, but he looks like he can see into the future. He is reading the hell out of Problem X out there.
The hard reads. My man blocks stand heavy kick, which is of course +3 or +300. This is Sparta. That's pretty much what that stand heavy kick is. And then he just goes crouch medium punch immediately after. You know he had a strong read. Well, I have a read that's not really that strong. It's not that deep of a prediction. It's pretty obvious. And that is that we have more amazing Capcom Cup action coming at you after this break.
You won't be disappointed. If these 2 don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You call, I answer. This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start clicking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last lid. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
my fellow hunters! You're going down! Here comes the pain!
Beautiful view at the beach of Santa Monica, but I'll tell you what, we're currently at the Avalon here in Los Angeles, but all the way through Southern California, you can expect this type of scenery. As beautiful as it is, I feel like it just doesn't match the type of intensity we're about to experience here at the Street Fighter League World Championships. Vicious back at it again with my boy F Word. Now, first and foremost, we still got so much more to go through. We had to switch it up from what we saw earlier. Mouz Sports, now in the home side. Good 8 squad with a dominant performance before the break, sitting on the disadvantage away side.
Agreed, and it doesn't matter how those first 2 games go. Let's see what order they've gone for. Okay, here is my Bison, here is my Dogura. Counter pick me if you can. I am the top performing player on Good 8 squad. So Dogura going first with Bison, Gachikun with Rashid, and of course, no surprises there for the anchor position. That puzzle continues to cause Team Mouz problems. And Broski has opted to play the Bison matchup on this occasion. It won't be 4 fills. They're avoiding that one. They're saving 4 fills maybe for another match. And he's going to be going up against Dogura with his Oro. Interesting choice there from Team Mouz. We saw him do pretty well against, I think it was Rashid yesterday. So what's the logic behind this one?
Well, I feel like they're just trying to re-emulate what had happened in Team Battle 2 and try to like get that type of success in the matchup. Now, Broski did a pretty good job against Dogura last encounter, taking it down 2-1. And I feel like they're still going to follow the same formula. Just kind of let you guys know if you had missed it yesterday. The 4 Phils have to face off against Gotchkun. Problem X faced off against Bulgaria in the anchor match. This is what they were talking about immediately after their matchups on Saturday. They're like, you know what, we want to try to get this exact matchup in our favor again and show them that we're ready for them. So we'll see if it does pay off or whether or not Dogura had changed up the strategy. We'll see. Broski versus Dogura, game 1. Mouse Sports versus Good 8 Squad.
And the only difference between the last 2 sets that they've lost, they go, don't press buttons. It is a phenomenal start from Dogura. Broski in trouble already. Needs to survive this if we can. Lots of neutral jumping. Got to watch out, he will head attack. Oh, no punish.
Oh, that's huge. That's going to be just fine for Broski.
Could have done way more damage there, does Broski. Gets himself a hit though. Some errors from both players here at the start. You're seeing the nerves, even for a team in such a strong position as Good 8 Squad, still feeling the heat a little bit. And not able to close out that round. Broski survives it. Now he's got the Tengu Stones and he's going to activate them. Excellent reversal. And catches him as well. Great choice. Baits out a reversal too.
Hella dead. Dogura absolutely ready on defense. If it's not one thing, it's another, I feel like, for Dogura.
Their reads on offense have just been a real difference maker in this set so far. You can just feel their opponent's intentions.
He has V-Skill 1 charged up currently. I think that's going to eliminate the process for Broski even trying to threaten with the Fireball game now, hence why they've been swinging at each other these last couple of seconds.
Nice confirmed there with the back fist. Back dashes off the Psycho Axe. Careful showing that card. Yeah, he saw that slightly late activation, pressed the button. They traded. It's a bit risky. Yeah, you do not jump on Oro. That always hurts. Goes in.
I feel like that's something he'll never try again, to be quite honest with you, because that is not worth the trade-off.
Nice confirm. Gets the corner. That was a great turning point. And the throw. He's got CA there. Got to be careful there, Broski. One more hit will do it. Look at the way he's turned this round around. Plus Brains looked for the V reversal. It didn't come.
Dogura just backing up just ever so slightly.
He knows he has to deal with it now. He has to deal with it now. One bar gone. And again.
And that's fine with him.
Oh, so smart. He's going to deal with it anyway. You have to hold this heat. You got no reversal. He's just going to throw. Tengu Stone, you've always got a chance. Gets out of there. Oh, Mr. didn't see the dash coming. He should have seen that dash coming, but he didn't. Broski able to close out. Such a scary V trigger.
It's so intimidating. You can't press a button. You have one normal, even if it's whipped, but 5 stones coming at you at full force from even further ranges. Now we get the forward throw. Dogura gets to initiate his offense. But we talked about the comeback factor before. The more you hit Oro, the sooner you'll get those stones.
That stun is very high. Gotta be careful. It gets a big opening. Really needed that. To the corner you go. Great use of that V skill and the activation time. Look for the V wrestle. Didn't come. Goes for a throw again. Dogura's got the stun really high here. Oh, head dog gets him out of there. Oh, what a fly. That's gonna hurt. Oh, he tried to back dash. That is a dead Bison. Oh my goodness, Broski with the read. Gets himself back into that set. Team Mouse, they need a rally and they need it big time. And if it's gonna happen, it needs to happen in this match.
That's so confusing, man. Even trying to defend against it. I even got smoked.
Yeah,
I thought there were still hits going on. I said the reset. I meant to say the overhead, but...
Delayed button when you got the stones there. I mean, there's a time you're not gonna press a button. It's when he's got those stones activated, right? Tried to backdash and got caught for it. Oh, nice empty jump.
I love that from Dogura. Making the proper
impatience from Broski trying to get going. Oh, wow, he went a bit wild there with that one. Tried to light DP, didn't pay off. What a response from Dogura. Looking for the perfect. Missed his throw, Tengu Stones. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. One reset. One reset. Oh, he baited it! He baited it! He's gonna get a CA! That is a dead! If he gets this right, that is a dead fight. No! No!
Wait a minute, Dogura's jumping too!
You're kidding me! You're kidding me! You've got to be kidding me!
Watch out for the slide activate!
Not like this! Oh my goodness, no!
Not like this!
And he's shown that card now. He showed him that he's baiting the V reversal mash. Sorry, the V shift mash.
Went from elation to deflation. Come on, man!
Wow, so unfortunate for Broski. So fortunate for Dogura. My goodness.
Could have gone either way.
I mean, these guys are definitely feeling the heat here. Good start here from Broski. Lands that cross counter. Big damage in corner carry. Oh, where are you going? He wasn't ready for the jump in. He's trying to end it. Could have confirmed that would have been it. Broski's leaving his man alive. That could have cost him.
You still get it?
Oh my goodness. Lands the EX. Gonna activate now. Back dashes out. The delayed jump back pays off for Broski. Lands a knockdown. Dogura covers all that corner carry. Looking to get this round back in his favor. Don't do that to me, says Broski. Oh, where you going?
Shit, I'm down.
Ah, Broski. He's back in his set. He's trying to get Team Mouse back into it, and Dogura feeling the heat now.
So if Dogura wins that round, are you gonna do the diggity Dogura?
Yeah, come on, man. That's my guy. That's Dogura, baby.
All right. I'll hold you to it. Either way, Broski, phenomenal thus far. So much needed down below, but Dogura, this is gonna be just fine for all right. The amount of times you hit him.
Oh, get caught low. Get schmixed. That wasn't plus, yeah. No, he knew. But get caught. This is bad. It seems like Broski's getting stronger as the set goes on. Dogura needs a response. Needs to slow this momentum down. Builds the B skills up. Nice catch. He's going to get an Oki here. Activation. Is he going to grab him? Oh, he tried to bait it out. Didn't come. The jump in. So ready with that jab as that jump in whiff.
Fireball as well. Currently in place. Dogura still trying to pursue.
Got to be careful giving him that meter as well. Tengu's
Nice side. Ready for the fireball.
Jumps out. Spends up meter. So there's no Tengu stones now. What a choice from Broski.
He might have enough vitality left to do it. But it's so dicey still.
Free trigger's gone now, but he's giving up the corner. Got to be careful.
Nope, not again.
Let's jump again. Scissors. Guess for it. 1-1. Oh, he did it.
He
Tengu
did it.
stones.
He wanted it.
He's out there.
But it's Activation City.
He's going to activate on whiff.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, Dogura? He's coming. He's got the pavement with him.
Oh, great trade. What a genius button to press from that distance from Dogura. I mean, you can smell the fear from a mile away.
Oh, that's what that smell is. I see.
Oh, my goodness. You can see him just stuttering away, and what a great button to press to get that trade. Just needed the one hit. Needed to be ready for the jump in. And he got it. So, one apiece. Great adjustment from Dogura. He's back in this game.
We've seen how much damage an anti-air can deal out from Toro, so I do love the empty jump options coming in from Dogura. A lot more often than not, because he's already got, what, like 3 big openers against Broski that way.
Nice surprise dash. And that axe. Oh, catches him trying to run away. It's a great start to the round here from Dogura. Oh, man, he's missing his button. Fortunately for him, it was a back throw. Needs to get that stun back. Great check. This is guess for the round, and he's gonna get it. Dogura just kept the momentum going despite the error in the corner, able to close it out, and diggity doggy, Dogura opens up himself a game point. Broski with it all to do. Mouse could be heading into a terrible position here. Already one set down, one match down, sorry.
Now what are you supposed to do if you're Broski? Or medium punch again, getting checked once more. Forward throw for Dogura. But there, fireball as the approach for Broski. Dogura just backdashing away to safety. Anti-air there, jumping heavy punch. Absolutely ready.
Oh, that
right
works.
past the fireball.
Look at this corner and life lead. Yeah, he's trying to get himself that V-trigger. He knows, he knows.
He tried to go for the activation. Dogura with the counter punch, forward
this is
throw.
it. He needs Tengu
one
stones
more
desperately.
situation to deal with. It is the Tengu.
Good block. Dogura needs to do the same thing he did that last game. Oh, guess what? Trying to jump though. That's gonna hurt. And he's gonna get corner carry. Not much Tengu left though.
That's not gonna be too bad actually if you're Dogura. Just one touch away. So much.
Oh, that was a gutsy
lead.
choice. Oh, the jump in. Catches him out. Oh, it's traded. It's not gonna be enough. And Dogura, the ever reliable, ever consistent performer for Good 8, increases that win percentage yet again and gets his team another victory. They go 10 points up in this second match.
And that's the type of playstyle we've seen like week in, week out from Dogura. As soon as he maintains, or as soon as he establishes the life lead, he will sit so far back and just wait for any type of errors. When he gets metered, then he'll initiate his offense. But it's so frustrating and so tempting to even try to approach against the way that he plays his Bison. We see how many errors just like that, right? We get a big whiff punish, and now the offense, the amount of damage, but it's, I feel like that's something Broski is not afraid of either way, because it does allow him to get this trigger, but for the most part, Dogura has been so on point, both on offense and defense.
I mean, the respect he had for Tengu Stone is so impressive, and I must say, in general, that second game, to clutch that out and bring it to 1-1 was so vital. I mean, Broski was dominating at that point. Oh. And that was a surprise he got away with that dash. He just wasn't ready for it. Stone's putting the fear in his heart, and Broski was looking good for the money. The crowd loving it.
Even at the Dogura seal of approval, he was nodding his head. He was nodding his head at that.
He didn't, this was the kill, right? Yeah, this was the kill. I mean,
there was an instance where he
had the CA,
dropped
right?
a very significant
I'm not
CA.
sure. I'm not sure how much it counted for. I think he was already won that round. This is it, right? Did he win that round in the end anyway? No, I think he lost this round. Massive
There were
drop.
some really
Yeah,
significant errors
lost
on the
that
way
round.
through, and I feel like Dogura also was dropping his moments where he could have got a punish, but for the most part, Broski cleaned it up as much as he could, and it was, you could see everybody stressing out at first, and it's like, okay, we'll take that. But talking about the match
trade.
again,
Great
his
trade.
defense against the Tengusun has been
So
phenomenal,
good,
right?
so
He's
good.
keeping his space and also willing to throw out some of the normals after to kind of try to get Broski to fall for it. It was amazing.
And even on this occasion, he'd weathered so much Tengu Stone there wasn't any left. So actually that damage, as big as it was, not as significant. And this re-reversal, absolutely vital. Sticks the Psycho Blast on the screen. Dogura just played incredibly well, man. You can see why he is the most consistent performer on this team. He utilizes that character to such incredible effect. And his decision-making in terrible situations is just brilliant. And you could see that Broski, even when he had the momentum, it wasn't enough. Dogura, with the experience, with the mindset to bring it back 10-0. Away from home this time for Team Japan for Good 8 Squad.
So what happens now? Do you try to switch up the strategy from what you had in mind the other day, or do you continue to send it with the 4 fills? It's actually going to be Problem X versus Gachiku. Okay.
Wait. So they're gonna go with someone else for the anchor match against Pugera, which I think, looking at the way things have gone, I get it, but who is that option on the team? Will it be Shax? I mean, will it be 4 fills?
That's hard to guess.
It's a really big bet here, and we have Problem X taking on Gachiku. We saw this yesterday, and it was a very convincing win for Problem. Can he do it again here? Gachiku will have definitely taken a ton of data from that loss and look to get himself in a great position. What you don't want here, if you're Team Mouse, you don't want to put your team in a position where they need a tiebreak, right? You don't want to be 20-0 down. You want to put as little pressure on your anchor man as possible. So this is actually a very important game.
Have we had, I don't believe we've had Problem X face-off against Gachiku.
Was it Oil King that he annihilated?
Yeah, that was a different story. That was definitely Oil King, I think, that he went up against. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think this will be the first time that they will be engaging against each other in this format. So.
Well, I think Gachiku was always going to get Problem X based on their history, you know, based on what he's seen him
yeah.
I mean, Problem's got a decent record against Gachiku, so it's a wise choice. It makes sense, but it's a 2 out of 3 game. You know, anything could happen. And Gachiku, one of the best players in the world, arguably the best Rashid in the world. I don't think there is a hard counter pick for this guy. So we'll see if he can do it here with Alex. It was Dictator that he had this success with before.
It's going to be the Alex this time around. We're going to see if this pays off. Now, I like the kind of normals that Alex presents in this matchup. It's a lot of mid-range control, and if he wants to further that extension, or further those normals, he does have the big boot off of Roundhouse.
Round 1.
Even crouching medium kick, right?
And yeah, I was about to say chop as well. Looking to whiff punish there was Gachiku. Gets away with that first jump in. Problem tries to backdash straight away. Twice this time, actually. Second one gets him away with it.
There we go. We do get the trade-off for Problem X.
Yeah, I wouldn't implement too much of a jump-in strategy here from Gachiku. But he seems to be implementing that early. Nice neutral jump. Gets the pressure going.
Could be setting him up for an eagle spike later down the line, right?
Problem showing a lot of activity on block here. Gachiku will be registering that. Needs to be careful. He skills up. Oh, could have confirmed that. Was that too far, maybe? Yeah, crouching. Good awareness there from Problem. Gachiku with a nice life lead. Stand medium, used to great effect. Has Problem close to the corner.
What are you supposed to do about this? The heavy punch also swinging from the side.
Big whiff.
Problem X, the big boot.
Oh, tries to bet it all with that EX. Doesn't pay off. Backdashes again on Wake Up. Very active in his first round. Okay, gets knocked out. Confirm. Oh, he tried to catch
so
that.
Smart, right?
Problem was looking for some kind of delayed response. It was a backdash. I mean, you could argue he was looking for the backdash, but that animation on Rashid's backdash just a bit too strong for that button. Great play from Gachiku. First round registered.
Whirlwind shot still trying to check Problem X. One of the biggest things about Alex, too, again, despite having such powerhouse normals, he still has a hard time against projectiles without meter.
The one attempt to V-skill up, absolutely ready for it. Snuffed it out. Nice whiff punish.
Tuck him in.
Get gripped.
That's one. The big boot gets whiffed. Again, Gachiku not actually going for the trigger this time.
Good punish. He wants to keep the CA.
There it is. That's what he wants it for. The reset.
Oh,
Same
the
side.
throw. This
Forward
gets
throw.
the game. Just jumps this Problem. The delayed jump back.
Big boot from Big Ben. Here comes Problem X. If he lands a significant hit, boy, it's going to be a lot of damage.
Nice delay. That's it. That's all it takes.
Critical art to finish it off. That's game 1.
Yeah, this active defense from Problem not paying off. Gachiku has snuffed it out.
And it's been medium kick majority of the time, right? He's forcing Problem X in these awkward scenarios where the normals are barely whiffing, whether it be like medium kick, the big boot roundhouse. Gachiku is trying to answer for all of them.
Yeah, no, he's been impeccable up close, man. Problem just trying to get out of those scenarios and has not been able to. And Gachikun has started this very well. Looks very solid. Looking to get his team 20-0 up here. Problem gets the knockdown early. V-shift straight away, goes for the V-break, wasn't ready for that. And punishes the V-skill again. Gachikun on fire. Misses his meaty though, commentator's curse.
Talking about those medium normals from both ends, actually, you're getting a lot of mileage from both.
Oh, beautiful whip punish, Gachikun, please.
The flash chop just not reaching the right mark that Problem X is expecting.
Oh, nice
The
check.
whirlwind shot just outside of range, okay.
Sweep activate. Gets the throw, has to hold this pressure. Buttons again, Problem sticking to his head. Oh, what happened? Oh, and the jump as well, he knew. What awareness from Gachikun. Oh, don't roll into nothing. Is he going to get a CA? No. Wants to kill it without it. Going towards game point here. Problem holding a lot of pressure. He's going to chip him out. What a sequence from Gachikun. Your former Capcom Cup champion living to his reputation here. Absolutely mauling Problem in the corner there.
That was nothing but confidence, right? Gachikun opted not to spend the meter from that confirm from the last sequence he had. He's like, you know what? If you're going to sit here and take this, I'm going to go ahead and cash out now.
Problem needs momentum. He needs it early. He needs it now.
He's getting it right now. You asked, he shall deliver. The Fearverse was out of there.
No
Hey, we'll take that.
Wants to keep the plus frames. Gachikun defending well. He knows he just needs his moment here. He's lost a lot of health here with this Problem momentum, but this round is far from over.
A little tricky to check on the dashes against
There he is. That's all he needs. A reckless dash from Problem gets punished. Safe jump. Oh, it hits. What was Problem trying there? Look at the stun racking up.
Oh, no.
This could be it. He'll get CA soon.
One more sequence.
The reversal is so important that that was blocked. And reversals again. Counter hit. One more hit will do it.
Plus frames after that.
Oh, through too early. And again, Problem not jumping. He's out of there. Chases him down. Burn from Problem. Oh my goodness. Gachikun with so much pressure.
I still can't believe that actually hit all the way through after that stand jab for Problem X.
To make the right calls there in the end was Problem. But Gachikun's pressure absolutely electrifying. So frightening.
See a difference in pace here using the slash elbow just a little bit more from Problem X in neutral.
Takes
Not
the
relying on
throw.
some of the normals. Oh, there we go. Crouching medium punch again.
Oh, finally gets away. Oh, and he uses the charge up. He take the throw. Great choice from Gachikun. Huge damage on that V-shift punish if he went for some kind of escape. Or a shimmy.
There it is. Finally finding the flash chops going past the projectile. Here we
Great
go.
activation. To the corner we go. This is where he gets a lot of mileage.
Anti-air. Oh, yeah, the dive bomb out of there.
That's that punish. Counter hit as well. Look at the way he keeps the momentum one corner to the other. This could be it. Problem's got to get right here. He's out of there.
Stops out of there. That's fine. No target hit. It's going to be totally...
Oh, Gachikun keeping the pressure on. Trying to close this out. Problem blocking it out.
Don't get crush counter, Gachikun. That's all I'm asking for. Because if he does there was an attempt for Problem X off with a big boot.
Oh, he's got that V-trigger now. But Gachikun's got to be careful. But he's got the meter to set another plus frame scenario. Oh. Right, this is out of there.
35 seconds on the clock.
Game point here, Gachikun. Oh, that was it. Maybe too far. Woohoo! Big damage incoming. One more bet will do it.
Oh!
He did that. Wake up.
Oh, he
No,
tried
he
to
tried.
dash in. He
He's not
tried to
gonna have
stick
it.
a throw, maybe a power bomb if need be, but there was hope there from Problem X trying to dash up. Gachikun still 1000% ready with the check.
What a choice there from Problem with the stun gun. Of course, escaping the throw. And then Gachikun, the awareness, the presence of mind, the anticipation to check that dash. And it is an absolute insurmountable mountain to climb. Well, not insurmountable, nothing's impossible, Vicious. But what a humongous mountain Mouse have to climb now. They are 40-0 down in terms of points. I mean, if you include the other game as well, even more so. They're now up against the anchor that they've not been able to find an answer for so far this weekend. And they need to turn this all the way around. It is set game here for Good 8 squad.
The only thing is, right, in consideration of the points, it only really matters as to whether or not they go for a sudden death, right? I think there is a potential here. You're looking at it right now, 20 points on the side of Good 8 squad, but it still leaves us the anchor match between the two Titans, right? Mouse Sports can still clutch out their way with a 20-point game here in the anchor spot, as well as taking down the extra game. There is still a possibility for Mouse to get themselves into another standoff with Good 8 squad. But looking into it, the biggest question that we had ourselves, even prior to the stream even starting, who is going to be the anchor for Mouse Sports? In consideration, you have Pugero, who's been on a complete tear against every single team thus far. What are you supposed to do?
I actually don't like that matchup for Volk as well. I mean, from what I've seen of it, I know I know Four Fields knows it well, but man, what a huge ask of Shaxx right now if it's going to be Shaxx.
And he hasn't really, I feel like he hasn't really warmed up. He's
not
played
warmed up.
downstairs. I haven't seen him play
Big
thus
stage,
far, but
audience
he's
here,
been playing.
massive crowd to just come up. Will it be him? Will it be Four Fields? It is going to be Shaxx with Laura. What a bold move here from Good 8 Squad. 3 sets in, we finally get to see Shaxx from the UK representing that Laura to try and counterpick Pugera. Now, it's a character that you don't get enough of in Japan, right? And it's a character that's often overlooked there as well. But they've had tons of history facing this character as well. There's nothing to say he won't be aware of the matchup. He'll know it inside out. But this is historically an uphill matchup for Boxer.
We've talked about Pugera a ton, but tell me a little bit more about your boy Shaxx. Now, he's had plenty of experience in a team format setting, but for the most part, throughout the entirety of Street Fighter League EU, he's done pretty well for himself. Looking at his win record, right, he's had a couple of moments where he's gone between Karen as well as Laura. And I think there was a third character he had utilized.
Yeah, I only remember Cammy and Luke. Yeah, Cammy, Luke, and Laura.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I thought it was Karen for some reason. But yeah,
no,
Cammy,
Luke, and Laura.
I see.
He used. Those are his characters. He doesn't really have a main. If there's any weakness of Shaxx, it's the fact that he doesn't really have a complete mastering of any character. But if there is one that I would say he is his most complete, he's had his most success with, it 100% has to be Laura. And I love the faith that Team Mouse are putting in him right now to just go for the hard counter pick against Pugera. The guy's causing them so much problems. Can he get this to a tie-break situation where they have to then, they'll have home advantage as well for Good 8 to reveal their team player. But I mean, it's a big ask. We'll see what happens here. Everything rests on the shoulders of Shaxx for Team Mouse, for Team UK, for Team EU to stay in the tournament. But if Pugera does what he's been doing all weekend, Vicious, this will be the end of the road for Mouse Esports.
I feel like throughout the entirety of this week, man, this guy's been non-stop playing.
Oh, he's been incredible. He's been incredible.
All things considered, taking a look at both teams again, this is a do-or-die scenario here for Team Mouse. If Pugera happens to take it down for Good 8 Squad, they'll be moving on to face off against the #1 seed, the Team US representatives, UIU.
Feel no pressure here, Shaxx. What a time to be given your opportunity to represent Mouse. And you know what, when you look at it on paper, this is the pick, man. You have a Laura in your arsenal. There's a Boxer causing you a ton of problems. Of course, you'd love this to be for the set. Unfortunately, a win here only gets them a tiebreaker, but it keeps them alive. If there is a time, now
I wouldn't even want to face off against any of these players yet again in a sudden death scenario either. So even getting this W, a slight moment of relief, but then the real pressure starts, right?
Well, it's a new matchup for Laura as well. I mean, we've seen Idon be quite vocal about the V-Shift system. It's one that the Command Grad characters aren't too crazy about. But for me, if there's one character that shouldn't complain too much about the V-Shift system, it's Laura, because she has one of the easiest and most damaging punishes on predictable V-Shift play. So has to be careful here where he throws that out, does Pugera, and make those defensive choices accordingly. Here we go. Shakazu up against Pugera in this. Why are you looking at that, bro?
How do you say it?
Shakazu.
Okay, gotcha. I'm trying to add it to my English arsenal.
Shout out Damascus, man. That's the Japanese pronunciation. Beautiful awareness there, straight away with the data. I saw him whip out his phone.
Don't ever change, man.
I saw him whip out his phone before this match started.
Here we go. What potentially could be the final game for Good 8 Squad and Mouse. We'll see how it plays out. Pugera trying to get past the thunderclap, no search. Shaxx shining through, does get the command grab, forward fierce.
Nice.
Pugera now.
Be careful whiffing that shoulder up close. Missed this sweep that time. V-shifts out of there. Roundhouse connects. Shaxx takes the throw. Oh, that back dash has been so good. Looking to activate his Shaxx. There's that back dash again.
Ridiculous.
He's just ready. He's looking for that whiff punish every time. Playing the game at his pace. Shaxx sticks out a meter. Gets him some ground. Gets dash punched in the process. Gets whiff punish. Pugera brick wall defense. There just isn't a way past this beast.
He is a flying fortress. This guy is everywhere and at all times. He's just been dashing in and out of a lot of the ranges that Shaxx wants to play at. But his defense, remarkable defense, checking the dashes yet again, and now it's all Pugera on offense. Not charging it up. He tried to go
that
for a
twice
smash
now. Yeah,
upper.
he's tried that twice.
Backing away from the thunderclap.
What a button choice.
All the way down,
Interesting. It looked like it was specifically for that. Catches him low. Shaxx gets an opening, though.
There we go. Party starter.
We know it
Set him
doesn't take
down,
much.
side switch. Excellent
Well
tech.
teched.
Pugera
Oh,
with
he
the V
went committed to
reversal.
the
So
overhead.
smart.
There's that trade he was
There
looking
it
for.
is.
Be careful with that, Shaxx. Has the corner. Can he make it count? Gets away with that dash. Punishes that. Should have been heavy punch. Oh, he gets the
Oh,
grits.
it's not
One
dead.
more bet. CA's there.
Watch out for the overhead. Don't risk it. Don't risk it.
No, you
There we
V-ship.
go.
You cannot on her. Such an easy answer for Laura. The heavy connects. He's back in this round.
You weren't kidding either.
Dude, it's ridiculous. The one
Actually,
character
just-
that really shouldn't complain about V-shift for me. Oh, baits out that V-skill. V-shift's out of there.
Oh, wait a
He must
minute.
have got that. He must have got that. Oh, Shax baits it out.
You
Bad
know-
choice from Bugera. Has to hold this heat.
I feel like that was a massive input error from Garrett because he was definitely shaking his
Buttons on
head.
wake up.
Are you dead? Are you dead? No.
Shax, get up. He's still in this text again. Shax is just pressing buttons. He's so active. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't
He
work.
tried to KKB past one of the slowest projectiles. It absolutely does not work. We're seeing a little bit of
Surely he knows that.
familiarity. I would assume so, but he went for it anyway.
Yeah, I thought it was an EX screw up. That's one I've seen the boxers go to.
Yes.
But no, V-skill's not the answer. That's why the matchup's such. Oh my goodness. Shax starting off with a command dash into. I mean, they're seriously counter picking the hell out of him right now.
Anti-air? Yes, sir. Absolutely ready for that.
Bugera's holding this pressure.
Bugera again.
Oh my god, the button again from Shax.
And this is the kind of momentum we like to see.
Nice
Shax
down
now
throw.
slowly feeling it. He's getting Bugera stuck in this corner.
Such
Dash
good
punch
defense.
finds the
Yeah.
mark.
Oh my goodness, I cursed him. Oh, is he dead? Yes, he is. Shax is going to town on Bugera right now. Talk about exploiting a bad matchup. Bugera needs to adjust his defense. I mean, he's doing so well for long periods of time, but he's not getting out of the sequences. Nice trade.
Might have good 8 squad,
unblockable, he is
absolutely
low.
sweating. Shax has been the beacon of light here of hope for Mouse Sports. Now Bugera charging down with the dash punch yet again.
Nice, stun racking up here. Buttons though. Oh, that's gonna connect, he confirms.
Oh my god,
Oh,
the
he
tech.
teched it. Nice
the
trade, I
trade.
love it. He's ready for it now, and he catches him approaching.
Interruption.
Tries to back dash out. Shax desperately wants to
Oh
activate.
no.
He does exactly that.
It's
Oh,
party
man,
time.
connects.
It's party time. You gotta hold
The delay.
this. What's the defense like? V-shift
Oh,
out
too
of
far,
there.
too far. Nice
Ooh.
dash punch. Great defense from Bugera, but my goodness, is that scary when she gets going against Boxer. Great play. Bugera stays alive here. Doesn't want Shax to get into a 2-0 lead here. That's not what you want to be dealing with in this scenario. Tick throw. Yeah, that's the meat. It's perfectly timed.
Man, can't check the dashes in time.
Nice defense from Bugera. He's ready for that turn though, and he gets grip stop. EX, and again.
Pressure. He's
plus
spending a
the
lot of
pluser.
meter for this
yeah,
pressure.
he is, and he's not got much out of that as well. Bugera gets his party started now. Catch him trying to run away. Nice button from Bugera. Good awareness. He's negative there. Presses buttons to Shax, it hit. He finally takes it.
Oh, the overhead off the
Big damage
KKB.
to the corner.
The damage.
This
One
is
more
gets- this
sequence
gets
for
Bugera.
Bugera.
Oh, trying to bet a stand throw, doesn't confirm.
Anti-air is there.
Bad
He's in the
anti-air.
mix. He's in the mix.
Oh, he
Bugera
didn't just
pressed
do
the
that.
button.
He didn't
pressed
just
the button
press the
on the way
button.
down.
pressed the
That was supposed to be his turn to guess, but Shax
pressed the button.
unable to secure it with that meaty. That was way scarier for Bugera than it should have been
For Shax. I mean, active frames on that stat medium, like no V reversal available. Just go for the meaty. What was Shax thinking? But Bugera, I mean, how scary must that be?
I gotta say that had to be maybe like a command grab coming in from Shax.
Maybe. I mean, didn't get the perfect time meaty on it, and he went for the command dash behind, which gives him less plus pressure than the dash would have been. He wanted the corner, of course, understandably, but he was still plus after that.
Yeah,
Definitely
he
still
sure
plus.
was. He definitely was.
Great play from Bugera. I mean, you've got to be absolutely terrified as that anti-air connects and she activates, and you've got no health left, no V reversal, no meter, and this guy just lands and does standing short. Yo, respect Bugera. This guy's a beast. And
I don't know if you know, he took the headset off immediately to talk to his teammates about that. He's like, yo, man, I don't know about this. Like, I'm not, despite winning that game, I know I shouldn't have pressed buttons in that scenario, but I'm going to need some help. I'm going to need some help.
Shax trying to keep his team alive here. They've gone for the hard counter pick with Laura, and Bugera taking some time here to discuss with his team. I think Shax is also talking to his team as well to think about this. I mean, so much at stake here. It's a mountain to climb. I mean, they're a set down. They're 20 points down here. This will only get them a tiebreak, but they're still alive, Vicious. They're still very much alive as a
Without a
team.
doubt. And I love the kind of pressure and offense that Shax is putting on. It really shows me that he's willing to duke it out with the best. I mean, like, obviously he is, right? It's the world stage. Of course you're going to go offensive, but I think there's a lot to be said in regards to how Bugera has shown a little shakiness. I feel like we've seen him as one of the toughest competitors to
Dude,
beat. He's looking
only
immaculate.
human in this
He has
matchup, though.
one of the best win records thus far in group stage, as well as the World Championships of Street Fighter League. But Shaxx, I feel like, is the only one to make him look human.
Yes, yes. Well, it took a bad matchup, and it is still, you know, historically a pretty tough matchup. And I'm not sure how, like I said, I'm not sure how much experience he has in this match. The fact he tried to V-skill through the thunderclap.
He tried to KKB, tried to KKB past the fireball.
That's never been an answer. So the awareness isn't there, but he is still Pulguera. He is still incredibly composed and so good at predicting his opponent's offense. He was letting Shaxx get away with a ton of dashes early on, started checking them there, was able to close that out. And that moment at the end, I mean, if you had to put money on that moment at the end, anti-air activate, dude,
I thought
I'm
it was
putting my
gonna
money
be
on Laura all day there,
towards
buddy.
Shaxx, I would have immediately put my paycheck on that. I was like, yeah, he's going to medium. That's going to be death. If Pulguera presses the button, he's dead. But it was quite the adverse effect. It was like, what had just happened? As commentators, we've been seeing these kind of scenarios all day. And it's like, you know, more often than not, you can't press a button here. Doesn't matter which side. You have to guess.
Yes,
But he
exactly.
still pressed the button.
Exactly. Great play, man, from Shaxx. He's arrived. He's looked a bit shaky the first round. He's getting more comfortable now, and some time being taken here just to confer between the two teams as the strategies and approaches. Pulguera doesn't have a sub, as far as I'm aware. He's always playing boxer. It's not a matchup he usually has to worry about.
If he pulls
so
out
why
a
need a
Buki,
sub?
that would be actually kind of wild.
I mean,
like what, seasons 1, 2, and 3 of Buki, possibly?
His Ibuki was always good, but the level he got to with boxer, man, I can't see that happening. But hey, you might have a point. Ibuki doesn't do too bad against Laura. I've seen that go back and forth. So,
I wouldn't want to see it, to be honest with
no?
you. I mean, he's put so much time into this character. He's faced off against so many different matches, but you do have a valid point. I think I don't really get to see that kind of practice against Laura's out in Japan, inside of the league, outside of the league, World Warrior events, what have you. Not even on streams do I see them. Like most of the time, a lot of these guys would stream their practice sessions. They would hold casual matches, battle lounges, what have you, and I rarely ever get to see that Laura.
Yeah, I mean, Shaxx himself has really been playing a lot more Luke and even Cammy than he has Laura, but it's great to see that the Laura's still polished enough to whip out when they need it the most. And you just got to wonder if this does go Team Mouse's way. Had they gone to this option earlier, would it have been beneficial for them? Because they had home advantage the first time they played Team Japan. And they didn't whip this out when they saw Pulguera, but now they have. Not done yet, but already looking way more uphill for Pulguera than anything we've seen so far. Having said that, whatever the hell they're talking about now, with their strategy and their experience, this could go completely their way if they figure something out in this matchup.
You know, we've talked about possibly getting a different pick from the side of Pulguera. I mean, he did win, but looking into it, we talked about Shaxx's other characters. If he pulls out the Luke, I feel like that'll be a little bit dangerous.
No, I wouldn't change characters now if I was Shaxx. I mean,
he did just fine.
I mean, he literally, if he's just done stand medium punch there, he's won that. That's done. That's 2-1, you know? So whatever he tried to do, probably like you said, maybe a meaty command grab, wasn't the right choice. And Pulguera's done the right thing by checking your meaties. I'm going to check your timing on this.
And that was just one time that's ever happened in that.
It's a very unique situation as well. How many times are you going to train that situation? Like, characters a specific height in the air, going to land in a very specific frame for you to press the button. I mean, you can see it, but doing it's another thing. So great play from Pulguera to win that. But if you're Shaxx, you stay with Laura.
Like, the instinct and the courage, combine both to get that situation in your favor.
No changes.
Here we go. Into the next one. Already swinging, and I love that, just staying within range of the thunderclap, right? If he was further out, that thunderclap would be such a menace moving on into the neutral.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
I mean, she can play outside that range too, baby. Oh, again, he's checking those frames. Loads of buttons there from Pulguera. Shaxx has got to change it up. That's going to hurt. Catching him pressing buttons again.
The other side is going to be great for Shaxx. The reversal don't get got. Command grabs. Could do it again.
Nice timing on that reversal.
Lost frames. The trade-off for Shaxx.
Oh, Shaxx pressing buttons there. One more hit will do.
Dear Lord.
Oh.
He gets the charge of the thunderclap from further out.
Trade. Oh, that doesn't work, bro. That doesn't work, bro. Good Lord, why do more people not play this character? Plus infinity, reset from the air, and she still gets a combo. I mean, that was great reactions from Pulguera with the jab, but what was that from Shaxx? Great spatial awareness there from Pulguera, getting right out of that thunderclap range.
Man, and he's swinging. He has been counter-poking, what, like 3 times over? Shaxx had nothing for him, though.
Nice.
He's revolving a lot of his offense around the thunderclap, and Pulguera has been ready for it.
Beautiful
What,
timing.
now? Do it again. I dare you.
This link. Another great start to the round for Pulguera. Has to weather the storm with that activation if it comes, though. Crouch medium connects. There's that dash again. Oh, wow, that was gutsy. Oh.
Pulguera. He has to let that thunderclap rock. The overhead block.
Oh, don't press buttons. Shax has a great scenario here.
Don't get command grab. Pugera's just sitting still.
Pugera's so- oh!
The KKB. Oh,
No,
he
it's dropped.
dropped it.
It's negative. Shax is going to take his turn back. Yes, he is. That's going to be a dead Pugera. It's all going wrong. We've not seen these kind of errors from Pugera the whole time. It's the first time we're seeing the wall start to crack.
Looking a little shaky.
He had the kill there. He had the crouch fist, the overhead connecting. I think he would have built an EX bar as well. Maybe even killed, man. The damage to come from that. Unbelievable drop from Pugera. Unbelievable drop.
Off of that, KKB, he got the reset, he got the overhead, and just absolutely dropped it. That was something we didn't expect to happen. And then immediately after, Shax, like, you know what, I'll take it. Another game in his favor, Team Mouz. Gotta be sweating bullets at this point.
Round 1.
Shax puts his team ahead in a set. Ooh. In an anchor match for the first time. It's the first time they've registered 2 games in an anchor match.
What an interruption against the Thunderclap. You saw it right there, crouching medium punch to stuff out the startup. Now it's just a matter of control. Tried to swing, tried to punish.
Wow, dash up fierce, good lord. Yes, he checks it this time. Nice escape there from Pugera. That stack short, so good, get gripped up.
Then we get the interruption.
Look at that
Nice
patient
work.
blocking. And the back row. Goes for the meaty. Shax has got to be careful here. Has to respect this V-trigger. Ooh, looking to activate. There's the delays again. Oh, the timing. Activation coming. Has to guess here. Has to guess again. Oh, where you going? You have to guess right about 2,500 times. Didn't have the resources to weather that storm, and Shax goes into anchor match point.
Shax, where you been at, mate?
Ooh.
Been here the whole time. Oh boy, again another interruption. Pugera has been in that moment more often than not in this set, stopping out the Thunderclap, but there's been a lot of intimidation from Shax. He's still throwing it out at unsafe range.
Big
Speaking of
what
unsafe,
a block, the one time. This is a great turnaround from Pugera. Look at this. The dash into the crowd standing short, and he gets himself back into this game. Good 8, still in this. Looking to get themselves to set point. If he can win this game, they can get themselves in a position to one more game away to win the entire set. You must be watching this with keen anticipation. Oh, drops his button there to Shax.
that's a very meaty dash, but he's still able to get forward without a trade.
Yeah. I mean, Shax is, he just refuses to be conditioned. Oh.
The Thunderclap, he tried to interrupt it, but it was off of a low medium kick.
This is such good defense from Pugera. Dealt with that pressure really well. Shax gets
Command grab, that's one. Dash up,
The
EX,
EX,
command
that's what
grab
we've
instead.
seen.
He could go for it again.
No, he isn't doing that.
He's
Shax,
gonna do
are
it
you
again.
kidding me? Oh,
no,
still
he's
alive.
not. He tried it.
No punish.
No punish from Pugera.
No punish again.
He's
Pugera
swinging.
V reversal from Shax. He hasn't close to the corner. Pugera needs a miracle now.
Plus
V reversal from Shax.
reversal, no mix-up city here. Shax just one touch
Oh
away.
my goodness. Looking for the cross counter. Shax blocking out. Pugera fighting well from the corner. One more hit will do it. Gets the counter hit.
Oh, the
Overhead
block on the
block.
overhead!
He's done
Pugera
it.
tries
He's
to
done
sink
it.
one in there, but it's Shax with the defense and the punish. Team Mouz stays alive.
They're alive. They're alive. Vicious is not over yet. It's still not over. And Shax doing what seemed impossible for Team Mouz and winning the anchor game to send this set to a tiebreaker. My goodness. That Laura pick, I mean, you've got to be kicking yourselves not going with it earlier. I mean, that looked incredibly uphill for Pugera. Incredibly uphill. Not only is the matchup hard, but I'm going to call this. He doesn't play that matchup as well as the other boxers do.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not sure he knows it as well as they do. Honestly, I mean, defensively, he's incredible. But some of the decision-making, and clearly a bit flustered as Shax gets going. And it's just a really, really strong option to have now for the Pugera problem. But the advantage, oh, wait a second, the advantage is with Mouz because they're at home for this.
They are. That's exactly what we were talking about
Okay,
earlier,
so
right?
for the
For the sudden
tiebreaker,
death match, they actually get to, you know,
They get to
a
respond.
favorable matchup. But man, everything that had transpired in this particular set was ridiculous. This whole sequence here, a triple command
Oh
grab
my God,
sequence,
Shax, are you kidding
and then
me?
forcing Pugera to think it was coming again.
Are you kidding me, bro? It's like
The
that.
block on the KKB, so smart too. That was so far away. He had plenty of time to make that reaction and make that call out. But for the most part, even outside of that particular instance, he's done a pretty decent job. I don't even know what the percentage is, but I would say it's above 50%. That's fine. And when it comes to a high-low guess off of KKB.
We're in a seriously interesting position right now, Vicious. Team Japan are now in a tiebreaker situation, but they are away from home because this is the second set. They have the home advantage in this overall set, but in the second match, they're away from home, which means they have to reveal their order. We now go into a one-game, first to one-game match.
Straight up, yeah.
Yeah, and the winner of this takes the 5 points and takes the game. Now, if Mouse win, it goes to 1-1 in the entire set, and then we go to a final third set. I mean, we could be here all night if every game's like this. But if Japan win this one game, they've won, and Team Mouse are out there. So, as I mentioned earlier, Shaxx has done the impossible and beaten Bulgaria. Finally, Team Mouse get themselves a win in an anchor match. But it doesn't win them the set because the 2 games before they were unable to get any victory, and it sends it to a tiebreak. It looks like Gachikun has sat down.
Yeah, yeah. And
I was actually thinking, will we see Kawano? I was thinking, is this a time to bring out Kawano's Luke? A character that's very hard to counterpick for any matchup. It's Gachikun that's taken the seat, and he's done it quickly. Look at the way he has quickly taken that seat. It's almost intimidating for Team Mouse to have to come up with a response for a Rashid in one game, Vicious.
So I did see the Four Phils kind of point at himself in between. I think there's a lot of confidence going into that because that's
terrible
the matchup.
matchup.
I agree, and I think, you know, Four Phils has had a lot of practice and a lot of match footage experience. Just overall, you know, looking at what he had done in the previous games, he sounded a lot more confident today in regards to taking that matchup apart. But I think if you are trying to ride that momentum, Shaxx might need to go again. He might need to go again.
Go again against Rashid?
I think so.
He's got characters. He's got Luke. I mean, no, there's no character lock here. It's a reset. It's a whole new game. First to one.
Have we even solidified it being Gachikun? I know you're sitting
down. True.
We haven't seen the official.
Have they even revealed it yet? No, they have to reveal it to the, because they're the away side. There's no blind pick. So
okay.
the fact he's sitting there and Mouse are there talking, I think it's confirmed. But we'll check with the team to make sure.
We had to double check. Just
from what I've seen on stage, it looks like it's going to be Gachikun.
Maybe he thinks that seat is really comfortable.
Who's gone up for Team Mouse? Who's gone up for Team Mouse? I want to see. Go to the stage. Go to the stage.
No. We don't have it just yet. We don't have it just.
Are they not on there yet?
No. Don't look, Femi. Don't look.
Oh, good God.
Come on, man.
Good Lord.
Keep it together.
Sorry. Guys, I hope I've not been too biased in this. They are my UK brethren, yeah. So I'm in a position where, you know.
But your boys are on good.
Oh, he's gonna go Laura.
It's
Shaxx is staying on one game Laura.
He heard me.
One game Laura. That is actually not a bad idea, but you got to deal with a lot more as Laura than you have been dealing with prior. Now, this is an interesting situation. I'm not sure they planned this or prepared for this. This game, to send it to one apiece or to send Mouse out, Good 8 have gone with their talisman. As much as we know Dogura has been the most consistent performer, it is Gachikun, the former Capcom Cup champion, who's going to step up here in a single game with Rashid to take Team Mouse out of this World Championships. Predictions, Vicious, how you feeling? What do you think? What do you think about this pick?
It really depends. I think, you know, I wanted to break down the matchup at hand, right? I think there's a lot that Gachikun can utilize to prevent any of the thunderclap pressure from coming out, right? We've talked about Rashid's normals being able to occupy that mid space and also punish any thunderclap activation.
Crouch medium way more reliable than sweep as well.
I do like Rashid's defense a lot more than Laura's offense in this situation. My heart would say that, or like my brain would say, on paper, in between Laura and Rashid would have this favorably. But I will say that Shaxx has done a great job on defense. He doesn't have to rely on any normal as much. He just kind of waits it out. But he also does a great job of mixing up his offensive options to force really big errors. We saw that from Bulgaria. And now, with a different type of Rashid, we don't have EX spinning mixer to worry about. He could meaty him properly, and it could lead to disaster. But who knows? We'll see. Two different beasts. We'll see if Mouse Esports can stay alive.
What a scenario here. Guys, this could be the final game of this entire set. Gachikun sent to send Team Mouse home. We will see. Okay, Shaxx off to a decent start. Gets away with the command dash. Oh, surprise off the wall, and that momentum is stopped very quickly. There's the kind of options that Rashid has. Goes for the meaty.
Now we're talking
Stays
about
down, does Shaxx.
Defensive options. Yeah, he's taking his time.
Activation. Oh, he's not ready for the fake cross up. One more bet. Takes it. Oh, he went in. Plus frames again. Gets the throw. Great reset there from Gachikun. Plus frames again. One more guess is going to be you're not ready. Every bet paid off. And Team Japan, Good 8 squad, moved themselves into set point here. Team Mouse heading out. First to one. That's it, man. That is it.
Dicey. The medium kick is there as a counter hit. Could have been a little bit worse.
Oh, that works. Huge opportunity for Gachikun. Great start. Shaxx in huge danger already here. Buttons.
Wait a minute. He can spin a bar, get himself out of the corner, but he's still stuck. That EX Thunderclap, not really a big presence yet for Gachikun.
He's not responded well to that EX.
What do you do now? You're stuck here in this corner, exactly where Rashid wants you. The pressure is there. That's a tick throw.
This could be the end. Jumps out.
Oh, this is huge. This could lead to such a big turnaround. Other side.
Oh my goodness,
Other
don't get
side. Another one.
He went for it. He went for it. Activation. This could be the end. This could be it. Oh, gotcha, good. The EX spinning mixer was the correct choice. And they've done it. Team Good 8 Squad have eliminated Team Mouse from the World Championships. Hold your head up high, Team UK. You played well, but Team Good 8 Squad, just too good, just too deep on the day. And when it mattered the most, the former Capcom Cup champion delivered for his squad there, Vicious. What a result.
That was so hard to call. Shax, again, big ups to you, man. First time we got to see you play since showing up to the World Championships. But being able to clutch it out and take down a powerhouse like Pugera and still almost give the business to Gachikun, that could have been a guess for game in anybody's scenario. And I guess I gotta say, man, Gachikun just happened to play better today.
That EX spinning mixer, man, what a call. I mean,
yeah,
you
could try to meaty jab it, but I mean, it's a guess.
It's a guess.
Still
I mean, you're Laura, man. It's your all or nothing. You're all in. I respect the option and the attempt from Shax, but Gachikun has showed us already today that he's willing to whip that out when he needs it, and he did exactly that. Got himself that game, played incredibly well, and has booked himself a place in the finals. So they're now in the grand finals with it all to do against Team UYU.
Right.
I mean, I can't call this, but they look in great form.
And I do want to pull from the crowd just a little bit. Can we get one round of applause for Team Mouse coming through all the way from EU, the UK to be specific. Big ups to them.
Hold your head up, Tiger. Hold your heads up high, guys.
Absolutely.
Hold your heads up high. Phenomenal performance from them. Just not enough on the day. If they had the data they had towards the later stages, the Pugera problem may have been solved a little earlier. But the problem with Good 8 Squad is you solve one problem, then you got a whole other one still.
Yeah.
They didn't even use Kawana. They didn't even use the Evo champion.
It's very interesting to see that, yeah.
And they've got themselves this victory. Now they have those options at their disposal against Team UYU. And they're going to be playing from the away side. So UYU now occupy the home position. Strong opportunity for them. And this here, Vicious, to decide our first ever World Championship final for Street Fighter League, the champion.
And it's going to be super tough, right? They have quite the hill to climb coming in from the away side. They are going to be vulnerable to the counter pick, but it doesn't really affect them as much in regards to the points, right? They just have to get these victories going. They're going to have their chance at a home position immediately after the set is concluded. But for the most part, I think the more games you give Team UYU, the deadlier they become. That could be said the same way for Good 8 Squad, but there's something about this US squad. No bias, I genuinely mean this. I think there's just something about this UYU squad that just has this way of downloading people almost near instantaneously.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that. I mean, they were so good yesterday. And going into this whole finals, I looked at it, and the dynamic for me was, I actually saw a slight edge in an advantage for Team UK, Team Mouse versus UYU. And
I agreed. I totally agreed.
Yeah, I felt like there was an edge there, and we saw it played out that way early stages, but then, I mean, NL, baby. When he's on form, he's on form. But then you look at it's interesting. Styles make fights, right? UYU versus Japan, I saw UYU giving Japan the most trouble out of the three teams that were there as well. And the fact they've managed to secure themselves home position in this grand finals as well, doesn't give them the hugest advantage, because I think it's quite evenly matched in terms of characters and skill set, but it gives them an advantage that we could actually be crowning UYU our World Championships for the first ever Street Fighter League World Championship here. I mean, that's very possible right now, Vicious.
Yeah. Just to kind of break it down, right, you have Oil King, you have Cien, you have DCQ as well, and then NL to kind of round it out. You could throw anybody in there as the anchor spot, but then you're looking at Good 8 Squad, right? You're talking about Pugera, you're talking about Gachikun, you're talking about Kawano, Evo Champ, and who else am I missing? I feel like I only named 3.
Kawano, Gachikun, and Dogura. Yeah.
How can I forget Dogura? I was literally talking to him outside before we even started. But, I mean, for the most part, it's going to be so difficult to even call out. I mean, even trying to get the counter picks going from home and away side, it's just going to be such a toss-up as to who's going to take it down. I think that's the beauty of it, though. That's like one of the most intense parts about the team battles, is actually trying to figure out the strategies of, hey, I think this counter pick would work out, and if it falls short, it's like, well, I have to figure out what to do next time, but you're on the away spot, and then you get counter pick. It's like, oh, I don't think we'll ever get that run back again. But it's kind of interesting how Mouse decided to do that kind of strategy as well. They had fallen short from yesterday. They're like, you know, we're going to try to run these matchups back, because I feel like with the amount of data we've accumulated, we have a way of improving ourselves in that matchup, right? The Broski pick, starting things off from the home side, didn't really fall the way that he wanted to.
It was close.
And immediately made that audible.
It was really well played in the end, I must say, by Dogura, right? I mean, he looked in trouble for a while, but he adapted very well to that broski pick. Listen, guys, I think you've been watching this Street Fighter League World Championships, and you've seen in the background a very particular logo that's been there on the stages, and that logo has been from TAIYO, who's playing an emphatic part and a very pivotal part of the scene in Japan, providing us what we need to make the Street Fighter League work. I must say, the electronic materials they provide help create the backbone through which we get to explore our passion for Street Fighter, and through this support, they uplift everyone taking on challenges to realize a happy world in and out of gaming. So massive shout out to TAIYO, massive shout out to everyone who's been involved in making this first ever Street Fighter League Global Championship possible, but especially the people who've provided the equipment like these guys to make it happen.
And without a doubt, again, these guys have been such a pivotal force for Street Fighter League Japan, and now throwing it out to the entirety of the world, right? And speaking of the world, right, we talked about Team U just falling short a little bit. Now, my heart's out to them, but I got to hear personally from the boys over behind me. It's going to be Rob TV and Logan Sama breaking it down. Take it away, boys.
What a heartbreaking result for me and the rest of Europe, but I feel like Mouse Sports held a good account of themselves, Rob.
They did. And honestly, my man Shax,
wow.
Oh my God. I mean, to be put in that spot in the clutch when he hadn't played this entire time, his Laura, I feel like they had to put him in that last spot for the tiebreaker.
Yeah, you gotta let him cook, you know what I mean? He's in great form. What a win against Bulgaria. Just couldn't get it done against Gachikun, and it just shows the strength of these squads here in Street Fighter League. What a fantastic win, though, for the Good 8 squad. They go through 2-0, and that's going to give them the confidence that maybe, you know, it ain't going to go the same as it did yesterday.
I'm kind of scared, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. Of course, UIU is Team USA, but right now, Good 8 squad is looking like Debo.
United States of Asia, I agree, you're right.
United States of Asia, United States of, I don't know if I can say the word, AP is, and that's why we in grand finals on winner's side right now. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, now we do have the grand finals officially set. It is Team UIU from Street Fighter League United States going head-to-head with the Good 8 squad from Japan. Logan, who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, I've got to be back in the Good 8 squad after that performance.
Okay. I mean, of course, you're going to be an odd. You know what I mean?
Always.
But I want to know what the audience think. For everybody out there in the audience right now, if you think that Team UIU from Street Fighter League United States is going to take it, let me hear you make some noise.
They don't sound too sure, Rob.
Okay.
They don't sound too sure. Who thinks that the Good 8 squad is going to run it back in grand finals and take Street Fighter League back to Japan?
That's kind of close. Yeah. It's kind of 50-50.
Hey, who's the biggest Good 8 squad supporter out there? I got some T-shirts to throw out. You know I got that good throwing arm.
I don't know. You're looking a little skinny, Logan. I don't know if you can even reach him. I don't know if you can even reach him.
Perfect.
Ah!
That's a completion. First down.
Okay, hold up. Now, who is the biggest Team UIU fan in the audience today?
Hey, don't hit the jib.
Hold up.
Don't hit the jib.
Hold up. I'm going long. I like this group, actually. What we got?
Straight back down there. Oh, it's interception. Yo, we got any Good 8 squad fans over there by the Street Fighter 6 cab?
You can't make it over there, Logan. You can't make it over there.
All right. Who we got there? Yes,
everybody in the white and black. Oh,
picked off.
Last one.
I got picked off.
We got one more. Street Fighter League US, UIU. Who's the biggest fan? Who we got? I'm going deep.
Oh, my days. Well, Rob.
Oh! It's back, flip flicker. And she got it.
Wait for the lateral.
That's
all right,
actually got like.
It's time to do some throwing that you're actually good at.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, everything has lived up to the hype. And now we have arrived at the Street Fighter League World Finals, the Grand Finals. The biggest match of them all is coming at you right now after this break.
Space-time distortions. There's still puking out dinosaurs all over the planet.
So, Vikatoa Island's been sealed up for 3 years, and Ibius won't own up to Leviathan's malfunction?
Can you address the reports of exofighter patrols on the island?
Reports of exofighter patrols are simply untrue. Ibius is committing all possible resources to the investigation.
Exercise results logged. Sunsetting temporal instance.
Come on back. Drinks on me.
There are hundreds of exo-fighters running around out there. Everyone's armed, and nobody knows what'll happen next. 1 minute, they could be helping you. The next minute, they're shooting you in the back.
You need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy the Leviathan. It's trying to build stronger exosuits, so it's pulling any exofighter it can hold back in time for these bloody war games.
Like it or not, the exosuit's keeping peace alive out there.
But the more we use it, the more it helps Leviathan.
Well, that's not an option.
One way or another.
Valued team members, prepare for dimensional integration in 10 minutes.
You stay alive, man. Only you.
If you give an AI like Leviathan the directive, improve our exosuits, it has to complete. It doesn't matter whether that takes 100 tries, a million, all for the perfect suit.
More than that.
At least do me the courtesy of looking me in the face whilst you do it.
Okay, pinky, forefinger, back to middle, full wrist articulation. Then we do it in reverse. Begin.
What the hell are you guys doing?
It's a secret robot handshake.
Good morning, Victoria.
This is for my fellow hunters! You're going down! Here comes the pain!
You won't be disappointed. If these two don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You call, I answer. This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last lid. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
Hollywood, baby. Here we are in LA, Hollywood, and Mason Stadium, where We're holding the Street Fighter League World Championship Finals, and the finals have been determined. The champions have been set. It's all to do for Team Japan. They're up against UYU. They've taken out the UK. The British are done. The British are coming. It's over.
Moment of silence.
We're out of there, man.
All right, it's over. All right, well, it is what it is, man. I will say this. Oh, don't spill that. they played their hearts out, right? I mean, what more can we really be talking about in regards to the EU? I mean, they're one of the strongest competitors, one of the strongest competitive scenes that we could really ask for. So with that in mind, I mean, I think we're still going to see a lot of them in the future, and looking forward to it, honestly. But let's kind of flip the script a little bit. We're going right into U.S. territory. No bias here, obviously, because Good 8 Squad was one of my favorites
USA,
going into
baby.
it.
We still calling that?
Listen, I mean, it's hard for me to even pick either team because I've already fully invested in Street Fighter League Japan as well as Street Fighter League US, alongside you, throwing down some of the matches, as well as St. Cola. But let's actually break it down, right? Team UYU versus Good 8 Squad. This is going to be a little bit of a problem, I feel like, for Good 8 Squad, just going into it from the away side, just off of that. But in terms of the skill, near evenly matched.
Yes, I actually think, yes, skill-wise, you look at Oil King's accolades and achievements, he's up there with them. DCQ, the last year and a half, as good as anyone in the world, arguably #1 Urian if you look at him and Shuto in contention. I mean, NL, when that guy turns up, it is long for anyone. And then Shen, a former EVO champion, incredibly sneaky with those Seth setups. But then you have the most consistent team from Japan here representing in the Good 8 Squad: Gachikun, Hugera, Kawano, and Dogura. All of these guys with incredibly high win percentages throughout the season, apart from Kawano, who was going through a character crisis. But guess what? He just won EVO. I think he can be afforded a dip in form. What kind of caliber is this? And they're going to reveal they're away from home. And Kawano's making his debut.
And they
the
shall
EVO
deliver.
champion turns up, and it's not going to be Luke. It's going to be straight up my EVO champion winning character. Kawano steps up to the plate with Colleen. And the response to that from UIU, they are the #1 seed, so they play at home, is going to be Shen with Seth. Now, what were the other two matches? We'll get to those shortly. What about this pick?
Before we even talk about this, did you notice that they decided to put Pugera on the bench this time around?
Very
That is a
interesting.
huge deal, considering how well Pugera has been performing throughout the entirety of not even just this weekend, but throughout the entire group stage, right? But going in with Kawano, I get that. We have to see him play. I think his Colleen is more than ready to take on anybody really in the stadium, or even like within a maybe 100-mile radius. Who knows? But
it's crazy to think they've got this far. They've weathered the storm of being 20-0 down against Team UK, Team Mouse, coming back to that. They then won two sets in a row, 2 matches in a row to close out the set today, and they haven't used Kawano.
I agree. It might be a little cold, but
no, I don't think it's cold. I just for me, it's just like the strength and depth of this team is insane, bro.
That's true.
You're the EVO champion just sitting on the bench, and then you get to the grand finals and you whip him out. I mean, what a statement that is in terms of, hey, you think you've got a strong team? Counterpick this, baby, and that's what they've just done.
We had a taste of that with Team Mouse also calling him Shacks like that as well.
Agree.
Could have just the same effect. But this is what it is right now. It's going to be Seth versus Colleen. It's going to be in the hands of Shen and Kawano going up against each other. This is going to be Team US versus Team Japan.
It's grand final time, baby. Let's go!
Let's go. So one thing to consider, that V trigger 2, Shen, an absolute master of control with that. Kawano, with Colleen, her V reversal is a movement. It could be a problem. Or you could have a counter for it. So it might be a problem more for Kawano than it is for Seth.
I saw Shen having troubles in casuals versus some of the end player. It might have been A-Touch Fidelity. Earlier in the week with that V reversal against the V trigger, you know, those moving V reversals. But he's got some setups specifically for that as well. Don't be fooled. Oh, big whip, well punished. Kawano looking as warm as you can.
All puns intended. Considering she's the Ice Queen, Kawano, just the amount of control that he has, his whip punishing has been absolutely ridiculous since we've met him.
Gonna see V trigger too.
What's going to be the activation round, right? Oh,
should have been
that's
EX.
just
Oh,
no punish from Shen.
V-skill, yeah, missed his button, I think. Dashes? You kidding me?
Nice.
Dashes into a fierce punch. Doesn't activate a V-trigger.
Over for Oki.
Oh, good button. That's a dead Seth.
More than enough damage. If it doesn't close out here, the arm bar, without a doubt. So much damage.
It's a great button against Seth in this matchup. You can't do the legs or the hands without spacing it perfectly. 4 frames. Really good button. It's an interesting choice of matchup here.
It's a great counter control as well.
Oh, answers! I'm talking about the punish on block. This guy's got punishes on whiff. Making it whiff with the EX here. And Kawano off to another great start. Good lord, does he look good.
You see how he's just standing there in certain instances. He's waiting for the counter play.
Yeah, doing combo. Thanking heavens that was nerfed. Anti-F8 was placed by Shen. Don't approach. That standing short is the equalizer so far in this set.
He's starting to get a big read on Shen. Anytime he lands a hit like that, crouching heavy kick, he knows that he wants to move forward. He's caught him twice with that sequence thus far. He can still check.
There you go.
Yep.
Where you going?
Yep. Oh, not spinning the meter. Not even EX Hekatonkaris. He just wants to go for raw aggression. Does get the opener. Hekatonkaris there. Dash up twice. Gets the bait on the throw. And Shen back in the hot seat. Gets that round. But look at the amount of meter he just built for himself.
I mean, I don't need my V-trigger to win me the round, baby. You can escape it all you want. I'm ready for layer 2 and 3, says Shen, as he equalizes here.
I mean, that was the bait, right? He's like, I want you to feel my V-trigger too. In fact, I want you to make that movement escape. Hekatonkaris. 2 dashes over. Oh, you can still roundhouse that.
Not too bad, though. Not too bad.
With punish on the side of Kawano.
Yeah, Kawano needs to reset. It's so damn good. Has him down. Delayed wake up again. Just walks into a space where that short connects. Look at this. You cannot get hit here, Shen.
I would say,
there.
even if it's off of a light, the damage shouldn't be too bad, but it is. It absolutely is. Trying to retain that pressure too. Jump back jab. Excellent choice from Kawano.
Yes, you see the adaptation on the fly there. Not going to the stand heavy as a...
Oh, that could have been a big confirm.
Oh, when you're trying to run away. Where you going, baby?
What's the mix? What side is it? He just stood there.
In front.
He's standing there.
Are you kidding me?
Menacingly.
Are you kidding me? Is it going to be left, right, center, middle? I ain't going nowhere, baby. I'm staying right here.
Literally just stood there.
He mixed himself, bro. He mixed himself.
Exception.
Wait, what?
That's what it is. He legit stood there.
He did nothing.
Stood him, glared him in the eye. He's like, you're gonna get hit by this.
I love that. I love the fact that he just stood there and just waited for some kind of escape attempt. And it just happened to hit, and there you go. Shen, despite what was a very competent performance there from Kawano, and by the way, you're not character locked in this setting, guys. He can switch characters. He's gone straight back for Colleen, and I agree, because he's looking good. But the moments that mattered, Shen made them count. Standing short, he's got to be a bit more wary of it. He's ran into a number of them. Especially when he has me. Oh, I just said it.
Yeah, even outside of that range, after a block, medium punch, it is going to be Colleen's turn, but Shen trying to take advantage of that by throwing, or at least trying to switch her.
Ooh, did he get the trip recovery on that?
Back throw.
So sharp.
Interruption.
It's going to be a wrestle.
No, he's going to check that.
Oh, that works out. I think that was one of the setups specifically for it.
It was, but the second part of it actually didn't get out. So the idea is there.
Survive V-trigger too. When you see already the air-to-air is the answer.
That's fine. It's totally fine for Kawano. Anytime axe kick
oh, there it is. Dude, how many times now?
I think like 5 or 6. It's been so solid with Kawano, the way he's been placing himself in preparation for any sort of normal, preemptive normal, or even like as a whip punish. That standing light kick has gotten so much mileage, especially with the amount of meter that Kawano's been building.
No, you're not catching me with that twice. Says Kawano. Baits out of stand for a
menacing delay. Let it snow.
Again, it's the choice to do the delayed wake up from Shen, but he's one hit away from stun. It's going to be stun here.
How many times?
Will survive, but it's going to be one guess away from dying right now. Spends the meter. Max damage, guess for game. It's a meaty. I mean, the V-trigger isn't really the hugest threat right now. I'm not sure. We'll see. I could prove wrong. Here it comes. No reversal yet.
Overhead.
Overhead. Shut your mouth, F-word. Here we go.
Look at the corner carry on that. V-skill, EX Hekatonkaris. Watch out for a throw and then a sequence. Tick throw. He thought the same thing.
Shen,
are you dead? No. Can he build enough? Can he build enough for critical art? Crouch jab. Oh, he doesn't have enough off the uppercut. He got the counter hit. Meaty stand light kick. Kawano thought he could get out with the button press. Shen looking to close it out here on match point with a full stick of butter. That's critical art on deck.
Ooh, that works out though. Stand heavy just whiffing and gets the recovery on the axe kick. Kawano off to a good start this round. Goes for the meaty again. Jump back anti-air, but
he ran into it. That's huge. Look at the corner carry. Dash up twice.
Oh,
the parry.
the damage.
Even bigger damage. Let it snow. There's the throw. Back. Let's reset the situation. Another one. Rock bottom.
Is it going to be over here? Shen can't get hit. One crouching short into EX and he's dead. Oh, big whip.
Oh, he tried to dash forward.
Checks the dash. Shen can't get in. He's looking for a wave plus frames.
Stealing turns after that spin kick. Watch out for the trigger.
More space. Yeah, doesn't want to do it on block. Oh my goodness! Kawano, please! Kawano, please! He has utilized that standing short to incredible effect. The margin for error on Shen is completely unforgiving. I mean, the amount of times he's done, I'm counting 6 or 7 right now, but it's just standing short.
Is it 7?
It must be. He has utilized it so well. That neutral game, I mean, the wake-up game is clearly a massive problem for Colleen in this matchup, but that neutral game is causing all sorts of problems. He needs an answer. One apiece.
I feel like that even impressed Pugera. He even split his hair apart to be like, damn, that was good. He had to look at that again.
Oh, and now we're introducing stand heavies.
We haven't seen that yet, have we?
No.
Only like once.
Dude, he's flexing now. He's playing so good. Good lord, the reads as well.
Yeah, real chilly.
That's a big read. He shifts out of there. Shit, the button stops early. Okay, the early axe kick stops the jump anti-air. The button though, checks it. Beautiful buffer
What a
of his own.
confirm. Into the V-skill, that's no easy feat. I thought it would just be like maybe a spin kick, but he's so on it with his buffer choices.
Activation though. Spin the bar. Oh, that's it. I think that's a dead step, is it? Big damage coming.
One more.
Two. Yes, it is.
Icicle Spear right through the cold robot's heart.
Away from home, counting for very little right now. As Kawano gets his team the first game point.
He's stealing turns. Back-to-back roundhouse spinning kick.
Standing short of that. Yeah, right. Oh, it's that dash that he threw in earlier though, which just caused some hesitation. Shen needs to change up here. He's not been able to get the party started. Then the parry, the EX parry, the normal parry, reset the situation. Oh, he's changing the answers. This adaptation on the fly, the Evo champion. Here confirms Shen's in big trouble now.
If he gets thrown, it's stunned.
Yeah, this is it. Oh, it's the wrong bet.
If you bet on the DX uppercut, you're stunned as well. Kawano striking first in the heart of Team UYU, getting those 10 points of good 8 squad.
And that attempt to kind of like nullify their pick of putting Kawano first with Colleen hasn't gone according to plan. I could see why they went with Shen there. I could see what works for them. I do wonder though, even though he got that great round to come back with that feature, I do wonder if feature 1 might be the better choice there for Colleen with her limited defensive options, with the pressure you can continue to put her on, with the plus frames. But it's too late, too little, too late now. The Evo champion exacts the revenge and gets the win, and here is how it went down.
You were talking about utilizing V-Trigger 2 just now, about with Colleen, right? I think...
No. With Seth, I'm talking about utilizing V-Trigger 1.
Oh, I see.
I wonder if that might be the better choice. I mean, as we're seeing, he did get mileage out of V-Trigger 2, though. We can't talk like he didn't.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it was so hard to even get a clean sequence against Kawano, the spacing that he'd been playing at, right? Even if Sien was trying to fish for a counter poke, it was always Kawano who managed to get the better half of that exchange. Majority because of that standing light kick. How many times has he landed that due to the fact that his spacing was just a lot cleaner? But again, I think either way, the trigger selection, I don't think that would have been any sort of like minor change-up, in my opinion.
Agreed. And we've seen some really impressive defensive choices from Kawano as well. I mean, that standing short just kept hitting. Good lord, it's so good. But yeah, defensive choices, when in block stun, went on wake up. I mean, we saw him lose it as well, but he really had the read on some of Shen's strings in the end there. And look at that counter hit confirm. This for the kill. Bang, bang, boom, boom. So
good too.
Unforgiving.
900 health on Seth. That entire sequence is so high damaging. It's so unforgiving. You cannot skip a beat. You cannot even give him any sort of leeway, because if you get that opening, any counter hit, and we've seen the kind of counter poke game Kawano can deliver. I think one of the biggest things that Colleen does have, obviously, is still the heavy punch that can be heard every single time with the crush counter, but it's going to be the first game going up to good 8 squad.
Early days here. Yeah, early days vicious, but statement made, I must say, from the away team there with that victory. It was looking pretty uphill at one point, but Kawano, Evo champion, pulls out that victory, 10 points on the board, and now we have an opportunity to counter pick again for Team UYU. Who will they go with? Okay.
All right.
So Gachikun sitting in that anchor place with Rashid. Remember, the decisions you make for game 1 and 2 are often going to impact that, of course, because the players you pick, you cannot use them again in those scenarios. And it's going to be DCQ, the ever so reliable, going up against, I mean, this is top performing player versus top performing player in terms of win percentages for each team. I mean, DCQ, I think, entered this with 77%. Dogura entering the weekend with 82%. I mean, these two incredibly reliable for their teams. And they're going to go head-to-head here to see who gets it. Now, of course, for good 8 there, 10 points up. So
for DCQ, he needs to get himself the equalizer to send this to a position where you have the final game winning. But if you're in Dogura's position, you can get this win here and put the team 20-0 up.
Sure.
In the away match as well, by the way. That's going to be massive.
I'm trying to think about the exposure that DCQ has had against some of the Bisons, at least in Street Fighter League. I'm almost positive he's had the utmost experience over in his area regardless.
Hot
with
Dog, I'm
Bison.
sure. Like,
Even outside of Hot Dog,
Yeah.
right? With Gen, too.
Gen 2, yeah. Yeah, it's true. We'll see. I mean, those guys are hanging out like crazy. I mean, they're obviously from the same scene.
I mean, DCQ literally tweeted about
Before
Gen
he came,
being,
before he came.
being the qualifier.
And like, he's literally won 15 games in a row this week. I mean, 15 sets in a row, sorry.
Really?
Zen hasn't lost a set this week.
I didn't know it was 15.
Something like that. Someone tweeted it. It's double digits, bro. I mean, he won the LCQ, and then he won
Oh,
five
you're
straight.
right.
5 straight in groups.
Dear God.
The Capcom Cup. So if there's a Bison right now, if there's an epitome of Bison play right now, it's got to be Young Zen from China.
And it makes a lot of sense because I believe this is the first time Dogura is stepping up for Good 8 Squad against Team UIU. When we got to see them yesterday in their team battles, it was Gachikun, Kawano, and Pugera. So it does make a lot of sense to have DCQ come up and showcase why he's so confident in this matchup. However, Dogura, again, different nature, different beast. Well versed in every single fighting game. I mean, M. Bison through and through as well. I wonder what he's going to show differently in comparison to DCQ's training plan.
Differently in comparison to Pugera as well, because today was not the only time we saw Pugera fall. Of course, it was DCQ who was able to take out the ever so reliable Pugera yesterday.
Right, 3 straight.
In that anchor match. I mean, seriously. That's why they've opted to not put Pugera in this match. I mean, it's a match they would have chosen before, but right now, after that performance, they're deciding to go with Dogura, and we'll see what he can do differently. But I mean, really gutsy pick here, considering Zen is the training partner of DCQ, as you pointed out there.
Well, they got the MVP. They're looking exactly for this particular matchup, and it's good that it's the second match, right? Really smart decision from Good 8 Squad. Already off to a great start from Dogura. The amount of chip damage that he's getting. This is the V skills too that we're looking for from TCQ also. He hasn't really had a chance to charge it up. Wonder if the fireball game is going to be a pivotal part of this matchup. But it is V skill 1 from Dogura. We're not seeing that just yet. Already to the corner. Here's the pressure.
Oh, nice.
Did I have to start up a Coral Kick?
I'm not sure. Count it? Either way, it's looking bad for DCQ right now. Great play from Dogura. He's so good at resetting.
Oh!
Yeah, he saw that coming. Backed away. Has to deal with this now. Jumps out. Great choice. Predicts that throw attempt. 1 mirror down. V skills up. Oh, catches him
Good
trying to dash
dash
though.
check from DCQ. Forward throw. He still has another mirror. And another throw. Don't do it again. He does it again. He's going to go for a fourth, Femi. He tries to get a pin.
Cheeky bugger you. Oh, the mirror.
No.
Oh, it takes it.
Not like this.
That medium kick just needs 1 hit. Oh, the light kick. Oh, where you
No
going?
way.
Where you
This guy's a
mate?
robot. This
Good
guy's an
Lord.
absolute robot. The killer machine. DCQ with a massive comeback in round 1. What a statement in game 1.
He was a huge problem in Street Fighter League USA, and he continues to be exactly that here in the grand finals of Street Fighter League Global. First round goes to DCQ when he had no right to win that round. No right.
This trigger is kind of good. This V trigger is kind of good.
Without V trigger, really? My goodness, those reads in the corner. Let's see if Dogura can turn that around, not be phased. Nice. Okay, just sits there and blocks. To the corner we go. This time he catches him. He thinks it's going to be a button. He's mixing him up completely now.
My God, DCQ situational awareness is through the roof.
Oh,
Throw down. I'll tell you why, right? He's established so much of a dominance against Dogura. He's letting him do what he thinks he's going to do. Get into optimal punishes. Look at that, deliberately waiting on the button presses, getting throw baits, etc.
Let's see.
No, he's living.
Oh,
Again,
my
DCQ
goodness.
is forcing so many errors on the side of Dogura. It's looking ridiculous. Easy cake, said the man during the season, and he's looking to emulate that yet again.
I mean, Street Fighter League USA, we were watching from a distance, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't slightly intimidated by how incredibly good this kid looks throughout the season. I mean,
Clearly, some of those MOBA game experiences are paying off here. Of course, being a former Dota player, coming into this setting, this kid plays Street Fighter like he's played it all his life. And the guts he has to make reads on a guy as experienced as Dogura, like the way he just did in that corner.
I think that's a testament to how powerful his region is, right? Being able to transcend one game into another in this fashion. There's got to be some secret killers out there. I mean, obviously there are.
I mean, they were secret until this week. We've seen them now.
It, yeah.
Counter hit confirms though. Oh, again, he gets the counter. He's so good at landing that.
So smart, Femi.
Look at the stun. Look how this round is turned around. Wake up button from Dogura. It's the right choice. Checking those frames. Brings himself back in this round. Knocked down.
Command grab. He has.
Oh my goodness, he caught it.
He has.
He's going to lose the corner now. He's going to get the activation. Oh my goodness, bet for game. What's it going to be? He takes it.
He got hit.
Second mirror. Yes, heads on pad. Oh, look at the way he evaded. Oh my goodness. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Did you see the timing on that slide? Did you see the timing on that slide?
Right before the mirror.
Good lord.
Right in front of the mirror.
Dogura, absolutely incredible awareness. Evading that mirror.
Oh.
And now he's catching neutral jumps. Getting stronger as the set goes on. Pressing buttons there, baiting it out. Catches him again. What a round from Dogura. Safe jump. Plus frames, don't press buttons. What a turnaround. Didn't get a mirror in time, still alive.
Oh, he's trying to ace it over it. He was waiting for it. He got the punish. He gets the side switch. Don't get hit by another mirror. This sequence could potentially stun you if he hits the button.
Second mirror's out. He's going to throw him.
Not again. The reset. You got to hold it. Forward throw. You're still within meaty range. He got it. The stun. He's going to get the critical art. I lied about the stun. It's over, baby. It's over. DCQ with the stone cold look on his face.
This kid is ridiculous.
This man's a killer. He's a killer.
Urian got nerfed, you say? Could have fooled me, bro. What a comeback. Clip that.
Clip that.
Right now.
I am shook, and I'm sure so is good as well. They have to be feeling some type of way after that sequence. Back-to-back sequences.
Oh,
you gotta be the mental, man. Again, you cannot shift this man.
You cannot play with him.
Easy cake for DCQ.
DCQ. DCQ. I mean, if there was ever a performer on this team that stand and the crowd obliged in the chant.
They're getting into it right now. They're chanting it out. DCQ.
The kid is ridiculous, man. I mean, what a player. What a player. Dogura, the most reliable, the highest performer on Team Good 8 squad throughout Street Fighter League Japan. Just completely mind-boggling.
He was about to die, Femi. He legit was about to die 2 times over. Dude. What happened? Talk to me, man.
This is another round. I mean, are you serious, dude? Makes the right read here and still has to deal with the pressure.
That was
choice. Genius. The light. Oh, my God, boy. DCQ,
He's
please,
so smart
please.
with his reads, but being able to execute, like we've seen these in previous matches earlier, right? People would have the right reads, but they weren't able to execute into their plan and get the punishes. DCQ feels none of that pressure. I'm telling you, man, he's a robot.
The conditioning, going for the meaty off the jump short, then the conditioning start going for the meaty throw. Look at Dogura.
Against Dogura, even his conditioning has been conditioned.
Exactly. DCQ, please. So good. And moments like this, you'd think could phase a guy. I mean, absolutely zero phase at all. He comes right back into this. Look at this comeback. Good lord, the meaty crowd's fierce into the CA to bring that round back. So many incredible moments from DCQ.
It's so optimal too. That handshake into the critical art.
What a player. What a player. I mean, early contender for MVP, and we're just in the second game of the final here.
And look at that, just countering back-to-back leashes.
Go and get over here.
I've never seen Dogura's head tilt that angle before, going right into it. Like, that was kind of impressive. I legit almost snapped my neck on that one. But again, getting under Dogura the way that he did mentally, I've never ever seen before.
Yeah, same. I mean, maybe I have, but I can't recall it right now. I mean, that last round, just the fear in Dogura, he smelled it.
Back-to-back V shifts. He knows it's punishable. He knows he can't get away that way. The fact that he did it 2 times in a row, you already know you should.
Well, you've been guessing wrong a lot off that jump short. So the fact that you conditioned him to want to escape that scenario and predicted what it was going to be, so went for the meaty throw where you get the option to crouch medium on reaction. Just incredible. And you know what? Honestly, the win for Kawano seems so long ago now, just because of the way DCQ did it. And it's going to be NL with Luke to attempt to stop the Gachikun momentum that was picked up against Team UK. Here in the anchor position, Gachikun with Rashid, NL with Luke, Team UYU looking to get themselves one setup here, one matchup here versus Team Good 8 Squad.
And this is an interesting predicament. UYU had intentionally set up NL for this anchor matchup specifically. If you guys had seen what had happened in team battle number 3 yesterday, NL did this exact same thing where he faced off against Gachikun right at the start of their team battle, but he fell considerably short, 0-2.
Exactly, and it didn't look good as well, to be honest. So it's an interesting choice that they've decided to go with here. And if you're talking about any region here in this finals that has experience, there could have been other teams that qualified from other regions. I don't think any has as much high-level Luke experience as the teams from Japan. I mean, something like 11 Lukes there alone. It was ridiculous this season.
Probably.
So you're going to see that experience come to fruition here against NL. But NL, when he gets going in these anchor matches,
we'll see how it plays out.
Can't call this. Let's see.
Game 1 between NL and Gachikun. Here we go.
Oh,
huge air. I don't know what that was all about.
Yeah, that's a terrible start. We've seen a few shaky starts from these guys. I'm telling you, man. Just missed it.
Air. Oh, man. A couple of missed whip punishes from both sides.
Nice.
Should be fine for NL, though. Tick throw. Roundhouse. No, yes, it is.
And it's V-skill.
You get to punish that.
Yeah, he punished it well. Two choice there from Gachikun, and he's taking a pummeling right now. Oh, NL.
Oh.
What a start. What a start. UYU looking good for the money right now, Vicious. The ting.
The crouching medium, but still within range to get the snapback combo. Tick throw, no go. Gachikun does get the crush counter, escaping out of the corner.
Gets hit, still there. Will it be where he arrives? Nice. He gets the throw. That was actually guaranteed. That's an interesting scenario. Absorbed the projectile and was able to punish the throw. What a choice from NL. Gachikun approaches.
One more touch against NL. He will have full trigger on deck. That's the one right there. NL is going to look for a route to possibly activate it to trigger. If it hits, I think Gachikun might face off against a critical.
Yeah, next hit wins.
That's it.
NL should be able to take this. He gets it. He's not going to drop that. What a start, Vicious. Already better than yesterday. NL takes the first game for UYU.
That was so sequenced too. Like he knew what he needed to gather to get his win condition. As soon as he got that V trigger, he knew exactly how much meter he needed for his critical art as well. That's specifically let him finish a high damaging finish. Really well played, really well thought out from NL.
Nice, he saw that whipping early. Ready for the whip punish. Gachikun up in the levels here after that unfortunate first game. Can he turn it around?
What an anti-air. No!
Ready.
A little bit of an awkward angle. Oh, this makes it so hard to get out of. Don't get touched again. Roundhouse. No, he walks up.
Well teched.
You could activate the trigger if you wanted to off a block string. NL goes for the snapback. Yes, sir.
Oh, gets caught standing though. To the corner you go. Oh, presses buttons there. Tries to approach. What's Gachikun thinking overextending like that? That's it, bro.
The stutter snap. You know he crouched intentionally to make you think there's going to be a low forward. That's actually extremely smart.
That was genius. The little hesitation there before he did it. Gachikun with all to do here. And now wake up buttons. I mean, NL just can't guess wrong at the moment.
Bro.
Oh, what base out, I confirm. Yeah, caught him standing up there. Not a safe jump, but NL wasn't ready to anti-air. There's that trusted stand medium buffer he was using so well day one.
There we go.
What a turn. Can he do this without meter? I think so. EX? Yes, he does.
Okay. Without meter is one thing, but the EX, I'd much rather him spend that instead of the critical art. Great conservation of meter there.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
no, of course.
Can he do this without the CA is probably what I meant to say. Good point, Vicious. Really important to keep those 2 bars, especially as the pressure continues.
That's still so far. How does that happen?
Even that one, they hit from miles away. You can't miss. Again, the little stand-up. He's calling out the confirms here. That little start stand is... Oh, yeah, it's not a safe jump. He's ready this time. Got away with that the last round. Ooh, had a crouch medium there. Maybe could have gone his tongue from, but didn't. Huge life lead, though, for NL. His activation. Oh, bad bait. Doesn't take as much damage, though, actually. Not a bad time to reversal.
Makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, that makes absolute perfect sense.
Well, when
Nick cornered in the cornered after the whip. Oh.
Charge it up. Gets it. Knocked down. Gets the game. Oh, it's a big whip. NL moves UYU into a 2-0 lead here in the anchor match. Oh my goodness.
I love how in good spirits they are with Good 8 Squad. Gotcha could have said just one thing. They're all just waiting for a word from their fearless leader. He says one thing and everybody just bursts into laughter. That's the kind of leader I want. He's like, man, that was good.
Yeah. Oh man, he's playing really good, huh? Yeah, he's playing really good, bro. Yeah, you need to step it up, but he's playing good. So you gotta love that. I think that's what makes them strong as well. The synergy they have in that team, so good. But man, say the same for UYU.
I think they're all such trolls except for Kawano. Kawano a little bit straight on the emotions there, but I think Dogura tends to troll a little bit. But enough about that.
100%. Introducing the crowd short to his neutral game there is Gachman as he occupies the corner.
Swinging.
Where you going? Oh, big bait. Neutral jump punish. Huge damage incoming. Jeez!
It's not even close to over. That sequence is ridiculous. This skill 2 is kind of nice.
This skill 2 for damage is insane, right? 1 bar damage, that is crazy. Big whiff, well punished.
You still get a perfect flash up even after a crouch medium. Oh boy.
Yeah, the meaty jab, the new Rashid stuff. Big damage incoming. He should be able to close this out. No, it's going to EX. Gets him alive. Baits the meter. Well tech though. Gachuku's still in this round.
I think that's fine for NL to go for that specific sequence instead of spending it on critical art. Because look at the life lead, right? Monstrosity.
We just saw 2 rounds very similar from DCQ. But it doesn't matter, Vicious, you're right.
That's on his team, by the way. He has nothing to fear about that. DCQ is on his side of the thing. That's fine. NL looking to get a full sweep. He's looking to duplicate the effects that DCQ has had in the previous team battle, right? DCQ had a full 3-on sweep against Bulgaria the last time they met. NL wants to get those same exact results.
Such impressive place off NL. It's already game. Look at this. I forgot it. It's first match point. This is a horrible situation here for Team Good 8 Squad. Trying to force the tiebreak, and they're 2 games down here. One more hit, he's got the CA, that's it! That is a dead Rashid, he's done it! NL with a statement smash there against Gachikun. UYU, home advantage, take the first match and move into a 1-0 lead for Good 8 Squad with it all to do. Vicious, did you see this coming?
Absolutely not. Considering, okay, I did see NL against Gachikun as a possibility, but there's no way, no matter how many times I try to make my head a crystal ball, could I have seen that. Not in a 3-0 fashion.
Oh, man, I tell you. I mean, who'd you even pick out in terms of standout performer here? I mean, it's got to be DCQ. It's got to be DCQ, but goodness me, that NL performance just now, ridiculous as well. These guys are going to be very difficult to solve. Very difficult to solve.
I've definitely been asked that question as to how I personally feel UYU would fare up against Good 8 Squad. Personally, I think the way that Bulgaria, the entire team, Bulgaria, Dogura, as well as Kawano and Gachikun, they've been looking so impeccable in their own region. DCQ, I feel like, UYU, I should say, has been a little bit shaky going into their matches, right? In terms of like throughout the entirety of their season, but there's just something else in the air, I feel like, with DCQ, NL, Sien, and Oil King. They've been playing so well together, and there's just so much confidence in this team that the way they've been playing. I've never seen them move the way they did. Like, DCQ has had such immaculate reads, and I don't think I've ever really seen that from anybody thus far this week, and I do mean that.
Especially against a player of Dogura's caliber. I mean, doing that against a good player in a casual set, fair enough, you know. Doing that against a good player in a solo set, even impressive. Doing that in the grand finals of the Street Fighter League World Championship. I mean, DCQ, the guy's just different, man.
Against Dogura, 2 games straight, where there's so much money on the line. that's hard to replicate, man. It's hard to replicate those things you practice in the lab. Nerves put aside, it's like, this is it right here. But if you had seen any cuts to DCQ's face, even when everybody was chanting his name, he gave us the stone cold look. He gave us the job's not finished. I'm gonna keep going until I beat him. But that's.
These hitbox.
These
hitbox players, man.
Genuinely didn't think it was gonna be like that.
No, I didn't. When I saw them pick Dogura, I thought this favors DCQ just because of his experience with the incredible Zen, who we just discovered this week. But I didn't think it would go like that.
No,
I mean, Dogura had great rounds.
He was almost dead every round. Almost dead.
You know what I mean? I mean, this guy just knows how to take momentum and run with it. The kid's reads on offense are absolutely frightening. No wonder Dogura was panicking, because he just couldn't get right the entire set. So now we have a situation where Team Japan are going to be at home this time, right? Because UIU are the first seed. So hopefully they can take advantage of that.
And overall, just the way that Team UIU is performing, NL included, Sien included, maybe we'll see an Oil King from the away side. We're going to get to that just a little bit. For the meantime, we do want to shout out all of the sponsors that have been a part of it. So, like, throughout the entirety of the journey, right, especially this group here. Huge thanks to TAIYO Holdings for being the prizing supporter for the Street Fighter League World Championships. You've seen those numbers, by the way. That is a massive amount going to each and every one of these teams. The electronic materials that they help create are the backbone through which we get to explore our passion for Street Fighter. And through this support, they uplift everyone taking on challenges to realize a happy world in and out of the game. We are so happy to have them as a big part of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure calling each and every one of these matches thus far. But of course, we got to get ourselves a little bit of break to get these teams acclimated to the final matchup, potentially between both US and Japan. On the other side of this break, we'll have more Street Fighter V action coming to you in just a bit. Stay tuned.
Space-time distortions. They're still puking out dinosaurs all over the planet.
So, Bikitoa Island's been sealed up for 3 years, and Ivius won't own up to Leviathan's malfunction?
Can you address the reports of exofighter patrols on the island?
Reports of exofighter patrols are simply untrue. IBS is committing all possible resources to the investigation.
Exercise results logged. Sunsetting temporal instance.
Come on back. Drinks on me.
There are hundreds of exo fighters running around out there. Everyone's armed, and nobody knows what'll happen next. 1 minute, they could be helping you. The next minute, they're shooting you in the back.
You need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy the Leviathan. It's trying to build stronger exosuits, so it's pulling any exofighter in their hold back in time to these bloody war games.
Like it or not, the exosuits keep it here alive out there.
But the more we use it, the more it helps Leviathan.
Well, that's not an option.
One way or another.
Valued team members, prepare for dimensional integration in 10 minutes.
You stay alive, man. Only you.
If you give an AI like Leviathan the directive, improve our exosuits, it has to complete. It doesn't matter whether that takes 100 tries, million, all for the perfect suit.
More than that.
But at least do me the courtesy of looking me in the face whilst you do it.
Okay, pinky, forefinger, back to middle, full wrist articulation. Then we do it in reverse. Begin.
What the hell are you guys doing?
It's a secret robot handshake.
Good morning, Victoria.
This is for my fellow hunters! You're going down!
you won't be disappointed. If these two don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You home? I answer! This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last lid. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
Welcome back to Hollywood, California. We are at Capcom Cup, and this is the Street Fighter League Grand Finals, the World Finals. It all comes down to this, Logan, as we have UYU going head-to-head with Good 8 Squad. And for everyone that's here right now, if you've been enjoying these matches so far, please make some noise. Show some love to these teams. Oh my goodness.
An incredible start. UYU taking the first set. And the most impressive thing is how the whole squad has chipped in with results, whether it's DCQ, Cien getting the big win yesterday, NL's been looking unstoppable.
Oh,
the
yes.
whole squad's in there, Oil King. It's a real team performance, right?
100%, and bro, and when you look at DCQ, he is actually a god amongst men. If I have to start a Street Fighter League right now, a Street Fighter League team with anybody around the world, it has to be DCQ as my first pick.
Listen,
I'm sorry.
man, as long as he's got those 3 flashing red bars in the corner, don't call it quits.
Did you see how he
the
chased
round
down
is
the V?
not over.
The way he chased down the V-ships. Adam, you need to look at that next time you complain about V-ships, okay? That's how you deal with V-ships. Am I wrong? Actually, as I'm asking the crowd questions, let's do a little bit of Q&A.
Let's find out what they got to say.
Let's start with this gentleman right here. What's going on, brother? I love your hat. First off, what's your name?
Bob.
Bob? Oh, so is mine. Well, that's my, non-Black History Month name. But it's pretty much the same thing. Robert, Bob, same thing. So, who do you think is going to take this? Is it going to be Team UYU, or is it going to be Good 8 Squad?
It's going to be UYU.
Okay.
How are you enjoying the action so far, sir?
I think it's pretty great, yeah.
Who's been your MVP so far at the Grand Finals?
Probably DCQ.
That's a good shout. You guys liking DCQ at the moment? Okay. It's one set up with UYU. They're about to close it out, but the Good 8 Squad are never out. Let's throw it back over to F-Word and Vicious. Time to get into the next set.
Going to be Team UYU versus Good 8 Squad. Currently, as it stands, UYU has such a dominant performance, and I do mean it every sense of the letter of the word, dominant.
I mean, Japan have themselves a real problem here because they've got a couple of players that are playing insane. I mean, I just went to the bathroom on break, and DCQ was there, bro. And I'm pretty sure I saw Oil King changing his batteries out because that kid ain't human, man. And he came past, no emotion.
You're revealing the secret tech.
Listen, I don't know if you're allowed to enter robots in the tournament, but they clearly have because his reads on his opponent's decisions, can't be human, bro. He's playing ridiculous. So the good thing for Japan is, I believe they're home now. So let's see what order they've gone with and what the response will be
Okay, so it's going to be NL continuing where he left off in anchor position with the Luke. And to counter that, we have the Luke Slayer. I mean, this guy played like 7 Lukes throughout the Street Fighter League Japan season, lost only to 1 or 2. His record against Luke's incredible. Pugera with the Boxer. I like that pick. Next after that is Oil King middle place with Seth as his first choice. Very interesting choice to throw his Seth in there. And then, of course, you knew it before you saw it. The anchor man is going to be DCQ with that patented urine. Look, here we go, man. First game, Pugera going up against NL. And you've got to say, from the outside looking in, looking at the numbers, Vicious, this is a great pick from Team Good A.
Now, NL doesn't want to replicate the result that he had from yesterday, where he started things off in the game. The first battle fell short, 2 battles over, I should say. But I think there's a different demeanor coming into this match. A whole different type of NL that we've seen even in the midst of like group stages. But I will say this, Pugera, again, a lot of practice.
Oh, no time
all
wasted.
of the loops going right into
No
it.
escape.
I think in regards to the the mid-range of this match, there's a lot that Pugera can do to stop NL from tracks. We'll see if it plays out. Here we go, it's the second set. Good 8 squad versus UIU, game 1.
Pugera, the Luke Slayer, taking on NL. Remember, this is a first 2. These guys can win this. It could be over right now. But Good 8 will have something to say about that. Able to pick the matches they prefer.
Talked about the ranges earlier. Pugera has done so well challenging mid-range buttons, even further normal, like standing heavy. Ooh! But more importantly, he's closed the gap so quickly. Dash punch beast.
Yeah, he baited that standing medium now. Don't jump on me, says Pugera. Looking very solid right now. Opening it for NL. Can he make it count? He shifts off the 1 tap. That's activate.
This is going to be a fine activation, right? He's not necessarily going to be losing his passive.
Oh my days, just do it. Oh, nice reversal there. No buttons. Oh my god.
He's not going to spend it. He's waiting for the big kill moments to get a rock smash follow.
Gotta be careful. Oh, surprise, surprise. EX in your face.
I legit blinked and saw him get the KO. Or actually, I technically heard it first before I saw it.
I mean, that was a great choice there from Pugera. Down hit. Oh, missed his link. Missed his link. Oh!
Suppressor. We didn't get to note that. Beast Mode 2 getting a throw bait to Pugera. Whipping a forward fierce.
Wake up, crouch medium. Jeez. Now making the hard reads. Not paying off though. Well blocked by Pugera. Misses his whiff punish. Gonna get punished. Again, another drop.
Way over. Setting the situation. Pugera does have the life lead, so he's gonna be big showing a little bit. Up until this point.
Wow, that couldn't have been on purpose.
How? How?
Unless he was reading the V-shift or something. I don't know, man. That swing was crazy. Oh, gets caught on the toes. This right here.
No, he's gonna walk up.
Buttons don't wake up. Big damage going. He's got the 2 bars as well. That's gonna be that. Pugera with a very comfortable game 1 there. Here against NL, and you can see how comfortable he is in this specific matchup. And he's done this time and time again throughout the Street Fighter League Japan season. Now he's doing it in the Grand Finals, Vicious.
I think there's just so much control coming in from the guy. The economy of buttons that he has at his disposal.
Are we gonna see Cammy?
Does such a great job against Luke. And even if it's not the normal, I think his reactions to any sort of sandbox. So we saw it played out, I think, like, what, twice over? Pugera had immediately gone for a KKP to go past him. I think overall, Pugera is just too ready for this matchup.
That's the perfect way to put it, Vicious. It's not that the matchup isn't a fightable one for Luke. We've seen Luke's beat Pugera very rarely, but we've seen it, right? It's a very fightable matchup, but the experience advantage heavily stacked in Pugera's favor, I feel. And NL's going to have to find some kind of 3rd level or channel here, or just enter that impossible to beat NL mode to overcome this mountain he has to climb here. I think this is a great pick from Good 8 Squad. They can get themselves the first 10 points and try and get themselves some momentum back after losing that first match.
I think the only person that Pugera fell to in regards to Luke players was Yamaguchi from Shinobi's and
Yamaguchi got the win,
I think, NL might have been able to study that footage, but it's been so long since then, right? More often than not, these guys are immediately studying their losses the day of.
I mean, the fact that they picked Pugera for this match just tells you how little that Yamaguchi means to them, because in the grand scheme of things, this guy played tons of Lukes and hardly ever lost at all. But NL has to make it happen.
Right, the roundhouse, but still fishing for touch medium punches. Speaking of,
at the right time again.
Perfect in place. Oh. No conversion.
Yeah, right. I mean, he didn't have charge, right? Maybe we did.
Possibly, yeah.
Checked.
Trying to get a frame trap.
Those
Nothing
delays.
still. That was so expensive to do.
Still got a little bit more though.
God. Possibly looking for an activation from NL, but yeah, he let the V trigger slide. Oh God, the smash upper.
That hurts. That hurts.
Back throw kill. Forward throw not enough. Back throw would have killed. Oh no. Side switch.
Oh, he connects. Doesn't go for the V trigger. Wants to keep the momentum. There's the V shift out. EX.
He's still pressing a button.
He's gonna do buffering into EX. Looking to get that rising up. Oh God. Gotta be careful, Epugera. It's far from one. There it is. That's what he's looking for, and he's gonna get it. That's exactly what the buffer was. Such a deadly buffer. We saw Kawano use that to great effect. This time it is NL putting that standing short buffer into deadly effect to save himself. I think that's the first round he's got so far this set, and momentum's such an important thing here.
You called it perfectly. You saw those two quick standing light kicks. You immediately knew he was hunting for that EX flash.
You know it's a scary situation for any player in neutral when Nuke's got those bars. He's standing in that position. He's turning this around now, confirmed with a crouch medium. Oh, no, it's not going to work. He's one step ahead. It's Bulgaria, the patient block. With a low. This guy, big time. He's going to use 2 bars. Yes, he is. Oh, my God, the overhead was so meaty.
A lot of scaling involved because he activated into V-trigger, though.
Still
Forward
alive,
throw, he needs one more touch. Meaty.
Oh, my God,
-2.
What? I'm surprised he didn't activate on that. Yes, a hit again. Can make it one apiece here. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, yes, you did, Bulgaria.
Even Gachikun had to mask his laugh on that one. He was chuckling. Oh, low forward.
Punish.
EX flash knuckle.
And again, that crouch medium costing Bulgaria a lot of health and momentum here. Buttons on land. Oh. Much more competitive this time around from NL. Has a slight life lead.
This is too much control again. This is from NL. And you notice there hasn't been a lot of sandblasters coming out anymore.
Don't want to risk it. Oh, he could have got EX there.
There's one. How long has it been since we've last seen a sandblaster?
Yeah, you got to be careful in this matchup, man. But I would like to see a bit more, though. Always watching out for a random level 10 tap.
Oh, please. don't will that into existence.
Hey, we've seen Bulgaria do it before.
We certainly have. I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibilities. I'm just saying my voice is not going to be ready for it.
I'm not going to have a voice by the end of this weekend if that happens. All right, fairly even here. Slight life lead to NL. Has the resources. One hit will be enough to potentially kill here. V-trigger activated. Are we going to see NL try? Bulgaria try to do the same. Oh, that was it. That was it. That was literally it. That was one apiece. Is he going to live to regret that? Oh my God, that's going to hurt. He resets.
Hey, it's not too bad though. 10 seconds on the clock. He could chip away. Oh no, he
What was that?
Wait a minute. Oh, back throw.
Still alive.
Run away.
6 seconds.
Run away as fast as you can. You can't
Jumps
stop
out.
him.
Oh, NL, you're so good. You're so good. God damn, was that intense, bitches. The little shimmy, shimmy, shimmy Coco in your face. Didn't press a single thing. The delayed jump back as well. Perfect defense. One apiece.
It's crazy to see the amount of motion come out of DCQ instead outside of the seat. He was shook, but NL, again, he knows what it takes to be a Stone Cold killer as well. Bulgaria, again, the time wasn't against his side, or was against his side this time. Wasn't able to get any sort of mix-ups going, or even to throw enough to get their life lead back.
That crouch medium punch has been a little hole in the armor there.
Yeah,
Bulgaria.
real detrimental to what Bulgaria wants to do.
Whiff punish quite a lot. I mean, it's a hard to do. Oh my goodness, the back roundhouse right perfectly timed. Just when he tried to dash punch. Yeah, this has turned around. We spoke about him being the loot slayer. Oh, surprise back throw. Gets him some momentum, but wake up buttons from NL.
Man, I love that counter poke, the whip punish against the short.
He's got the V-trigger activated now. Can he make it count? Safe dash punches all day. Another surprise dash. Patient defense from NL.
NL doesn't really have to overcommit to anything. He's just been chilling. He also has full meter coming up real soon. Trigger on deck, almost critical art as well. And he falls death. Pugera is gonna eat a lot of damage.
Straight to the seat. I love that.
Yeah,
I love that. No need to complicate things there, Vicious.
I'm thinking about it though. All things considered, I mean, obviously you want to do that. Pugera was running out of time with the V-trigger though. NL had a lot of life to spare and a bunch of bar.
Come on. Yipes has told us a million times, bro.
Finish your play.
Finish that play, baby.
Shout out to the homie Yipes, man.
Whoa!
Swing
Execution
and a
error
miss.
there. Oh, he misses his link at the short.
Oh,
Oh, wow, just gets out of the corner. Just dash forward the jump. That's a massive turning point in this round. Here's a game point as well.
Oh,
he
not
goes
again.
for the big read again, though. That's not going to work on Pugera. Goes for the back row, well teched. Surprise dash punch. There's the unblockable EX low. Haven't seen that for a while. This time he does get his conversion off the short. Missed that just a few frames earlier.
This is looking like the prime Pugera that we're so used to at this point.
To the wire. This is to the wire.
Oh,
blocks
block.
the EX low.
And it's so important throw tech too. That could have been a back throw for NL, but Pugera definitely on it on defense.
Kenny blocks it. It was surprising that time though.
Back throw.
Surprise dash back throw. This is a bad turning point here. Rare miss on the target combo, but that crap landing short into the EX connects Vicious. Oh, he's willing to take all the pressure in the world here. Oh god. Set point is a game point both players.
He's looking for it too. Any medium confirm for the side of Luke could lead some massive damage at corner carry yet again. But Pugera first to strike with his EX, trying to go for the low.
Dude, that's the most amount of EX blocks I've seen from Pugera in a round. Usually hits at least 70% of those.
Right.
Great patient blocking from NL. He's got that V-trigger ready. He can get a hit confirm activation. And he can build it close to CA2. This is actually a really dangerous situation for Pugera.
What is the back throw now?
He's in the corner now, Vicious. Pugera's got to fight his way out somehow.
What are you supposed to do about this, Femi?
Careful whipping that medium. We've punished a million times already this set. Oh, he tried.
Send some help. You got a problem with the trigger now. Full critical art on deck as well for NL. Any solid hit confirmed can lead to massive damage, if not death.
Activation. One hit is all it could take right now for NL. 18 seconds on the clock. I just looked at the clock. Good lord, where did the time go? Oh, no!
No, it doesn't work.
He missed his buffer. What a huge turning point. Big damage coming. And he's going to waste the clock too, and he's got no reversal. Oh, what a mistake from NL. It's cost his team that first game. Oh my goodness, and Pugera capitalizing to devastating effect to register the first 10 points in this run back. Vicious. How you got to be feeling if your team good 8 squad right now? Sorry, team UIU right now.
I can give you the answer for both, but for UIU, you got to get over it. What's happened in the past, you got to keep it there. To be honest with you, he had the right idea. Standing light kick actually did hit. Had he gone for uppercut, the rising rocket into critical art, that would have killed Pugera. It was just a slight execution error from the side of NL. Pugera, completely unfazed, saw his opportunity and capitalized severely on it.
Yeah, man, that was a big capitalization. And he was looking for the kill. I mean, buffer into EX, of course, standardly, but in that scenario, as you said, buffer into DP into CA would have killed, I believe. Man, what a turnaround.
Here's the interesting thing, no matter how you spin it, right, we've seen some of these sudden death scenarios, despite Good 8 Squad getting a huge momentum boost, a huge morale boost based off of that victory against NL's execution error, we still get to see Oil King play and come up. He can get 10 points for himself, then leave it up to the Mad Machine to go in and get those 20. But we'll see. Good 8 Squad, this has got to be the boost of confidence they needed coming in from the previous set they played.
What do you think about the set pick? They're away from home. It's interesting. They know Rashid very well, but I mean, this guy's won tons of premieres with Rashid anyway.
I feel like it really depends on who he's expecting to have to face off against. So other than that, I'll give you that answer in just a bit. We saw the detriment to NL's playing immediately after that error, being able to capitalize on the fact that, you know what, I don't have to worry about any rising rockets, any sort of wild decision making. It was just no resources left. It was all Pugera to pretty much close it out. It left him in a mix too. It's like either a low, a throw.
And the clock was ticking as well. You saw that too. I mean, that just sucks. You know, 4 seconds on the clock.
Oh yeah.
You got no meter. It's your opponent's turn. No, great play. And the execution there to go for the low after the meaty from Pugera was genius too. So phenomenal result for them. They need that momentum back. They're one match down, and now they're going to whip out. Okay, Gachikun's Rashid is going to come up here to take on Oil King Seth. Remember, guys, the away team is UIU for this second match in this grand final set. So that is the choice. With Japan going to home side, they've gone for that pick. The first pick just about worked out. I mean, you could argue he lost that Bulgaria in the end. Fantastic play from Menel, but an execution error at the end costing him that match, that game. This pick, interestingly, I mean, I'm really surprised they went. I'm still surprised they went with his Seth as a first character.
You asked me about this, and I said it was going to depend on who he faces off against. I'd imagine Oil King would want to try to counterpick his own character, knowing how well Gachikun has been performing and understands what Gachikun is about.
So you think he knew he was going to get Gachikun by picking Seth?
I mean, I think he's hedging his bets, right? Even if he doesn't get Gachikun, he still has another game to switch out into Rashid, right?
True, you're not character locked. So he's got that option. He can go to the mirror if he loses this. What V-trigger will he go with? Because we saw Shen trying to utilize punishes on the V-reversal. Of course, Rashid, another character that has a moving V-reversal. We can get him out of those mix-ups if the Seth is not prepared. So V-trigger 2, though still used to great effect by Shen earlier, might not be the best V-trigger to go with here.
I would honestly think that you might have a solid point. If the V-reversal comes out, it would be very, very difficult. But we got Oil King fans in the building too.
Big up the Oil King fans. Woo! Let's go, Oil King. You got some lovers in the crowd.
I was going to say, there was so much discipline in that look. She was like,
she must be really disappointed we didn't see the shorts this tournament, man.
She's only seen a small percentage of what Oil King really has to show for the crowd.
Exactly.
I will say this, all jokes aside, I think the V-trigger 2 might still be a possibility, forcing the V-reversal, so that you are no longer in threat of maybe like Isar.
Round 1. No, V-trigger.
Fight.
Yeah.
No, it's 2 on both ends, right?
Skill 2. Okay.
It's 2 and 2, I promise. But we do have the V-skill 1. It's going to be so useful as a neutral to try to catch some of the normals that Gachikun does, or maybe even like interrupt something like a whirlwind shot in time correctly.
He's got the V-trigger now. Let's see what we can do with it. There's no reversal available here right now.
Great block.
Oh, it's 2 mixes. It's 2 mixes. You got to be kidding me. It wasn't over yet. That was short.
Good punish. That's hard to win contra short.
So good in the corner, Gachikun, when he's got him here. Nice, jumps out. Checks that dash immediately. What a jump, reaction jump. Oh, Dinsman EX gets him alive.
One of the biggest problems is throwing it out there. It's like treating it like a fireball.
V-trigger.
There it is.
Yes, he has.
Oh.
Gachikun could have got the kill with EX, chose not to. Is that going to come back and haunt him? Oh my god. Blocked. Yeah, he's well in this now. He's going to take a bit of a miracle.
Oh, he tried to whip punish the standing medium kick. The idea was there, the timing was not. Gachikun in the first round.
Really well defended there from Gachikun.
Oh, that was sick. I didn't think he was going to get low enough to whip that.
The first part whiff, second part that's crouching play.
No, I think it's just the crouching roundhouse low profile set significantly.
Great play. Oh, nice cross-cut, crouching medium, and then baits it out. Look at the stun and help. It's not a great situation here. We could be heading towards a Rashid mirror. This has been very one-sided. Baits out that V-trigger attempt with the backdash. Gachikun too comfortable, too strong, too ready, and he gets Team Japan in pole position for another 10 points here by taking that first game.
It needs to be Rashid. It
think
needs
it
to be the Rashid mirror match.
That didn't look good, did it?
There just wasn't a lot of comfort, I feel like, for
it's
the
hard
side
to
of
judge.
Oil King.
We've seen dominant games go the other way. If they have a strategy they know about, why you put him here. Maybe he was expecting Rashid, maybe he wasn't. But you think the mirror's the best choice right now?
Either that or change up the V-skill. Because I feel like he's gotten punished a couple of times over, and if that V-skill doesn't connect, let's say he gets punished, or even if it's blocked, you're in a negative situation. You're giving an opportunity for Rashid to play his strategy, which should lead to so much. I don't think
Vicious a
V-skill
genius?
1
Is he a genius?
is going to be the play.
Is he in Oil King's head? What's Oil King going to do here? He's staying with Seth. The mirror is not the option here. He's hovering over V-skill. He's going to stay with V-skill 1.
Okay.
Tandem engine remains. I mean, we saw Gachikun jump on reaction to that. That was definitely a reaction. It takes a lot of concentration, which will open up some possibilities elsewhere if he can snuff that out. But it's one hell of a punish if he gets it.
It's not harder to whip punish a normal with V-skill 1. You'd have to whip punish maybe like a fierce medium kick is really difficult to do. I mean, mind you, he tried to whip punish it with a touching medium punch earlier. Let alone try to do a V-skill 1. might be a problem.
Can he implement the strategy? Okay, beautiful counter confirmed. Gets caught with the meaty. Look how quickly this turns around. Oh, no button into it this time. He's going to stun him. Doesn't have meat up, but he'll gain one. He'll gain one. Time. Still alive. Oh, that was the death. That was the kill. Activation again. Oh!
Same side! Hey, not too bad though.
Goes for a reset. Has the corner. You got a chance when you got the corner. UIU, sorry, UIU. Oh, he checks it. He checks it. DCQ, I was going to say, has shown how strong the corner can be. But unfortunately, Oil King unable to replicate that amazing play and gets caught trying to beat.
How can you use it preemptively? How can you use it as a whip punch?
Rashid just too mobile. This is looking really bad right now. One more bet will be it. Gets an open.
Wow.
Really needed that. Gachikun is running away with this game. Oil King needs to have a moment. Oh, he didn't confirm.
Are we going to see the activation? Are we going to force Gachikun to spend that V reversal?
Oh, there's always punishment.
Such a hefty price. Yeah, not even there. What are you supposed to do about it? Oil King still trying to find his way in. The jump ins back to back. One of them was an axe stick, so I get it. Gachikun very reluctant to try anti-air. Oh!
Oh, that's gonna be it. Wait, hold on, is that enough? Only 3 hits and an activation, so 4 hit scaling.
There is trigger, yeah, I was gonna say, trigger activation is what caused that scaling.
Button.
Uh-oh.
Hold this, no reversal, nothing. The mix-up will kill here, potentially. Oh, the DP, is it gonna be enough? Yes, it is! Oh my goodness! V-trigger 2, when in doubt, whip it out. And UIU staying alive here in this second game. Oil King finally landing one of his V-trigger 2 mix-ups. And Gachikun unable to block. But man, it's still looking so uphill. How many times is he going to be able to land that to stay in the game?
Oil King finally getting the power up he needed. Gachikun still unfazed by that entire sequence. Immediately pushing Oil King to the corner. Crouching heavy punch hits. Tries to get out of the corner, but crouching heavy punch hits again. A big conversion off with a standing medium punch counter hit.
Oh goodness,
one more for stun. Hold this pressure. Anti-air spinning mixer. You're deader than dead. You have meter for it too. Spend it. Doesn't even need to. It's Gachikun. Straight up victory.
That pick is a good example of why first seed is so important. That is clearly a pick that is going to go in the Japanese team's favor, and they do not want to play that again. Despite the rounds that Oil King was able to win, that was very one-sided. So that's 20 points in the bag. Very close to tying things up now for Team Japan. Massive drop from NL, unfortunate performance from Oil King, and it all comes down now to the anchor match. Who's going to come up?
I'm calling it Kawano. You do not want to send up Dogura again after what had just happened. You genuinely do not want to send Dogura up the way that
I don't know.
dismantled.
We saw Pugera get pretty much annihilated by Shax, and he came up in his game and delivered the goods. It's only one game. You can't let it phase you.
I feel like when you had somebody on the ropes multiple rounds over and still ended up losing, it hits a little different.
Yeah, he definitely seems very comfortable in the Bison matchup, doesn't he? Very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I would want to try to put out Kawano for this particular matchup just to test out if he has what it takes to take down GCU. And mind you, you have a 20-point lead. You had your first 2 games of the W. Even if you fall short, you still have the sudden death match. It's still intel for your team. But also, I think it's a fair guess to even try to put, or a fair bet to put Kawano in there anyway, because they haven't had that experience against each other yet.
Agreed. It's 100% possible, man. I mean, Kawano's there. He's got Luke. He's got Colleen. He could enter the fold here.
I wouldn't say put in Colleen, or sorry, put in Luke for this particular matchup.
Well, I don't know, man. I know DCQ was whooping the Lukes at Street Fighter League, but you saw what happened at Capcom Cup earlier this week, man. I mean, Chris ECH knows the match now.
It's true.
And he was able to take out DCQ, so I actually don't think that matchup's bad for Luke. It's just a case of, is the player ready to execute it?
It just feels so dangerous to even try to like risk that, but outside of that conversation, again, we got to see Gachikun pretty much take down Oil King in a very convincing manner, 2-0. I would have loved to see a little bit of a change up from Oil King, though, in regards to maybe like the V-skill or even like a character. But I totally understand how intimidating it can be to try to do the Rashid mirror match, but I just love the way that Oil King plays. I think he has such a firm understanding of that character and how the mirror match can be played. I think overall in my opinion, might have held himself back by picking Seth.
I agree. I love you, King. You're incredible. But
He's
I've never
for
been
sure.
the biggest fan of his Seth. In terms of him at his absolute best, it's always going to be his Rashid. Although he has had some great moments with that Seth, as he demonstrated there. Who they're going to go with? This is the moment of truth. And you called it. It's Kawano. And I called it. It's Luke.
That's a win-win.
Vicious and F-word strike again, baby. And this is a pick that I think makes absolute sense. Relatively even match. Great experience on Kawano's side in the matchup. But DCQ not intimidated or scared at all of this matchup, as he's shown many times over the Street Fighter League USA season that he's very comfortable against Luke. It's great that they put DCQ in this position, because I think it's actually one that they can't hard counter as Team Japan. But Kawano, Evo champion, is there and is able to get this victory, and it will get them to one apiece in terms of sets.
What happens though, I'm going to theory craft here, what happens when Kawano happens to fall short with Colleen? He does have a Luke on the side as well. We have seen that in the grand final scenario of their playoffs, or their grand finals over in Street Fighter League Japan. Do you think it would be enough to take down the monstrous robot, really, of DCQ?
With his Luke?
Yeah.
The only negative I can think of with his Luke is it's a relatively new Luke. So I don't know how much experience it's had, you know, overall, especially with the Urians. But they got, I mean, outside of DCQ and some of these like Chinese Urians, they got a plethora of Urians over there in Japan, you know? So it's just, has he had the time to bang those matches out and get really ready? The fact that he whipped the Urian out in the grand final, the Luke out in the grand finals of Street Fighter League Japan tells me that he has. So I think in that regard, this is a good pick for them. I mean, like you said, the Dogura pick didn't look very good for Team Good 8.
I mean, to be fair, initially it did. Like, we can't just base it off of the results,
To
right?
be
We
fair,
can't just
the
look
whole
at
set
it.
was quite close, but
Yeah.
when DCQ got in, that was a wrap, bro.
This guy, I mean, Dogura was fighting for his life on the streets,
yeah,
man. He
like,
tried
seriously.
every defensive option possible. He'd even delayed whatever choices he chose to make, and it still happened to get counter hit or counter strategized, really. But I think this is a great position for Kawano specifically, being in the 3 out of 5 anchor spot. If Colleen happens to fall short, switch over to Luke. If the Luke falls short in the second one, maybe go back to Colleen, figure out what needs to be done, depending on how
He might just go Luke the whole way, you know. This is, like I said, I've seen this go back and forth.
The only reason why we're deliberating over this instead of actually highlighting DCQ is, well, fact of the matter is, I haven't seen a single character outside of Urian played under the arsenal of DCQ.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Urian main. I mean, he's a very popular character where he's from, but he is got to be the epitome of their character today. His training partner, sitting in winner's side of Capcom Cup, VX Bao, also had a very strong Urian at one point. It's a character they really believe in that part of the world, and they're showing it here, representing USA in this grand finals. Notice I said representing USA there, Vicious. I'm giving you guys some love. These are the USA qualifiers.
They're more than welcome to hang out with us here in the US, right? The US actually stands for UIU stays. They could hang out with us anytime they want to. They're part of the group. I don't make the rules, I promise. However, Good 8 squad, again, they've been such a solid squad, right? They've just been like one of the highest point earners throughout the entirety of Street Fighter League Japan, back-to-back seasons. Literally the #1 seed, bypassing every single team. And these are no regular teams in Japan. You have the legends of Street Fighter participating in that league.
Agreed, and that's exactly the standard you're dealing with here. DCQ himself doesn't have that level of exposure and experience, but clearly doesn't show. I mean, he's been so incredibly good throughout the matchups. He knows he plays to perfection. I would love to hear the debate that took place before they decided to put Kawano Luke up forward for this match, man. I would love to hear that stuff. Something to consider for future Street Fighter League World Championship finals. These team talks are so vital.
It's interesting to think about, right? Instead of Kawano, why wouldn't it have been Gachikun instead, right? Why not put Kawano against Oil King?
Maybe they just thought the Gachikun match was a guaranteed win. They were like, there's no way I'm losing to this guy's set. So take the guaranteed win so that no matter what happens in the anchor match, we're 20-0 up, hopefully.
I mean, like, considering the results from the previous set, right? Cien had actually gone up against Kawano with his set, and Kawano was able to take that down. So, I mean, like, if you're taking a look at that data, I would think to myself, well, Kawano could probably force the set pick in his favor, obviously in the wayside, and then also maybe face off against Rashid, because he already has Rashid practice.
You're not wrong, Vicious. I mean, this is what I'd love to hear them talk about it, right? You can only imagine the thought process. But this is what we have. It's Kawano with Luke going up against the man of the moment, DCQ, MVP so far of this Grand Finals, of this weekend, man. And he is going to try and take out Kawano to send this to a tiebreaker match, which gives them the opportunity to win the championships. Guys, we could be 2 games away from a championship here. Well, 2 sets away, I guess you could say.
Find out momentarily again. Kawano versus DCQ. Been very respectful thus far. We're looking for the big opener. Oh, rising rocket past the knee drop. You already know.
And he did the light one too, so can't get baited. Absolutely ready. Confirms.
Oh, what
the
a
Nemo.
way to escape the throw.
Great defense so far from Kawano.
Okay.
Yeah, looking to confirm that mirror.
Oh.
Too far for anything, maybe.
Maybe like the snapback, or like, sorry, standing medium punch would have been in range.
I mean, it seems to always be in range. Gonna see second mirror. No, back dashes out. Great control and patience here from Kawano, but that second mirror is stopped for DCQ.
Oh, big blast, a big lift punish. Hey, not too much damage though. Great for Kawano.
Maybe through the water. Here comes the mirror. Wasn't ready for that. That's not legit setup.
Uh-oh. Time's running down too. 13 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be so difficult for DCQ. Rock Smasher, chip damage, 8 seconds on the clock. Metallic Sphere from DCQ, but still, we have so much damage coming in from the trigger. 3 seconds on the clock.
Oh, he gets hit. He gets hit at the last second, trying to approach. Kawano closing that out. Once he activated that V-trigger, he was in checkpoint position. Wow. Start here.
Back throw.
He tried to shimmy. I saw that. You're in throw range, caught him out.
Oh,
nice
he thought he got a confirm.
That's that hitbox tech.
That's exactly what it was.
Where you going? Get over here. Oh, to the other side you go. Look at the stun racking up. Look for the count hit. Well blocked by Kawano. No activation on the stand medium. Missed this confirm. But he's managed to survive that momentum. No stun at least. Back in this round and a V-trigger activation at hand if he needs.
This is totally fine for GCQ.
Oh, wow, it whiffed. Went for crouch jab first. Should have gone for stand jab first.
Would it have been faster?
Surprise dash.
Oh, that's huge. Are you dead? Oh my god, the conversion off of the counter hit too. Crouch medium punch. Plenty of time to recover. Get that link. It's a massive damage and only having to spend 1 EX bar. It's quite the deal. No confirm into the snapback. Kawano not ready for it.
A little bit rusty here, but he's still in one piece, and he's still ready for those things.
It's quite the reaction, isn't it? I love you, man.
Feeling is mutual. This feeling is very mutual. CA stopped, and he has the corner. Kawano looking to take some momentum in his favor here. One more bet could be it. Got to be careful there. But he's too scared to press anything, Vicious. He's got to hold this heat. The CA's gone, but it doesn't matter. Gonna activate. Is he gonna DP? Oh, he doesn't. He gets hit.
The back throw. The trigger. He's not gonna spin again. Oh my god!
Goodness.
The audacity.
That wasn't even a button. That wasn't even. He's just got hit walking forward, bro.
You know, it's a blessing and a curse sometimes when it comes to being a hitbox player. Sometimes you think you're in range to get a block, or at least in time for a block. Sometimes you miss.
Makes a huge difference having a reversal against a guy with an offensive mind as deep and as predictive as DCQ. Adds that extra layer, reduces the chances of reading right, like he did against Dogger like 8 times in a row.
Right.
Always got to be watching out for that reversal, and Kawano well aware of that. You're not going to mix me up. Have some of this. Okay, DCQ goes to the character selection this time.
Here now. All things considered, we thought it was going to be the Colleen coming out to play, but it is going to be the Luke. Yet again, obviously, got the W. Kawano making pretty convincing statement for himself, knowing that he's or saying that he's ready for DCQ in his approach. So difficult thus far. I feel like we haven't really seen as much of that offense coming in from DCQ outside of the mirror.
No, Kawano, that's credit to Kawano. That's no slight on DCQ side. Kawano's done a great job slowing him down, nullifying the pressure. When he's had the momentum going, he's been able to make that vital read when his closest done and reset things back to neutral. And of course, Luke gives him the opportunity to do that. You've got to be a bit more respectful of this character on Wake Up. Unlike Bison, where you can kind of just go to town with your reads. Okay. Did we see any changes? I don't think we did. I mean, why would you? V-skill? Did he change V-skill?
I'm always ready for a fight.
He's going to make the pick now. Looks like he's hovering over V-skill here.
do you think there would be any significant difference between installing the Metallic Aura or even getting Thunder?
I'm always ready for it. I don't think it makes a huge difference in the matchup. I think I'll probably go for. I could be wrong, but no, I think it's all about the V-triggers in this match.
Right. I think that's the biggest point you can make in regards to these two characters. It's all about the V-trigger more so than the V-skills. Although I will say, V-skill 2 for Luke might be able to get you out of certain situations for mirror pressure, right? Instead of getting thrown into the mirror, possibly suppressor, counter.
For Luke, yeah. Big hard read.
Yeah. Okay, that could have been a big whip punish for Kawano.
Didn't get it.
I love that!
Kawano, man.
Armor on the Avenger.
Oh, he drops this confirmed. No punish, though. DCQ a little bit flustered here.
Nothing. Oh, that's fine.
Again anyway, though.
Very, very fortunate for Kawano. DCQ. Like he's against the ropes. He pretty much is, actually. One more touch. That'll be it. Activation time. There was a counter hit there. He tried to press a button.
The reversal, he wasn't. Oh, he wasn't this time either. He lets it fly.
Nerves of steel. Hey, DCQ's been in this position before. Let's see if he has something different in store for Kawano. Now we're seeing, again, no whiff punish on the stand medium.
Oh, for once missing, and he gets counter hit as well. Oh, didn't get his chance at fireball. Backdash in the corner. Kawano's reads on defense. It's so good.
Oh. Okay, the crawl kick.
Oh, too
That
far.
was a counter too far for the extension.
So good at that.
Oh my god, that's such a hefty price to pay to try to jump. Counter hit. No, couldn't close it.
Still alive here is Kawano. Great round from DCQ. Really needed this. Oh,
There it is.
interception. Check just in time. Final rounds. DCQ stopping Kawano from going 2-0 up here.
You have full critical art on deck as well. Kawano looking for a big opener off the medium, but it's DCQ. He's been throwing a lot of this. Oh boy!
Too close. Yes, it was.
And there's a lot of respect between both. Not willing to throw out a normal that gets whiff punished. Medium kick. And it's DCQ again, still trying to find an opener against Kawano. Kawano was totally fine with this. Now he's checking the movement down below. Oh my god, they're not even pressing a button, just staring at each other. They're waiting, they're playing so passively.
That walk forward block is so good. He does that so well. Hitbox only thing. No confirm from Kawano. Oh, no confirm from DCQ. Both players feeling it right now, Vicious.
You're not allowed to miss that many big confirms against someone like DCQ. The more chances you give him to live.
Oh, that connects. To the corner you go. Goes for the short. And dashing throw surprises him. Oh, again, another one. DCQ fearing it. Just missed his throw there, Kawano. That resets the pressure. Now he goes back to zoning mode. Has the feature, got 2 more left. DCQ has the meter and the activation, but needs to somehow get there. Blocks that one out. And again, great blocks.
16 seconds. Oh, that's a big
time plus. Oh, he's got very little time here. Just activate the mirror in the corner. 2 mirrors. Oh,
he managed to throw him instead? No way!
He's out of there.
What
It's going to be 2-0 to Kawano. These guys trade CAs as if to say,
out of frustration, that is for sure. Uh-oh. The look on DCQ's face, the frustration is setting in for Team UYU. Despite being at the lead, prior to this side switch, it's been so different. A different good 8 squad coming into play.
Kawano strategically and both offense and defense just seems a step ahead of the beat here versus DCQ. He really, I mean, it's almost like watching DCQ create all that mayhem, gave Kawano the data he needed to anticipate his desires and needs in certain situations. And he's just, he seems almost too comfortable under DCQ pressure. And he's been very good at avoiding DCQ pressure too. It's been rare. We've seen him in those pressurized situations.
I feel like it's been quite the polar opposite. The last time we saw Kawano play as Luke, he was pretty aggressive actually. Seeing him at this pace, albeit I will say he had missed a couple of times over a couple of normals, a couple of confirms, but outside of that, he's still able to counter everything that UIU DCU have been doing thus far. Even the whiff punishes, not necessarily all the way there. There's been so many chances, I feel like, for DCQ to capitalize on some of the stuff that Kawano is putting on the table.
Fight.
Oh boy.
Just this punish. It's extremely unsafe from certain ranges, but that didn't pay off. It's another great start from Kawano. This game to make things one apiece for Kawano here.
Oh. Versus off the cross medium. How are you getting out of the corner? DCQ trying to find this slight way out. Kawano not giving it to him.
It's another great start to the round for Kawano. Confirms off that pull. Punch. The knockdown.
Oh. So hard, right? Now we're seeing a lot more activity from the Sandblast. Inside of Kawano, median kick also, trigger is available for Kawano. Any solid hit can do so much damage, but he's gonna have to hold this pressure. Immaculate defense thus far. We still have one more mirror to go. DCQ, he's still trying to solve the puzzle that is Kawano before his eyes. Now, the knockdown off of the EX Rocks, or excuse me, Sandblast.
This is a great slow strategic
Oh!
play, and he gets to confirm this time. Let him off a minute ago. Oh, surprise, surprise.
Fine, letting go of the rest of the trigger, just his one touch.
Plus, that crouch is short, Kawano. Hardly facing any adversity at all. He opens himself up 2 set points for Team Good 8 squad to make it one apiece here in this grand finals.
So interesting to see these turn of events, right? UIU had actually done something so similar the day before, getting a 3-0 victory. Kawano is looking to do the same right now. Off to a fantastic start. Look at the damage. What's to do about it, Femi? What are you supposed to do about it? Oh, punish!
Going. What a choice there for the Fusion. First time we've seen it, and he's ready. Oh, he went for the meaty again, but Kawano was ready for it. Second mirror oncoming. There it is.
Uh-oh.
Jab. He's willing to trade. Safe sweep. Oh, he takes that. Oh, that should be it.
No!
Oh, he missed it.
What?
He missed it. Massive drop from Kawano.
No,
Can DCQ make this count?
I think he can. And he has to get past the V-trigger.
Only the 1 bar.
3 bars at EX, full critical art as well.
Oh,
there
big
it is.
whip. That's going to be that.
Dun, 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 dun.
What a piece. Good 8 squad tie this up. And this grand finals will see a third and final set vicious. They pull it out of the fire. What happens next?
Well, first and foremost, they got to switch sides, right? Being able to hang in there one-on-one, they have to go back to the away side. It's going to give plenty of time for both teams to converse amongst themselves and figure out what the order is going to be. You can see the look of concern on Gachiku's face, what he needs to do as a captain to figure out this order to ensure their victory. But again, it's just so difficult. Statistically, we've seen the home field advantage really play for some of these teams in a positive manner. And I got to say, if there's any time to break that streak of the home team getting these W's, it has to be now.
Has to be now. And you wonder what Japan are going to do with it in terms of their team order from the away side. On that evidence, maybe put Kawano anchor with Luke. I mean, from what we just saw, the go-to for Luke on Team UIU is DCQ.
Sure.
And he just lost 3-0 pretty convincingly to an extremely impressive Kawano Luke. Now, the answer to that is maybe the mirror with NL. I'm not sure, but Japan right now, I think they'd be wise to maintain this momentum and reliability from Kawano on the away side and just sit him there in that anchor spot. And look, this is for everything. For $80,000, who are you going to bring that's going to beat my Luke right now? Because I'm on fire.
It's so difficult to even try to comprehend, like, who do you actually bring out? This is your Luke Slayer for the most part with DCQ, but again, you got to think about the amount of practice Kawano has had with Shuto, the amount of practice he's had with Tokido, right? Despite all of the minor errors that Kawano has made in the entire set, he still managed to get the better of DCQ. That is a huge statement, especially at this stage of the game.
It was not very one-sided, but it was pretty one-sided. I mean, that being another example. Great whiff punish. I mean, just extremely efficient and too comfortable. He was not made to look as uncomfortable as DCQ tends to make his opponents look. And even when he does it for periods of time, it's not long enough periods of time to have any impact on the outcome of the game. 3-0 and a convincing 3-0 from your current Evo champion, and they take that second set 40-0, and a statement has been made here. But playing in UIU's corner here is the fact that we're now going to go back to the original with them being the first seed. That oh so vital first seed ranking from yesterday's matches means that they will be playing at home. Japan will reveal their order, and UIU have the opportunity to counterpick on the fly to get this trophy for Team USA.
Looking at the matchup, if I'm on the away side, if I am Gachikun and Good 8 squad, I'm thinking to myself, I don't think I would want to put Doger in that position again. I don't think there's just enough time. We've already found the counter.
You mean
to someone
for
like,
the anchor?
For the anchor.
Yeah,
no, just no, in general.
In general?
I wouldn't want to put Doger in a position where
he can be countered.
I could be countered, right, to get those points away from you. But I do feel like there's a lot of importance in the anchor spot since you had just highlighted it. I think Kawano obviously is the good choice here. Who are we sending up as the counter if we are UIU to face off against in the counter spot? I'm thinking to myself,
NL, right?
possibly NL in the Luke Mirror match. We've seen how much he has excelled in that matchup. And then still keeping DCQ. It's a matter of whether or not you would still want Sien to lead the pack as he did in the previous exchange, despite falling short just a little bit to Kawano, or will we give Oil King a second chance at possibly the Rashid Mirror, so long as Gachikun, which I think he will be, in the Oasis.
Somewhere in the squad, yeah. I imagine you'll put Gachikun there. I think you'll definitely put what we just saw, Kawano there at some point. It's interesting, man. I love this home away setting. I love this. I mean, we're going to see what Team Japan do. I mean, come on. It's clearly having an impact on the results. You know, the home team has won both times. I mean, if Japan want to turn this over, they need to counter that. So we're going to find out how that's going to go. It's just a matter of time before we see it. But give the players the time to actually come up with those decisions. In the meantime, we're going to give a massive shout out to one of the main sponsors that made Street Fighter League possible this season. And this shout out goes, so you've been seeing it in the back of the stage, this shout out goes to TAIYO. Huge thanks to TAIYO Holdings for being the prizing supporter for the Street Fighter League World Championship. The electronic material they help create are the backbone through which we get to explore our passion for Street Fighter. Through this support, they uplift everyone taking on challenges to realize a happy world in and out of gaming. Massive shout out to TAIYO. Thank you so much for everything, what you've done with Street Fighter League Japan and Street Fighter League Global, making this possible. The humongous and extremely incredible prize pool these guys are playing for, also playing a massive part here. And just moments away from deciding who takes that prize pool home in this final set, Vicious.
Everything's getting really intense here. I actually cannot call it. I know F4 needs a little bit of a break because, to be honest with you, we are running out of breath. I gotta tell you, man, it's been nothing but non-stop action, but unfortunately, we do have to take a little bit of a break. When we return, we'll get the final conclusion of the Street Fighter League World Championships right after this.
Yo.
Come on, crank that beat. Go, party people. Everybody still cooking? Oh yeah, now you got it. Okay. USA.
He was obsessed, you see, with finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
Showtime, baby!
Prepare. Fight with all your heart!
An honor, to be sure.
You won't be disappointed. If these two don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You call, I answer. This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last lid. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
Of the Street Fighter League World Championships about to take place right here, right now. Vicious, who you like, baby? Who you like?
All right, well, before we even get into that prediction alone is going to be very, very scary. Considering how close it's been throughout the entirety of their matchups, even from yesterday, it looked like UAU was the dominant figure against Good Aid Squad, but this is a whole different squad coming into today's finals, right? I will say this. There is just so much more on the line outside of just the matchups, outside of just the competition. There's a lot, just like this. $80,000 going to the pockets of first place, $40,000 going into the pockets of second place, and of course, still a very, very generous $30,000 going into the third place team here at Street Fighter League World Championships. That's a lot to take home, but also adds on to a little bit of the nerves, I feel like, for some of the competitive gamers here. But to answer your question, it's been so ambiguous as to who's going to take it between these two titans. It's down to the wire.
I told you Kawano anchors. I told you Kawano anchors, and I tell you what.
I agreed with you.
Yes, and I already know the answer. It's going to be a Luke Mirror. It's going to be a Luke Mirror. Now, we've got Gachikun had to be there in the middle. Okay, and whoa. Wait a second.
Diggity Dogura.
Dogura's going first with Bison. I didn't think Dogura would make the cut. I actually didn't think he would just because of how bad he lost to DCQ. And despite Dogura's situation there, they've gone with Shin, which tells me, this tells me that maybe their plan is to play DCQ as anchor again. Maybe. That's what that tells me. I was expecting NL as anchor, but good lord. So here we have it, Shen with the Seth going up against Dogura with the Bison.
That's going to be difficult. So it's really hard to comprehend, right? I feel like,
I saw Shen coming in. I saw that happening, but I actually didn't think Dogura would make the cut.
This is really smart from Good 8 Squad because they already anticipated what I was talking about, right? Throwing Dogura out of the formula would be more detrimental to that team. In fact, I think putting Dogura in the front line would be enticing for UIU to be like, you know what, we want to get DCQ out of the way. Let's see if you're actually going to commit to being...
I've just realized what that means. That means that their ever-reliable, most consistent point grabber, Pugera, is sitting out.
Right.
Right? For the final set of Street Fighter League 2022-23, Pugera
one of the highest performers of the season,
130 points,
is hitting the bench. That's crazy. That is
Well,
a bold statement. I mean, he could be used in a tiebreaker.
I was going to say, as
true.
even as it can be, or has been, I should say, English is hard today, I'll tell you what, I'm tired. But even as it has been thus far, there is that possibility to throw him in at the sudden death if need be. But all things considered, it's been very significant blowouts, at least from the previous rounds, the previous games, I should say, from Good 8 squad, getting battle after battle after battle.
This is the part that really is messing with my head, right? The fact that they've gone with Shen here instead of DCQ. DCQ had a very good performance against Dogura, very good performance against Pogera as well. Has that Bison experience. They want to say, I feel like they're saving him potentially, and if they're saving him, are they going to have the guts to run him back after that 3-0 against Koana? More likely we'll probably see NL, but then maybe you got NL. I mean, there's so many possibilities, Precious.
I have a bad feeling. This is just a hunch. I don't think they're going to send up DCQ.
DCQ might just be out entirely.
I think NL, no, I mean, I think DCQ will be second, and I think NL will be anchor.
Okay. So
I genuinely feel that.
Yeah, no Oil King against Rashid. It makes no, after what happened last time, he doesn't like the mirror, and his Seth didn't like it had stood a chance. So Oil King probably sits this one out. You've probably got a point there. It's that next match that we decide, right?
I agree.
I think the result of this might determine it. Maybe their order's not decided yet. Remember, they are the home team. That first seed has paid dividends for them the 2 times they've played Japan at home.
Round 1.
Also,
they've won.
This is where I like Visco 1, by the way. In this particular matchup, there's a lot of advancing normals that Bison has. He has a slow walk speed. Some of those normals that move him forward can take a little bit of time, right? So I think having the Visco 1 would be great, just like that.
Don't press buttons. Oh wow, there's wake up buttons again this time. That delayed wake up into wake up buttons and catches some of these pro players out. Got to learn them knuckle do frame kills to get that to perfection.
Looking like so far, Scan still trying to find the opening. Cobra having to take that chip after that sequence. Yep, he still had the scissor kicks locked in.
Skips the save, got punished though.
That's fine. Totally fine for Scan.
Oh, he chased that down.
So I thought. Amount of Grey Light that was racking up. Now we're getting a bunch of chip damage. Dogura gonna back away, not gonna overextend. I love it.
Yeah, doesn't need to keep in the corner, doesn't want to get side switched. But that jump has been an ever-ready option. Right in his face.
Normally you can interrupt that sequence because it is the roundhouse version. The startup is significantly long. Oh,
gets opened up. Catches people out. This is going to be the activation on the hit. We've seen these from Shen. Out of there. Bison has answers. Pichu2's gone. Cassim trying to approach. Presses buttons this time. Another jump.
That could have been huge.
Oh, beautiful backdash.
The movement from Dogura just so clean and pristine. And even if he wanted to take a risk, he could have done so. Sweep into activation, he had trigger loaded.
Straight throw there from Dogura. No block on the V-skill.
What do you like, -2 after the V-skill is blocked?
Yeah, the range is well utilized. I like a punch. $2. Dogura looking good for the money right now. Shen needs to get his party started.
How is he always within range of that standing heavy?
So good.
Oh.
Don't let one game against DCQ fool you.
Okay. Oh, he thought he had to confirm off the forward medium punch. There was an area set back throw. Good axe. Oh, you know Shen is holding on to that medium for sure.
That check, yeah, exactly. Doesn't want to use reshift. Gets the knockdown. Doesn't go for the second. Counter here. He's been so good at calling that Svensis meter though, so won't have CA available. Gonna go for the reset. Oh, great defense. He didn't punish it. Oh,
my God.
Crossed up.
The ball was still slightly on the screen. And if that's on the screen, well, guess what? It's still on the hurt box, or hit box, excuse me.
I thought he might have gone straight into head stop off that V-shift, but he didn't.
True.
I'm not sure if he had charge.
I mean, you'd be holding like that back,
right? That's the change. Ready for the jump, first anti-air of the set. As he adapted in time, Shen's in trouble. Great momentum here from Dogura. That's the corner. Gets knocked down though, it's a hard knockdown, it's 50-50. Again,
That's the problem.
No, do that.
absolutely so smart. For him to save leader like that. Now you're thinking to yourself, Sien, damn, do I chain up the trigger one? If I land an actual hit and get a full conversion,
dude,
would it be worth it?
That's such a nice answer for Bison in these projectile-heavy V triggers and 50-50 situations, man. Just EX, and not only are you getting out of the situation, but you're going into EX Devil's Reverse, you're putting yourself at plus infinity. Suddenly it's your turn, and the V trigger's gone. So, yeah, these characters have answers. But just like we saw last time, we saw V trigger utilized at the right time when there's no meter, when there's no V reversal, then it becomes extremely deadly. We've seen the best of both worlds. I mean, no reason why he shouldn't keep using it. Has he made a change?
He's not. It's gonna be
the same.
Same
Little team
exact
talk.
sequence.
Japan looking good here. First. To them.
Round one.
They gotta be feeling real confident with the way that they performed. Literally before the match started. Now, Zogura starting things off pretty well. Sien hasn't really found an answer to this particular part of the game.
Yes,
neutral
agreed.
has been shining for Zogura thus far.
He's playing catch up often, and he's been relying on the jumping, which he's used really well. Nice check there. Wasn't his turn, but still got it. Yeah, he's used the jump really well, but he's not got much out of it.
Even if the hits aren't landing, just being within range against Bison leads to so much great life and chip damage. I can't emphasize that enough because Zogura eventually will get those hits to cash out on that extra life. That's huge.
Just able to check like that, and the surprise jumps are catching Dogora out. But again, he's getting those jumps and he's not getting nothing off it. We saw when DCQ was getting those jumps, it was leading to devastating damage and solid reads. But Shen's getting those jump ins and he's not able to do anything with it. Needs to make that plus pressure count. Now it's Dogora who's putting the heat on.
Huge.
That worked. He's lost the corner as well. Not going to activate here. There was no meter. That was a good time to activate.
I agree. I think he's trying to force the resource.
You can't do that. The double dash. Oh my goodness, Shen. Not in the finals. Not now. His opportunity to close the round has gone begging.
Oh,
he pressed the button. He pressed the button.
Nice conversion. Shen hanging in there.
He pressed the button. He pressed the button.
He did what now?
He pressed the button. I can't believe he pressed the button there. Shen with a huge call out to make up for the mistake earlier.
Oh my God.
Man's so ready with that short. That jump back kick. Dogura's defense has been so solid, but unable to close out that one. Early button there from Shen, stops the hell attack. The aerial approach from Seth definitely causes Bison some issues. Once again on plus frames.
The spin kick as well, the roundhouse version. Dogura not ready for the interruption. That's fine.
Go Axe. Oh, it's the cross meter into the EX. Oh, no confirm. Huge hit there for Dogura. He goes begging. Oh, he tries the backdash.
Trying to get a throw bait as well, adding a little bit of insult to injury if he tried to outsmart him that way.
Shen will look to activate here if he can. Gets that jump in again. This time goes back for finally makes the jumping count. Ah, he tried to run away. The block stun was too heavy. You could not escape that activation. Dogura gets himself into game point here.
Not too rough of a situation if you're Sien, right? You still have so many more resources in comparison. Full critical art. Any single hit confirmed that leads to an EX spinning kick, but all Dogura right now. Nice and easy. Oh, that's a big punish.
Maybe he thought a hit there, I'm not sure. The delayed Psycho Blast connects though. He's still very much, he's got that life lead indeed.
Oh, that's huge again.
Just about surviving.
Dogura ready for it though, even after the jump reset, opted to just sit there and block.
That's right, we're gonna see another EX head stomp. Oh, 2 in a row! You gotta be kidding me, Shen, you cheeky bugger, you! Oh, safe jump. Counter hit! That should be it, the stuns racking up!
Double hackathon EX uppercut instead? Okay, that is perfect! Wow. Didn't need to risk the double hackathon freeze, had enough damage to get the EX Mad Cradle. Shen hanging in there, tying it up 1-1.
And we spoke about taking advantage of being in these plus frame scenarios against characters like Bison who don't have the best defensive options. He didn't do that well in the first game. The second battle, he did it almost every time. That safe jump into the delayed stand short, got the counter hit. Beautiful adaptation there from Shen. Reading Dogura much better now, and we go to one apiece. And again,
he still pressed the button, man. Was that a heavier normal from Dogura?
Like a medium, to be honest. Maybe he delayed it. Definitely wasn't his turn. That's too close. Yeah, well punished.
one of those situations where you know that I know that you're negative.
Right?
So I'm going to press the delay button. No, sir. Sien, absolutely ready for the
Shen's
proper
looking
read.
better and better now. Confirming his target combos vicious.
Hey.
Oh, where you going? Hurts so much. Oh, didn't punish the V shift. Should have been ready for it. Look to activate. Comes in again, no anti-air on that. There was a reverse.
That's the second time. Hey, that's totally fine out of the corner.
The escape as well.
There we go. Dogura still retaining the momentum, the amount of pressure that he's getting. Trigger is winding down. It's fine. Totally fine for Dogura.
Shen just needs one of it.
Or so I thought. EX? No, he blocked it normally.
block.
Nice work. And the interruption. Dogura's not there yet.
Wakes up with buttons, the Shen. Just needs one hit.
He could have converted. That would have been a critical art.
I don't think he expected to hit. No! Dura gets himself into game point position here.
Woo. If Sien converted that Hecaton Grease into critical art,
Dude, that would have been genius.
he would have been hailed as a legend.
I'm not even sure that's supposed to come out, let alone be ready to go into CA.
Oh, Dogura is way more cognizant of the jump escape options from Sien. He's changing up the patterns of assault.
Yeah, right, we saw him get every set a couple of times. Straight, okay, the medium does work this time. Shen didn't try and challenge. Wow, that stand jab hitbox is insane.
Nice.
Yeah, he's going to implement the jumps now. Doesn't get the conversion, but gets in. Shen's got to find some momentum here. Oh, the target combo. Get back, that's that safe jump range.
Dogura played the style that he likes. And those normals just reach so far away.
Good jab there. Oh my days, this could be it.
He's backing out.
Shen desperately needs an activation. He needs to get some kind of party started here. Jumping too far. Oh, good block.
Oh my god.
Oh. He gets that jump in. Wasn't ready for the jump.
Target combo.
He has to activate. Oh, man, connects. Oh my god.
Install.
Buttons. No, you didn't. Just jab check into slow as hell walk forward into throw. Gets his team the much needed first game and puts them 1-0 up here away from home against UYU. Shen unable to deliver the goods. Vicious, I see that look on your face, buddy.
If he were any slower on that jab, if Dogura was any slower, that counter hit was coming to him, and it would have been death.
Yeah, I mean, the overextension from Dogura there to go for the throw was super gutsy. Clearly saw something we did in Shen's pattern of play.
I'm still at a loss for words, to be quite honest with you. That exchange back and forth, you see the adaptations from both ends. Sien, what he was doing with his V-trigger, always impressive. There were actual moments where he had dropped it in continuation, but he still managed to pick up and recover and get the W's. But I gotta say, from the side of Dogura, both defense and offense was far more impressive.
Oh man, super impressive. Dogura so good at making the right reads. It just goes to show, sometimes when it's your day, I mean, Shen made some great calls too, like that for example. When it's your day, it's your day. I mean, DCQ's calls from Dogura were insane. You can only guess wrong so many times, Richard. And he was bound to get back to what he's used to doing with guessing right multiple times in a row. Now, on that occasion, Shen was able to make the pressure count and get things to one apiece, but the final battle took place and Dogura started to run away with it. Had to make that comeback there in the last game. I mean, so close between these two.
Yeah, you start to see a little bit of predictability from the side of Sien in regards to what he wanted to do on defense. Dogura had changed it up slightly to force the ground game a little bit more. That was really, really well done from Dogura. But I will say this, that last sequence towards the end, Sien still could have gotten away with it had Dogura pressed the button slightly later.
Or yeah, had Shen just interjected and pressed the button sooner, right? One or the other. But yeah, he just kind of stood there frozen by that stand jab and the walk-up throw. Like Dogura knew that was going to happen. Love seeing Kawano smile like that. He's loving that result. And of course, he's sitting in that anchor position, regardless of the result of these first two games. Of course, those of you joining late, first game always worth 10 points. Second game always worth 10 points. It's that anchor match where Kawano's sitting waiting that is worth 20 points. Now, Vicious, the match that we couldn't quite figure out who UYU go for with. Gachikund, Rashid. Who do they bring for that? Because of course, it's not who they bring for the Rashid, it's
it's the fact that that person will no longer be able to play in the anchor match that's so important. And we've seen both NL and DCQ bring home
so
seriously huge
difficult, 'cause
victories in that also important anchor match.
I'm thinking about like the matchup that DCQ has had in the Luke matchups against Chris CH in particular. Chris CH had actually taken him down in one of the matches, in one of their team battles. Then when the positions were switched, DCQ had that full run back and took him down convincingly. So now I'm kind of nervous. It's like, do you actually put DCQ in the anchor spot? So if you don't, right, I do like DCQ facing off against Gachikun and having NL at that shot to take down Kawano, to be honest, because that was just, I feel like, way too clutch from the side of Kawano, the way he played. But
I'm getting used. We've got the answer. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? It's DCQ! He is not going to be playing anchor, and as anticipated, very likely it will be the Luke mirror for all the beans in the next game. But this game, just as important, because if he doesn't win this, it means that Kawano will be playing for the championship as opposed to playing for a tiebreaker. He's taking on Gachikun's Rashid, DCQ's Urian. Both of these guys almost exclusive with their characters. Massive, massive call. Vicious, what do you think of that pick?
If DCQ wins this, then there is no shot for sudden death.
No.
And that makes it even more intense.
I mean, I'd love to see the World Championship, the first ever Street Fighter League World Championship final go to a one-game. So,
I'd be super down
as
for
a
that.
player, I'd hate to be the player. That sucks for the players, but as a spectator, as a commentator, as a fan of the sport, that would be an absolute
would go
dream.
all in.
So I almost kind of want to see DCQ let this go to 0-20, but then we could have a complete blowout if NL's unable to bring it back. Regardless, we don't know the future, guys. It's about to be determined here as Gachikun steps up for Team Good 8 and Japan. And UIU's DCQ steps up for Team USA, Team UIU, to get this party started.
Pretty aggressive thus far, and yeah, that's one of the biggest hurdles around trying to anti-air against Rashid. Gachikun has that down pat in terms of the mix department, but now it's going to be a little bit of a rebuttal. DCQ looking for the counter pokes.
Yeah, right, that was a big whip. Well punished.
We're looking for it here. Gachikun now swinging away with the crouching heavy punch. Counter hit. Hey, I love that. I love all of that eagle spike, anti-air, crouching medium punch. Perfectly timed.
Great jump from DCQ, saw that coming. Activation available for both characters here. Trigger 2 is the option for Gachikun.
Oh my God.
He
was just waiting,
delays
too.
that medium. Just walk trigger. Get out of here!
The hamburger.
What an answer!
This man's feeling.
Second mirror comes out. Tries to keep it placed. Oh my days! The whip on his game is still there. I don't care about your mirrors. I'm gonna press buttons, and Gachikun gets the first round in his first battle.
The meter on Gachikun's face right now, the expression is completely different. Full focus, eyes up, eyes open. Shout out to Lee Chung. He's just in full concentration.
Wakes up with a stab medium punch. Are you kidding me? I saw that throw loop earlier. I'm not having any of it. No more shimmies yet. Checking it now. You cannot position this man. Ready for the fireball. Catches him out. Tried to do a headbutt or something there. Didn't work out. Look out. The momentum has changed. Talk about shifting around to your favor. Gachikun going to spend the EX here. It's not going to be enough. But he's got a huge opportunity to close this out. That's going to be the mini pro. Good 8 squad. Picking up where they left off and getting themselves the first battle in this game. I mean, what a result that was. I mean, that shifted so quickly, Vicious. DCQ just couldn't get a moment to himself.
There was a moment where he had the life lead. He decided to be a little bit disrespectful towards Gachikun, trying to walk up into his face and try to get maybe a bait on a button, bait on a throw.
Yeah, I mean, it worked in the earlier round.
It
right?
sure did, but his movement wasn't fooling anybody, or at least Gachikun, I should say. I pressed the button. I know you pressed the button.
Oh, yeah, come on, bro. I pressed the button like 5 frames before that and died. But yeah, Gachikun just a step ahead of the likes of you and me, Vicious, as he patiently whips out that crouching short. I mean, fool me once, not going to fool me again. He's already seen that in round 1, so DCQ needs to change up the offensive pattern here to try and unlock this Gachikun defense. But I mean, he's also got to do a lot better on the Gachikun offense.
It's so wild to ask for, man. I've highlighted and attributed Gachikun's defense many months over
when in my presence.
Japan in multiple seasons. There's just something about the way he maneuvers. It's not even just about blocking. It's not about checking throws. It's just the movement that he takes against his opponents has just been so hard to catch.
He's
Active
so good
defense
going
too.
forward. He's so good going forward. It's kept the character extremely well.
Round one.
Time with people writing this character off. Time and time again, Gachikun reminds us of the strongest character again. Good lord, did he just do
That
that?
was nasty.
God damn. I don't think I've ever seen you in whiff punch. Oh, he lets him get away with the rear though. Wow, checks the dash
Wait a minute.
punch.
I think DCQ just needed to get a firmware update.
Whiff punish to his own as Gachikun. Into the safe jump. Forward block, so good.
Out of there.
Oh, okay, he's ready when it whips though.
They're still active inside of Gachiku.
Check. Punch his own. The little delay in that dash forward that catches him out. No V-trigger though.
Whip punish.
Whip punish still in there. Needs to close his round now. V-reversal. Doesn't leave V-trigger now. He knows it.
Oh! When all else fails, pull out the EX Chariot tackle. Hey, you're still negative afterwards. You're not punishable. Why not?
Just a noticeable change in the body language of DCQ's Urien in this game. He's very intimidating. Seems a lot more confident. Whatever his team said, it's working so far. Can he maintain this though? Gachikun will undoubtedly have moments just like this.
He's honest. No buttons on a wake up.
Could have been a tackle there.
Break, that's totally fine. That's the momentum he wants.
He jumps out. There's another one though. Not ready this time. The late jump back doesn't work on Rashid. You get punished for that. For the counter hit. Didn't come. Oh, again.
Punish against the low medium kick. DCQ on point. The counter hits there. No, wait a minute. He's absolutely ready for the anti-air. No EX knee drop for DCQ. And again, he's trying to steal the momentum by getting up close with positive advantage. So that's something he's totally ready for. Forward back throw, excuse me.
Still alive. Uh-oh.
Oh, he knew it.
And he's ready for the one fireball as well. Gachikun in position to put Japan 20-0 up here, away from home in the final set of the Street Fighter League Finals. DCQ needs something, and he needs it now. Instead, he gets counter hit, sent to the corner.
Back throw!
Oh, massive turning point. Oh, he predicted it!
He absolutely knew it!
Beautiful!
DCQ painting out the V-reversal. That could have been EX Metallic Sphere, but DCQ 2 steps ahead, and now he has the life lead. He cannot be overzealous here. He's looking for a whip punish, but instead, he gets greeted with a trigger. That is an excellent V-reversal. Another whip punish from low medium kick.
Back throw there for Gachikun, get himself back in the round, checks it out, is it enough? No, still alive. Oh, DCQ has arrived. His first game in 4, he really needed that.
True.
And he gets himself that much needed win against Gachikun to slow down some of this Japanese momentum. We just got a real match, Vicious. We just got a real match.
The adaptation too, the huge difference in approach. You were talking about the body language, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that. He's no longer looking for the really up-close whiff punishes. He's not looking for the throw baits. He's not willing to risk his offense off a read into a big normal whiff punish. Right? He's just looking for something subtle and a knockdown.
Yes.
Get into your head a little bit, and then move on in there, right? I have not seen him really emphasize the sweep whiff punish against the medium kick from Rashid.
Same. First time I've seen him do it. He seems so damn good at it.
Oh, speaking of sweeps, Gachiku taking a page out of DCQ's book. E-book, I guess? I'm thinking about that. Hey, anyway. Huge life lead from Gachiku, punch counter. Talking about different demeanors now. Throw, tick throw. No, frame traps, 2 layers over.
This is a great round for Gachikun. Gets opened up though. Seen DCQ in these scenarios. Nice jump. Plus again, no, you got to guess again. He's still got more of those. Another. And he gets the like kick out in time. DCQ thought he had an opportunity to press a button there because that hit quite early. It still wasn't fast enough. Gachikun again gets Japan in position To go 20-0 up here in this final set.
Match point for Gachikun. So far, DCQ has not been able to adapt to Gachikun's adaptations, and it's been very, very difficult right now to even catch some of these big hits that DCQ is so known for. Dasha, the pressure applied, standing heavy punch back to back, now crouching heavy punch with punish again from Gachikun again, taking it right out from DCQ's strategy.
He is not with the medium kick since that got with punch.
EX chariot tackle, checking down below.
Oh my god, neutral jumps getting punished now. First wake up the headbutt in ages, and it lands. Slow down the momentum. Oh, the fake cross up. He's got CA, one more will do it. DCQ knows it. Oh no! What did he try to do there? It's not gonna be enough. DCQ's gonna go down. And Team Japan are gonna go 20-0 up here in the final set of the Street Fighter League World Championship. What a huge result. Away from home. 20-0 up.
I got a question for you. Did DCQ have full critical art in that corner? I think he might have wanted to do a critical art anti-air because it hovers right up, or pretty much the projectile is right on Urian's body. He looked immediately at his teammates saying, what just happened?
We're going to get to that. We're going to see that in the replay. You could be very much spot on there. This is what's spot on. Let's see. Man, Gachikun able to close this out.
The first game entirely was all Gachikun. There is no doubt about that. He was well versed in what DCQ was looking for right out the game. And I will say DCQ, despite having certain moments where he had the life lead, just was a little overzealous in his approach. We saw it from the movement that he was taking. But game number 2, whole different demeanor, as you mentioned.
Yes, totally different demeanor. Adapting to the adaptation, man. Adaptamantation, man, as we say. Wonderful play from Gachikun, because this was a really strong game, I must say, from DCQ. But Gachikun was unfazed, went into this third battle, shall I say, and just really, really took it to DCQ. You see him close out this round here. Has he got CA? He
did not. CA, so. He did not. He immediately looks towards his teammates.
He was trying something there. Maybe
it's either
trying to tackle out of the corner.
Maybe, right? It could
or
be
maybe that early heavy punch beats the dive kick and gets a cross count. We don't know. There's stuff they know about the matchup that we don't. I'd love to ask him later. Either way, his Street Fighter League Championship final is over for now, unless NL can, well, could be Oil King, can send this to a tiebreaker.
Could be.
And open up the possibility of him playing again. But right now, if you're good 8, if you're supporting Japan, you are absolutely smiling right now.
For Team UIU, well, I'll tell you what, right now there's so much to look forward to still with your anchor. Either NL or Oil King will step up to the plate, but this is the moment to really pull out all the stops. As generic as I could say it, I really mean it though. This is the only time you get.
It's got to be NL.
It is going to be NL.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. No disrespect to Oil King, incredible player, but for this particular matchup, and in terms of player form, throughout not only the Street Fighter League, but also the Capcom Cup solo, seeing NL sitting pretty in winner's side for tomorrow's finals in the Capcom Cup. This guy's on fire. So too is Kawano, from what we saw this week in Capcom Cup and also in Street Fighter League. So how fitting is it that after a season of Street Fighter League, the finals may be determined, I say maybe because this could still go down to a tiebreaker, by a Luke mirror match. I mean, we could have called that before this even happened, right?
I mean,
he's a very popular character this year.
Just in case this is the final game, just in case that those guys up there didn't hear your support. Ladies and gentlemen, here at Avalon for Capcom Cup, I need to hear it one more time. Let's make some noise for this potential final game here for Street Fighter League World Championship. Let's get it going. Woo! This is it right here. It's do or die time for Team UIU. And for Good 8 Squad, I gotta see, man. Kawano, can you clutch it out? NL, can you save the team? We're gonna find out real soon. Question being for you, F-Word.
Yo.
Looking at Kawano's performance thus far, do you want him to play in the Luke mirror match, or is he trying it out with Colleen first?
I think he had to reveal Luke anyway, so he has to play Luke.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Right?
Hey now. I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I?
No, I think he was just thinking they were away and they were home. It's obviously NL is the one that's away from home. But the question still stands, Vicious. Is there a chance of seeing Colleen in this set? My answer would be no.
I see.
I think he's going to lock it. I think they knew that this pick would either draw out a very brave DCQ after the beating he took, or NL. NL being the more likely. And as Team Japan, they probably all asked Kawano, how do you feel about the Luke Mirror match? How do you feel about NL? And Kawano, being the champion that he is and the performer that he is, probably said, I've got this. Put me anchor. And that's why we're here. And this is exactly what they anticipated. The difference between the last few matches they had with UIU, when they lost away from home, they didn't have the data. They didn't have the awareness, and they didn't have how good these players are in certain matchups. They now know how good DCQ is against Boxer and Dictator. So they now know this is my optimal path in the anchor match. If I'm away from home, I go Kawano with Luke, I draw out NL, and it all comes down to this moment. This is the Street Fighter League World Championship Finals. For the last time, guys, it could be NL versus Kawano. Prepare yourselves.
He's starting off swinging. Looking at the V-step from both. It's 1-1 for both Luke. We're looking for a lot of high damage and a lot of control with the trigger, just in case. But looking at it thus far, nobody wants to shake hands in the medium department.
So many little intricate details about this mirror match. We've seen it played so much recently. One dash faster than the other. It's NL who gets the first hit.
Oh, big whiff punish on the back roundhouse.
Wakes up with buttons. Confirm. Gonna get the side switch. No, just keeps it down.
Oh.
Trade. Surprise dash pays off.
Forward heavy punch. Sandblaster, rock smasher, everything.
Confirm.
Thrown out of the pockets. He's waiting for it.
DP. Kept it. Okay, V-trigger spent. NL's turn to get the party started.
Still could be in NL's favor, considering he's locked and loaded pretty much on trigger. A single confirm can lead to massive damage. It could build himself some critical art on the way over.
He tried something there. Maybe the tackle.
We're looking at it nice and cool on the approach.
Confirm.
Not quite dead. Forward throw tech, trying to chase him down. Kawano absolutely ready. Sweep activation off a hit. Back throw. Kawano. I cannot believe it.
Wow. Talk about gutsy read and in your opponent's head.
That just means, that just shows you how much NL was paying attention with regards to the last game. Oh, too far up.
Oh, there we go. NL saying this is how you do it.
There it is.
Him out
That's
this
what he was looking for in the last round, right? Exactly what he was looking for, hence why he got thrown.
Ow.
NL in full control, forward throw. You could go for a roundhouse. That's plus.
Has to protect that. He does.
Overhead block.
Oh, big punish there. Meaty, what a round from NL. He's going to close that out and get himself a full stick of butter on top as well. Around a piece, and if the first battle is anything to go by, we could be in for a long show here, guys.
Immediately both checking for the low forwards. Kawano, the one to strike first, getting a ton of damage. More importantly, this corner positioning. After a meaty crouching medium punch, it's so hard to even try to counter against your opponent because it leads to these kind of moments. Kawano is just on fire. One more for a stun. Could be an overhead, could be a medium, and it's still a tick throw. Important tech from NL.
Plus again. Checks the dash, does NL. Able to survive the stun. Wow, no punish on the sweep. Gets checks approaching. Oh my goodness, so tense. Huge lead here for Kawano. That medium connects. Captain trying to approach the low catch. He tries to jump in, and Kawano too strong, too ready. He gets Team Japan, Team Good 8 squad in poised position. A one-game lead here.
Dangerous territory here.
Round one. Fight.
What he was supposed to do was NL. Got such
Just don't be phased.
solid comeback
right?
in round two.
Just got to replicate, yeah, you've got to replicate what happened in round two of that game. And he's trying to do exactly that.
Checking in low forward split range, Kawano again. At the deficit. NL, big back roundhouse for the crush. Cut, nice work. Brutal spike, super plus.
Oh,
I love that. How do you even counter against that? It's hard to tell. Is it +1? Is it 0?
So good. You just got to hold it all the time, bro. And he'll get himself the first round of this second battle. Oh, man. Kawano's been so good with those confirms, Richard.
So good, man. I had to look at Femi, look him in his eyes, and like, man, this cat can play.
Dude, he's just on fire with his character, man. I don't know where it came from. Such a short space of time.
It's not the aggressive style that we've seen from previous Kawanos.
NL getting the momentum though. We spoke
Oh,
about.
the brutal spike again. No counter hit, it's fine for NL, but Guano busting out triple impact.
Yeah, he
looking for that trigger.
He looked for the V-shift, didn't he? Didn't come. Buttons, that should be it. Max damage incoming. Ding, 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 let's go.
Is that St. Cola? Is that you? The spirit of St. Cola is possessed upward. I heard
That's
it.
Punk. That's Punk, baby. That's Punk's one. I love that. Massive, massive win here to not let Kawano run away with this set. Kawano, of course, riding a win streak at the moment and not able to maintain it. One apiece. NL's back in this.
Sidebar question. Was that actually Punk who originated that?
I don't know. That's the first person I heard. Hey, I'd say it.
Okay, well then.
I could be wrong. We'll talk to those guys after.
I'll give the credit to Punk.
Cola's like, yo, we talking about Emperor.
I don't know, man. It's hard to tell with that guy. We're talking about it now. NL again, just about tied with Kawano. Hey.
Trade. Wow, you see that trade? No cross counter. Counter hits there for Kawano. Gets the opening. Shoulder to the corner. Oh, he tried to press the button. Oh, that was it. That was it.
Oh my God, what had just happened?
He got it anyway.
He missed the brutal spike. Confirmed. That was a counter hit as well. He could have gone to the crouching medium punch. He mistimed it. He did it again, and he still caught NL pressing a button. To be fair, I would press the button.
No, you have to try and take your turn back.
By force.
Oh.
Forward.
That was an unsafe. Yeah, he punished it. It didn't link.
He had to punish.
Oh, that's going to be huge
dead.
damage. Stun racking up. Like that, goes straight for the DP for maximum damage.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Still in it though.
Throw. Brutal spike. What are you supposed to do about that?
So good.
You are so plaza de plaza.
It's so good. Plaza de plaza. Into the throw. One apiece. This is back and forth vicious. Left and right we go.
See the deliberate standing light kicks behind NL. Going into potentially flash knuckle, right?
Walkout throw after the -2 towards Fierce there.
Oh, what a conversion.
Spend? He's going to spend it like that, okay.
That's not too bad, spending it early. You get control.
The meter does
you
so
get the
much
life
damage though.
I agree.
He has the corner. Maybe it's the corner carry that he wanted. Can he make it count? Kawano with a strategic choice here. He's trying to close out this round.
Oh, he waited too. NL's approach was to kind of give a little stutter step, maybe check the movement. Oh my God. Avenger into the no chasing, excuse me.
This is turning around. Wake up, early back throw again. It's the second time Kawano's going to get explosion. Can they extend this combo? Oh goodness.
Oh boy.
Protect.
NL can make a comeback over this.
Look at the meter, look at the meter. He's still in this. And another.
Oh my God.
Takes it.
He almost got the throw, Kawano.
Gotta be careful where Kawano has to be careful. Oh, what a surprise.
He can't afford to make any mistake. NL needs to play perfectly. The win punishes there. Kawano up another game.
So ready, so composed. Not gonna let you get away with whiffing anything. Kawano, one step closer. And rightfully so, NL going to character select, having a chat with his team. Decide what needs to happen here. He's gonna definitely stick with Luke.
And we've talked about some of the flaws that have been a part of UIU. They are taking their time to discuss what needs to be done. But sometimes it's hard to get that message across in such a short amount of time. But if anybody's got this, NL's got this.
If anyone can do it, it's NL. But my goodness, does Kawano look good right now?
He looks
my goodness.
so clean, so perfect.
Moments like that won't hurt. And he goes straight for the meaty throw. Yeah, he's been second guessing on Kawano's wake up.
That is a huge counter hit conversion. That was nice.
That was really nice. Kawano forced to activate on block. That's another win.
Oh, the whip punish is there. Kawano. Slide W. You punched him, didn't you? Oh boy. Oh God.
Again. Trigger almost spent here. Wow. Loads of whiff crouch mediums. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no buffer. That was definitely into EX rising upper. Ooh. He's trying to shimmy. Kawano has to catch up here. It's a good start here from NL. Has Kawano cornered. All resources spent as well. Apart from that's also CA. Oh, I think he tried the X again there. Didn't work. The dash, he gets away with it this time.
Look at the amount of control from NL.
Yeah, just get that V-trigger on the screen. This is a horrible situation for the other loop player. Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
Look at the difference. The life difference, the pace difference. NL's got himself a very, very solid start.
Doesn't get his buffer though, Vicious.
Wow. He's been so good with that the last few times that he's been playing. Oh boy, standing light kick, still within range, EX flash.
Oh my days.
Oh my God, he did it again.
Guano, please. The buttons, the delayed buttons after the towards fierce. Just a counter hit there. That's still a great round so far, but look at the resources for NL. That's what I'm talking about, gets the opening.
That's so far 3 crouching medium punches from point blank.
Oh, hits on wake up though. So I'm about ready, he's all ready to block. Oh my God, Vicious! It's championship point! It's championship point! Good Lord, can Guano do this?
Can he do the deed for Good 8 Squad? Can they be champions of both Japan and on this stage, well technically, world, right?
Oh, so intense, NL, all the pressure on him now. Gusty walk up, throw pays off.
But it's NL trying to maintain control. Not gonna get clipped by the low forward. Oh boy, that could have been a big whip punish. Guano was ready for it. He went for a back medium punch instead. The counter is there! Sneaking a turn in!
Oh my goodness. NL looking to make this 2-2.
Oh, he barely ran into it. How is that so active?
Good block from NL. Smasher again. Got a couple more of those. Oh, he gets caught walking.
That's one.
Dash and guess. Oh, he wanted the shimmy. Didn't come.
One more solid conversion like that.
Hits.
He back
again, the early wake up back throw, third time.
He pressed the button on wake up.
Yeah, he caught that dash.
With the rock smasher, we see Guano swishing down below. The pause between two competitors is so intense.
This could be it. This could be it, Vicious. Guano needs one opening. He's got the thermo barrack. Still got some V-trigger left. Blocks that out.
Guano needs one conversion.
Oh, he blocked it. Oh, he blocks that EX as well.
He's got it.
He's got it open.
Ladies and gentlemen, not just quite
on the clock.
Good 8 Squad on your Street Fighter League World Champion. Good 8 Squad taking down EU, taking down the US.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, look at this. Look at this. 38% win rate, the lowest win rate of his team in Street Fighter League Japan, asked to anchor in the grand final of the World Championship. Guano delivering the goods when it mattered the most and securing that victory for his team. Humongous shout out to UIU. Humongous shout out. They represented so well. They were the favorites at one point. They were playing so good. But when you have an Evo champion sitting on the bench, you can just whip out whenever you want to perform like that, you're bound to have things in your favor. Wow.
Immaculate performance through and through, and the mental behind each and every one of these players to keep that discipline and keep that focus alive in such an intense battle, round after round, battle after battle. It's like, how do you even get to that kind of level?
I mean, these guys are just different. I mean, what we didn't factor in, we factored in a lot of the matchups going into this. And we said, you know, I feel like Team UK's got a good chance here. I feel like Team UIU can cause damage here. What we didn't factor in is the data that is collected along the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you make some noise for your Street Fighter League 2022 World Champions, the Good 8 Squad! What an incredible performance. They will not only be taking the Street Fighter League title home, but also, Rob, can you bring down the winner's prize? $80,000 to the winning team. An incredible performance. They have been dominant all season, and they managed to come out on top here in the finals. Your 2022 Street Fighter League World Champions. Let's make some noise one more time for the Good
8 Squad!
Man, you think of moments in Street Fighter history and where they will stand years from now. The first ever Street Fighter League World Championships has concluded, and it is the ever consistent, ever impressive Good 8 Squad hailing from Japan that have secured it, and the way in which they did it, showing the depth, the strength and depth of their team to get there vicious. I'm actually a little bit emotional watching that, man. That's, wow.
It gets me every time. It gets me every time. Truly, it does. I mean, there's just so much that goes into each and every one of these matches, even outside of the World Championships, right? You literally have such a long time commitment, especially for Japan. I don't know if you guys realize this, but Street Fighter League Japan is all live. They have so many different teams. There's like 8 different teams trying to fight for that playoff spot. It's like, what, twice a week?
Every week, yeah.
Every single week, and it's so ridiculous to even try to comprehend like what to do, like how to balance Street Fighter League, how to balance your matches with the World Warrior events, as well as keeping up with the Capcom Pro Tour in general. These guys are built to be a cut above the rest, and they've proven to do so again and again, really, throughout the entirety of, I feel like, Street Fighter. But just the way that it went down, it's something that's so magical, right? We're just watching it, we're getting lost in the lights. It's like, how is he gonna get out of this one, right? It's a constant cliffhanger.
Dude, I love that the psychological position this setting puts the teams in. This team setting, and I was gonna say before we cut to the ever so important celebration, the data that was collected along the way between yesterday and today. I mean, Japan lost the home game to UIU twice, I believe. They lost that home position. It was an advantageous position for UIU, but by the time they got to the third opportunity to win at home again, Japan had collected so much data, it was a different anchor player. It was Kawano entering the fold, and it was a puzzle that couldn't be solved with the time that was remaining. Such impressive adaptation and team talking and strategic choices made by Good 8 to get that final result.
Yeah,
really
we're starting
impressive.
to see like Kawano really come in the clutch too. He managed to get himself into a position where there's a lot of pressure, right? He was still facing somewhat of a character crisis, right? I totally get that when it comes to having to go from Colleen into Luke. The way that you played out, it was a little shaky over in Street Fighter League Japan, right? You didn't want to get that on your conscience again. You don't want to make that mistake again from what had happened in the previous season, but still being able to clutch out this Luke.
New character too, as well.
For him, for Kawano
For him as a new
specifically.
character,
He's even
yeah.
juggled Lucia,
Yeah,
if need
we
be,
saw
for
it.
certain matches,
Very
right?
strong Lucia.
It's a lot to be said with the way he's transcended above his own mental doubt, I feel like, to come into clutch in this very moment, the anchor spot, the very, very clutch position that he was in. Absolutely ridiculous.
Listen, man, what an amazing result. Your Street Fighter Championship finals for Street Fighter League are Good 8 Squad. Guys, don't go anywhere. We still have one hell of a weekend ahead of us. We're going to take a short break, get your coffees, get your snacks, be back here in a couple of minutes for more Street Fighter League and, of course, Capcom Cup.
You won't be disappointed. If these two don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You home? I answer. This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last lid. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
This is for my fellow hunters! You're going down!
It's a beautiful night here in Hollywood, LA, and what an even more beautiful night it must be for the fans in Japan and the team of Good 8 squad who have wrapped up the first ever Street Fighter League World Championship trophy here at the Capcom Cup weekend. I mean, what a result. Kawano, 38% win rate throughout the season, but coming to fruition when it mattered the most and getting that result. And a massive shout out to Team UK and Team UIU, Team Mouse Esports. Really, really formidable opponents, but it just wasn't enough to stop the giants that are Team Good 8 squad. Vicious, how you feeling?
You know, it's been a real heartwarming experience. F-Word and I had actually talked about it as soon as we went to break. We were thinking about how impactful each and every one of these seasons were, and it wasn't possible, I feel like, without the help of one of our biggest sponsors that have been a part of Street Fighter League Japan and now expanding it to the World Championships. I'm talking about TAIYO Holdings, who have been such a significant part in our journey here 100%. For Street Fighter League. So big shout out to them for going in. For the most part, you've seen their logo, you've seen what they're about, but just in case it's the first time hearing it, huge thanks to TAIYO Holdings for being a part of the biggest prizing supporter that we've had so far, I feel like, for Street Fighter League World Championship. 100%. The electronic materials that they've helped create are the backbone through which we get to explore our passion for Street Fighter. And through the support, they uplift everyone, taking on challenges to realize a happy world in and out of gaming. We are so happy to have them as a part of this event. Truly we are, because did you see that massive check that came out? Rob TV could barely hold it. I know this guy's got...
Yeah, that guy lifts.
He's got boulders for shoulders. He's got the trapezius muscles of an anime character. Still couldn't hold the check properly.
Nah, man, it's a beautiful time to be in the FGC and esports in general, because it's good money to be won, and Good 8 giving us an example of that. But it wasn't always so easy, you know? We had one hell of a journey to get here, and I want to take a look back at how this all came to fruition, Vicious, in terms of the first game. Of course, you had UIU taking on Good 8 at home, and you saw the result, man. For the second time from the home position, able to exact victory on the Japanese. UIU were looking like a real problem for Team Good 8 to deal with, but then they had to play away from home, and the data had been collected, and away from home, it was a bit of a blowout, Vicious, in the second one.
Yeah, looking at it, yeah, Pugera, Gachaku, and Kawano, the trio of doom, I should say, getting a full-on blowout. It is very similar to exactly what happened with UIU. Again, both these teams pretty much going at it almost tied in terms of skill and talent, and it just makes sense that way. But it was up to the final match between the two. What had happened here? Well, I'll tell you what. Dogura, Gachaku, and Kawano, they were the ones up to bat and repeating the same type of performance.
Pugera left out, bro. They left out Pugera.
It's wild. It's so wild to even say that, but there wasn't enough in the tank of UIU, but still, big ups to them. It was such a close journey for each and every one of them. Those numbers don't spell out the entire story. In fact, take a look at where they were at, right? They were first seed, but even before that, the battle between second and third seed, that also was pretty close despite the numbers.
Yeah, there were some really tight matches. I think not as close as yesterday, but still, Mouse were really making an effort to get it to 1-1. If they'd have got it to 1-1, who's to say where it would have went? Because home or away didn't really matter in those matches, they knew. But for me, the real standout for me was that, I think it was the third home game that Japan had played against UIU, and the unveiling of Kawano's Luke in as anchor. I think they just downloaded too much data with that performance. Had it been closer, you might have seen DCQ in that final match, and then it could have gone either way. But because DCQ lost so convincingly in the anchor match, and he'd been such a talisman, it gave them data to say, you know what, away from home from now on, we play Kawano in anchor. They got to do something about it, and that's exactly what happened.
I will say with UIU, I mean, there was a lot of trust in their teammates, man. It's not an easy decision to be like, hey, man, I want to run that back against someone who had taken me down 0-3.
Right.
Another thing to be like, you know what, I trust in you. I think you got this in the anchor spot. But either way, they fell just a little bit short. Still a good amount of change under their belt as well, right? They still got, like 40K for second place and then 30K for third place.
No complaining money-wise.
Not at all.
And especially when you think about where they've been historically and where they are now. But Vicious, the weekend's not over.
It's not even close, by the way. We've been talking about the prize pool for Street Fighter League World Championships. Have you heard of a big thing coming up tomorrow called the Capcom Cup? Well, guess what? We have the top 16 happening tomorrow. Everything that you have been looking forward to, the entirety and the finale of Street Fighter V is coming up tomorrow. Taking a look at the winner's side of top 16, who do we have? Man, this is actually kind of ridiculous. Starting things off, Takamura versus Mena RD. Now, I remind the folks at home, this was the exact position that Mena RD was in during his championship run, Capcom Cup.
Oh, damn. Okay. I didn't even realize that. Vicious, you hit me with the data, bro. Love it. That's going to be interesting. I mean, if history is to repeat itself, he beats Takamura, then he loses, I think, there to Takedo and drops down, right? I think it was something like that.
That's exactly how it happened, yeah.
So let's see if he can rectify that history. Ending Walker versus NL, and then we got Kawano, who we saw today earlier, VX Bao, and a few others. Angry Bird, a favorite of mine as well. And then loser's side, I mean, not only is the loser side stacked, but it's stacked with killers who regularly make ridiculous losers runs. Phenom and Idom in particular, and Momochi as in the past, have made ridiculous runs from losers. So we have Idom versus Pugera, M Lizard, the surprise package from Korea, going up against Vega Patch, Phenom taking on Momochi, who narrowly made it in thanks to Mono's performance against Big Bird, who only needed a 2-1 victory there to get through. And then, of course, Valmaster taking on Mr. Crimson from France on France Crime.
Yeah, there's so many different storylines, right? Just thinking about it, Idom versus Pugera. Pugera has been absolutely stellar this year. Idom coming back, trying to defend his case as the Capcom Cup champion of the previous years. M Lizard versus Vega Patch. It's literally the battle of the two most unique characters in the current roster of players.
Yes.
Right? We don't have that many Vegas. We don't have that many Fongs. Phenom versus Momochi. The style that Momochi plays and Phenom's tenacity when it comes to his offense. Again, who's really at risk on Wake Up when he has the meter? And we're going to ask that question even further. But again, Valmaster versus Mr. Crimson. It's France on France.
It is an unfortunate situation that the French have to play each other. But that is life. Good luck to them both. Hey, you guarantee a French player actually making it through to the next stage. It's one positive, you know?
Yeah.
I guess you could say that at least. Very exciting weekend ahead. Vicious, any final words before we close out for the evening?
I mean, thank you guys for being a part of the journey, man. Everybody that's hit us up on social media and the inclusion of Street Fighter League EU. We listen and read everything that you guys have been telling us, and obviously we admire it. Love it or hate it, you guys still watch it. I'll tell you what, you have plenty more to look forward to tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We get the conclusion of Street Fighter V's finale. Again, this is something that we've been looking forward to. The new game is coming along, but we have to bid adieu to Street Fighter V. We'll see you guys all tomorrow for Top 16 of Capcom Cup 9 tomorrow at 3 p.m. Take care, everybody. We'll see you soon. That